You're watching America's Day at the Races as we get ready to kick off the spring meet here at Aqueduct in our featured 7th race today. We'll see Grade 3 Go for Wand winner Sharp Star looking to get back to the winner's circle for trainer Horacio De Paz. We'll also see the return of Busher Stakes winners Water White making her first start since a try in the Grade 1 Acorn back in June against the Mighty Gamine. This one for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. We'll also have racing today from Oaklawn Park down in Hot Springs, Arkansas. In today's featured 8th race, we'll see 2-1 morning line favorite Royal Daher, who may find a good spot after having some trouble in his last couple of races. We'll see if he gets a clean trip today. We'll also talk about a big weekend of Derby prep races still to come as Prevalence looks to remain undefeated in the Wood Memorial for Brendan Walsh and Godolphin. All that and more coming up on this Thursday edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Acacia Courtney, your host. No April Fool's joke. I'm so happy to be back here live at the Big A up in New York, and so proud and happy to be joining the team on America's Day at the Races once again as we get ready for the marathon leading up through the rest of the year, and again kicking off the spring meet today at Aqueduct. I think it's a special start to the spring meet today as we weren't able to have a spring meet last year due to COVID-19, and we've come so far in the past years. I'm pleased to welcome in my co-host, former champion jockey Richard Migliori. And Richie, happy to have you as we get ready to kick off that spring meet.
Yeah, it's always fun. You know, we get through the winter, even though we don't change surfaces like we used 2 years ago. And it just seems appropriate. The tarps are off the turf course. Turf course looks great. And it's opening day of baseball. And I always thought when they you saw that green, expansive grass of either Aqueduct or Belmont's grass course, it always reminded me of going to Yankee Stadium.
It seems like, too, we get a chance to see a little bit of a return to normalcy, too, as you get a chance to look at that beautiful turf course. Looks in good shape as we get ready for our first carded turf race of the season. Tomorrow's card on Friday. But our feature today at Aqueduct is race 7, this allowance optional claiming, going a mile on the main track for fillies and mares. Sharp Star, Richie, coming out of a try in the Barbara Fritchie. I think it's important to note, too, that Barbara Fritchie was delayed a week in Maryland, kind of offset the training schedule, but this is her win back in the Go for Wand.
Yeah, when she was very, very good, very resolute in the Go for Wand on and off racetrack. We do have moisture in the track today. It looks like a very similar type racetrack right now anyway, probably dry out a bit with that breeze off of Jamaica Bay. But this was one of her best efforts, and it feels to me like her best efforts have come here at Aqueduct and at the mile distance where she's 3 for 3.
Seems like she's really kind of found that niche, maybe not going 2 turns as they tried her as a 3-year-old, now a 4-year-old looking to make the first win of this 4-year-old season for Horacio De Paz. And Trevor McCarthy going to be in the saddle as he piloted her to victory in an allowance back here in November. Yeah,
Trevor McCarthy made a really nice impression this winter here at Aqueduct, kind of establishing himself on the New York circuit, and shows that he can ride any place. I actually ran into Horacio De Paz on my way in here this morning, and I always find when the first person I run into, they win a race that day.
Well, you hear that, jockey. See if you can find Richie as you're walking in if you want to try to win a race that day, as he seems to have the magic touch. We'll take a look at the weekend stakes schedule to come here at Aqueduct on the 2nd, which is tomorrow. We have the Distaff Handicap, which features the return of Paris Lights. Big weekend coming up on April 3rd on Saturday, of course, highlighted by that Wood Memorial.
Yeah, always a fun time of year. See who's going to step to the fore. We're kind of getting down to crunch time for the Kentucky Derby preps as far as points go, and sorting out who really belongs heading to Louisville for the first Saturday in May.
The Grade 1 Carter in there as well, the Gazelle, some great races. Looking forward to talking about all of those. As today's races, we'll take a look at what's on tap today. Today's races, as always, are presented by Claiborne Farm. We have races 1 through 8 here at the Big A in New York. It is sloppy. We did have some rain this morning, but it's a rare thing. We're seeing a little peak of sunshine here in South Ozone Park down in Arkansas at Oaklawn. Races 1 through 9 will be on today's program, and we have a fast main track we're dealing with there. Jump on in on the action today with a Naira Bets account and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members can use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now now at NYRABets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. You can also play along with us with the Showdown, the free-to-enter handicapping contest on NYRA.com. Place your mythical bets and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Visit NYRA.com/showdown to get started. Getting ready now for the first race at the Big A. It's 6 furlongs on the main track for the New York Breds, taking the spotlight in this maiden special weight field. This is for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And currently, Irad Ortiz, I see Richie. He seems to be driving the board here in New York, just like he did all winter in Florida.
After a record-setting meet at the championship meet at Gulfstream Park, Irad has just been riding so well. And first-time starter taking money usually says they've been working well in the morning.
There's his brother, Jose Ortiz. His mount is the number 4 Electric Youth, second-time starter for John Kimmel. We'll talk more about all these fillies in this field getting ready to kick off the racing at the Big A after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. In foal to Catholic Boy, the dam of Swiss skydivers sold for $950,000. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRA Bets. Get started at NYRABets.com or download the app. We're getting ready for the opener here at Aqueduct, this New York bred maiden special weight for the fillies and mares. And currently the number 5, Dom's Feisty Girl, the first-time starter with Irad Ortiz, is your favorite, as we'll get some more input on these maidens down in the paddock as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale, the third member of our team. Maggie, what do you think down there?
Well, I am thinking that I'm pleased that the rain has stopped and the sun is peeking through the clouds occasionally. We do have that sloppy sealed track, as you were mentioning at the top of the show, but hopefully, fingers crossed, we might have some drying out type of conditions. I don't know. That's pretty much wishful thinking at this point, as we did have a lot of rain yesterday and into this morning. But taking a look at the favorite first-time starter, and she has been holding steady in that favorite position for a while now, as we are 9 minutes to post. Dom's Feisty Girl, daughter of Constitution, sold for $50,000 at the OBS spring sale. Now, keep in mind, last year with COVID, it did not take place in April. It took place in June, actually. And watching it, she just looked pretty small, maybe a little underdeveloped at that point, and was asked a bit to go that 10-2. So therefore, only selling for the $50,000. From my estimation, I would say that she's grown up a bit. She still might need to strengthen just with a race. I appreciate the money she's taking. She's been professional throughout her time here in the paddock. She is wearing blinkers, and I don't think the sloppy track is going to be a problem for her looking at her physically, because she's actually got those kind of more upright pasterns and foot, which seem to cut through the sloppy going a bit better. So we'll see what she does. I'm not enthralled, and I wouldn't necessarily suggest her at a short price. Now, number 3 is the older horse, the 4-year-old of the group, Vivazano. She comes back off a layoff of about 7 months since we've seen her, almost 8. And she's been preparing down in Ocala with Phil Gleaves, who winters there in mid-Florida, we'll call it. And she comes in here looking fit, but she has not changed much whatsoever from 3 to 4. She came in here washed out, fairly nervous. As you see, she's with the pony. So she's not creating the best impression as far as her demeanor with her coming back off the bench. Physically, I like what I see in the respect that she's healthy and she looks fit. She just seems fairly worried here in the paddock. Then number 4, Electric Youth. I think she might end up post-time favorite. We'll see. She ran first time out behind Laura's Bellamy, who wired the field over that sloppy track on February 27th. She made about a kind of middle wide move, as there were a few other horses, including a stablemate of hers, that kind of went past her. But she made the first move into that pace that eventually stayed together. She looks great here. She looks by far the horse to beat. Looking at them physically, she's fit, great coat to her, very relaxed, but focused on the task at hand. So I like Electric Youth in here. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Electric Youth for John Kimmel. Jose Ortiz in the saddle of Philly by Dialed In, who did have that far outside post going 6 furlongs in her debut, Richie.
Yeah, and she didn't break particularly sharp. She wasn't really, I think, clued into the proceedings as much as she probably will be now with her second start. Thought she rallied up, losing all that ground, and just kind of flattened out a little bit late, but definitely a track that was playing very helpful to inside runners, and she never got with any proximity, any close proximity to the rail whatsoever. You could even see the horse rallying from off the pace, rallied up the fence. She wanted to be inside. She was caught wide throughout. So the fact that Maggie likes the way she looks, John Kimmel's having a terrific year up and down the Eastern Seaboard, in Florida as well as here. And with the start under her belt, I think she makes a lot of sense. It's also bred by Jonathan Thorne. That's Thorndale Farm, right up in my hometown, a few miles from where I live.
I like it as John Kimmel, 25% roughly on the year. Good numbers for him, as this one does have that start under her belt. And how important is that, too, quickly, just losing ground like that, especially for a first-time starter? Well,
not only are you taking the worst of it because you're running further than the inside runners, it's even compounded by the fact that the inside was the place you wanted to be. So shortest path around is the inside, and then seemingly the faster paths were inside as well.
Up against it in many ways in that debut. Jose Ortiz going to be in the saddle for the 4 Electric Youth. Dom's Feisty Girl does have that, I think, notable rider naming there with Irad Ortiz aboard. Taking money here as a first-time starter. Maggie commented, though, we may want to see a race from her.
Yeah, and again, listen, Irad's going to take money no matter where he is. He's winning at an incredible rate, over 100 winners already this year, winning at 27%. There he is with trainer Gary Siaka. But this filly has had to have shown ability in the morning to take that money. We talk about practice. Some horses practice with intensity in the morning. Others, they don't care that much. So this filly, this daughter of Constitution, obviously has been showing that she has ability.
Had that last recent workout, the fastest of 57 on the Belmont training track on March 26, going 48 flat, 4 of 4 furlong work. And things like that will certainly be eye-catching. That's where trainers in the morning working their horses get an idea of where to place them as well.
Well, yeah, and to me, I find it more important the spacing of works. Yeah, of course you like to see when they have a couple of works that show they have some speed, but if they don't have interruptions in their works, it talks to a horse that's healthy, that is able to train on, and she's had a pretty steady work pattern.
The number 3, Vivazano, coming back off that layoff. We last saw her against New York-bred Turf Company back in August at Saratoga. Been training down at the Racing Edge Training Center in preparation for the return.
And last year we saw Phil Gleaves come out of Ocala off of the training centers winning. He came out winning and was in good fashion. So let's see if he strikes early again.
Here's the post parade, starting with the 1, Miss Pot of Gold.
Showed high speed last time, tired a bit late.
Next will be the 3, Vivazano in the post parade. 5-2 on this one for Phil Gleaves.
Yeah, again, Phil Gleaves came out storming last year. This horse partly owned by Stephen Chris, who used to write for the Racing Forum, the New York Times, a really incredibly intelligent gentleman when it comes to racing.
Here's another first-time starter, the number 2, Road to Remember.
Road to Remember's mother, Kilnock again, won first time out, so there's precocity there.
We saw the sibling, Kilmar Knock. We know that one well here in New York. The number 4 is Electric Youth, second-time starter.
I think a lot to like. Had a trip that just was not the successful trip last time, and with the start under her belt, should be tough.
Co-favorite now with the 5, Dom's Feisty Girl.
I like that she acts well with the pony. Sometimes horses, first-time starters, aren't that well schooled with the pony. I like when all those bases are covered.
Here's the 6, Poppy's Baby Girl.
Steps Up in company, adding blinkers, will have to improve off her first start.
Filly by Lauban, who certainly had a breakout year as far as his maidens last year. Here's the 7 to wrap up the field, Steppin' Hawk.
Horse ran okay last time to get a piece of it. Would have to take another big step forward.
You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs in all of the races for today's show. We want to make sure you have all the information that you need to get settled here as we have a field of 7 to kick things off. A couple of first-time starters, and you mentioned being schooled or green with the pony. You can tell a lot by how prepared a horse is when you see them first step out on the track.
Well, a young horse making their first start is going to have to contend with so many new things. You know, doing it at a different time of the day breaks up their routine with more horses. And being schooled with the pony is just another thing that you want to make sure they've experienced it before. You don't want to throw another new thing at them when they're already going to, have to contend with so much. And a lot of times when I see a first-time starter that has no knowledge of the pony, I take it as a negative. They're going to get nervous about that. Why is this horse trying to get a hold of me? You like to see they have a certain comfortability with it.
The best thing you can see out there on the racetrack is a horse that just doesn't turn a hair. But it's also what's typical for them, too. You see Maggie keeping notes on what a horse looked last time versus today and seeing what's normal for that horse, too. For example, Vivazano, who was a little bit revved up and washed out there today. A horse coming back now as a 4-year-old, but you do like to see an improvement if possible.
Well, especially from a physical perspective, from 3 to 4, they should have developed more physically, gotten a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger looking. Maggie didn't see that. Well, I will say this. I like what I saw from Vivazano on the racetrack, and sometimes a horse that has that nervous energy in the paddock, once they get on the track and get moving and they kind of expel some of that nervous energy, they settle in nicely. I think she settled in really nicely. I like what I'm seeing from her.
We have 3 4-year-olds in this field. The rest of the field is 3-year-olds, as we have horses now at this stage facing older. You can have the 3 and 4-year-olds in at the same time as they all start to even out. But for more on the rest of this field, let's head in trackside and check in again with Maggie.
Yeah, Acacia, we'll take a look at the horse you guys were just mentioning, and Vivazano returning. She did settle in quite nicely. Seemed as though the accompaniment of the pony really assuaged those kind of nerves that she was dealing with when she first came down into the paddock, into getting out on the track, getting her feet under her. She settled in nicely to that warm-up. My biggest problem with her is there hasn't been much change. Like I said, there's been no progression from 3 to 4. Maybe she doesn't need to, dealing with the field here, but I just feel like there's some horses with room for improvement that could step up and run a faster figure than what she has, or she had last year, mid to later 3-year-old season. Number 2, Road to Remember, huge price on the board, longest shot out there, but just maybe take a look at her. She is by Bellamy Road. As Mig mentioned, she wasn't bad herself. A little bit more of a turf, though she was proficient and won on the dirt too. Looking at this filly, she actually doesn't look that quick. She's big, she's athletic, but she just doesn't have that quick type of appearance as we do go the 6 furlongs today. I think that's that Bellamy Road influence kind of coming in, where she might just want a little bit longer. She was a bit green when she first came in. Then when she was tacked and they walked her away from the rest of the horses, when she got away from the rest of them, she settled in quite nicely. She's been good out on the racetrack. Maybe we take a look at her, see how she runs here. Maybe she hints at wanting to go a bit longer than this, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. One to watch with interest, 24-1 on that first-time starter, the 3-year-old. And to circle back at what we were mentioning before, Richie, with the 3-year-olds and the 4-year-olds, it's not just the age difference and perhaps a physical or mental development, but there is a weight difference you'll see too.
Yeah, exactly. The 4-year-old fillies are carrying 125 pounds. The 3-year-old fillies get it with 118 pounds. Just weight for age. Older horses are going to carry more weight. So 7 pounds, when you start getting to a certain point, becomes significant. I always feel like there's a breaking point as far as how much weight a horse can carry. Some horses carry weight up to 124 pounds. Well, anything over, it starts to really show on them. So 125 to 118 to me is significant.
And do you think when looking and handicapping these types of races, you're going to be a little bit more hesitant to go with a 3-year-old over a 4-year-old?
Well, we're getting to that time of the year where, I think it does even out. April, early April, and with the weight difference. Also, if they're a 4-year-old and haven't won yet, they maybe haven't proven their quality as much as a 3-year-old who's unproven could step up even more.
You're looking to see those horses that could take that big step forward as favoritism has shifted over to the 4 Electric Youth, a 3-year-old. That filly by Dialed In for John Kimmel, who looks like she has every opportunity to take a big step forward in her second start. We do kick off the early pick 5 here, and this is where you can see some things behind the gate, perhaps a few anxious moments for some of these.
Well, yeah, you're looking at first-time starters might be a little bit green, but also a second-time starter, sometimes they get more worked up because they kind of anticipate, they know what's going to happen this time. So I really like what I'm seeing from the 4 Electric Youth, how composed she's acting with that one start under her belt.
Jose Ortiz in the saddle, co-favorite with that other first-time starter, Dom's Feisty Girl, with Irad Ortiz aboard as we go to load in. Things going smoothly here. And we have these fillies and mares maiden special weights, all fillies in this field, in fact. The New York breds, everybody looking for the first win of their career, sprinting on the main track. And we'll send it up now to track announcer John Embrial.
They're all in. And they're off. Number 4 Electric Youth had to steady shortly after the start and trails the field. From the inside post, Miss Pot of Gold is out for the lead. Poppy's Baby Girl is on the outside. Now moving on through is Dom's Feisty Girl. Dom's Feisty Girl right alongside of Miss Pot of Gold for the lead. Poppy's Baby Girl sits just off them in third. And then it's Road to Remember, who is racing in fourth. It's 2 lengths. Back to Vivazano, who is in fifth. To her outside is a Steppin' Hawk, and the trailer is Electric Youth. The opening quarter mile in the slop in 23 seconds. Long shot, Miss Pot of Gold is the leader here. Now gets clear by 2. Poppy's Baby Girl moves up as Dom's Feisty Girl drops out of it. Steppin' Hawk is on the move on the outside, and Electric Youth has gained ground but is on the extreme outside. As the field comes into the stretch, here comes Steppin' Hawk, and here comes Electric Youth on the outside. It's Steppin' Hawk and Electric Youth, and they are heads apart for the lead with Road to Remember in third as they come on down for the 16th pole. And it is Electric Youth who has taken over. Electric Youth in front, Road to Remember, and Steppin' Hawk heads apart for second. Electric Youth, poor start, good finish, and a good return to New York for a jockey, Jose Ortiz.
You heard it from Johnny I. What a trip from Electric Youth. Not a good start and still much the best.
Yeah, not only a bad start, but then kind of had to circle the field, had to make that long, extended run. She was decidedly best with this group. A lot of speed again from the one Miss Pot of Gold. She was pursued by Dom's Feisty Girl, who kind of threw in the towel early. Good run from the other first-time starter, the two. Road to Remember had to wind her way between horses, but make no mistake about it, Electric Youth, an hour the best.
Much the best there, as you can see how dirty she is on the front of her body and on those blinkers as she had to come from off of it. Didn't have the outside post to deal with like she did last time, but we'll take a look at the head-on of the break shortly as it came in 4-2-7. Take a look at the number 4 in the pink cap, white blinkers here. What happens at the break gets bobbled sharply on either side.
Yeah, she didn't break very sharply, and horses, young horses, inexperienced horses especially, tend to run to empty space. So she got buffeted about badly at the break from both sides. The inside broke out into her, the outside broke into her, kind of jammed her back, but she was very good. Much the best today.
8-5, she went off Electric Youth as she overcame a lot of obstacles today, Maggie.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she even took back when they were kind of going into the turn, or right before the turn too. So she was just behind the 8 ball from the get-go, and she had that kind of similar trip almost to her first start. But today she had that foundation. It didn't matter. She was able to circle this field and clear off as much the best winner. Now, a Road to Remember, great debut. I think, 6 furlongs might be okay, but we might see her going just a touch further. But a promising effort first time out to get her career started, but second time out winner, Electric Youth for Jose Ortiz and John Kimmel, guys.
Absolutely, and good call from Maggie on Road to Remember. 29-1 underneath your favorite. That's how you make some money as we take a look one more time at the start. There you can see as she does have to steady back. But you mentioned, Richie, how she didn't break that fast. And often horses that consistently you see bumped at the start in the short comment, it's because they're not getting out of the gate fast enough.
Yeah, when you break head up with other horses, you're able to hold your ground, your position. When you break a half a length slow, that's when they're going to have a tendency to come and squeeze you, kind of buffet you about, just like what happened to her. Really impressed with this effort because she really was basically eliminated at the break. She had to really overcome a lot.
Another win for trainer John Kimmel, and Jose Ortiz returns to New York victorious in his first start since he and his brother Irad were both riding Sunday at Gulfstream Park down in Florida. But a big win to kick things off of the spring meet here at Aqueduct, as we'll talk about Tyler Gaffleone's mount this Saturday in the Wood Memorial. Prevalence will tackle 2 turns in the mile and an eighth for the first time in his biggest test yet.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other 100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Martin Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sub-Martin.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDBStallions.com to book your mare today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program is brought to you in part by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm. Race 1 at Aqueduct is in the books. It went to the number 4 Electric Youth. Poor break, had to circle the field, and still much the best.
Yeah, and you know, the fact that she had to take all that kickback as well, I saw how many goggles it looked like Jose Ortiz went through. He looked like he went through about 4 or 5 pairs of goggles, so the kickback is pretty intense. Lose all that ground turning for home after being compromised at the break, and she would have had every right to start to hang here because she had to overcome so much, had to make that long, sustained run. The fact that she continued on speaks to the quality of this filly, and John Kimmel continues to have a very strong year.
Absolutely, batting about 25% on the year. The barn is Jose Ortiz in the saddle for this one. His first ride, first win back in New York for the season, as that one went off the favorite at $5.20. Big price. In second, pointed out by Maggie Road to remember, paid $19 to place.
A nice exacta with your favorite on top for $1, $42.25. Like that.
Nothing wrong with that as we get ready to look ahead to what's happening on Saturday, Wood Memorial Day here at Aqueduct. Always one of my favorite days, too. And I know, Richie, it's one of yours as well, as we take a little stroll back in time to 1985, the Wood Memorial, and might see somebody familiar aboard Eternal Prince.
Yeah, I was very fortunate to pick this colt up. Butch Lenzini, his trainer, had me come out and work him one day during the winter. He broke his maiden in February, won the Gotham in March, the Wood Memorial in April. Was a little late changing leads, if I remember correctly here. And yeah, it was a pretty big deal here. I mean, 20 years old, the Wood Memorial was a race I used to come out and watch as a kid, and used to look at all the win pictures on the wall of all the winners of the Wood Memorial. So, you know, the fact that then I was getting that opportunity, but boy, he ran well this day. Got to go pretty easy on the lead and beat an eventual Breeders' Cup Classic winner in Proud Truth there.
Fantastic, and that had to be quite a feeling, too, to win a race like that, especially as this is your home track. You know, you're from New York. To win a race that you followed for so long, it means something even more.
Oh, absolutely. It meant the world to me. And again, being from basically 8-10 miles from here is where I grew up, coming out to the track, and on the 3rd floor, or actually the 2nd floor here technically at Aqueduct, I'd go and look at all of the win pictures of the past Wood Memorial winners. And I remember coming in the winner's circle, this horse was partner was George Steinbrenner with Brian Hurst. Mr. Steinbrenner was there, walking into the winner's circle and going, wow, I'm going to be on that wall now. And it actually kind of hit me. I was a little bit emotional about it. And don't you, I think it's kind of appropriate that it's opening day at Yankee Stadium and a horse that was owned by Mr. Steinbrenner with little walk down memory lane, like it.
Everything comes full circle in the world of horse racing. That we know as it is opening day. We're glad to see other sports opening back up as well, as our America's Best Racing race of the week is the Wood Memorial. Coming up on Saturday will be race 10 at Aqueduct. As we take a look at the field, I think it's a fascinating field in here, Richie, as we have some graded stakes winners, and you have Prevalence, who won his first 2 races, both down at Gulfstream Park for Brendan Walsh. He's looking to stay undefeated. He's got to go the 2-turn mile and an 1/8 distance for the first time, though.
Yeah, and step up. Again, he made that nice step from a maiden race to going 7 furlongs to the mile around 1 turn at Gulfstream against winners. And this is another step forward. Now, some people may say, well, he won fairly easily. I think he was all in. Even though he wasn't hard-ridden per se, watching the horse's demeanor, there's a difference when you see a horse's ears come up and you can see their stride kind of change. He was running. He has an intensity about him. I think this is a very talented colt, but I think this is a huge step, the mile and an 1/8, 2 turns against better horses.
I think it's funny you pointed out the intensity, because I've always noticed he's very sharp. He's on edge on track. You know, he knows when it's game time. And so it will be interesting to see as he handles that next test. He's been handled pretty steadily right along for trainer Brendan Walsh and Godolphin, as those Godolphin blue colors have been in the winner's circle quite a lot, including most recently in Dubai in both the UAE Derby and representing the U.S. with Mystic Guide in the Dubai World Cup.
Mystic Guide was a winner every step of the way in that Dubai World Cup. Got an absolutely perfect trip under Luis Saez. But they breed quality. They have a great broodmare band. They plan their matings, you know, with such precision. And they've got bench strength. They've got the 2-year-old champion pointing for the Kentucky Derby. They've got horses like Prevalence kind of backing things up. Rebels Romance, who won the UAE Derby, so strong, very strong.
Yeah, to have 3 potential contenders onto the Kentucky Derby trail, as Chiefswood Stable has a horse that made some noise recently, and that is Wayburn, who upset in the Gotham. Maggie, I know you have an affinity for this horse.
Yeah, and just the progression physically that he showed Acacia from 2 to 3. You know, he had that setback. He was supposed to come back in the Jimmy Wingfield. Then he had a foot issue, and he was supposed to be in the allowance race before the Gotham the day before, but that race didn't go. So several other horses, and he opted to go into the Gotham. And the horse that showed up, Acacia, on Gotham Day was completely different from what I had seen from him back on December 5th. He was kind of all legs back as a 2-year-old, and suddenly he had filled out that frame, this big, imposing, strong, ominous type of character in the paddock. Definitely didn't look like his 40-something to 1 odds prior to the race for Jimmy Jerkins, and he put on a show with Crowded Trade, who ran very well in his young career too. He is one that only a second start put on that kind of performance, and ran a 95, both of these horses. So that puts both of them, and Wayburn I do prefer, right in the mix of the top 3-year-olds in the country. I mean, think about Essential Quality and him returning with the 97. So as far as speed figures are concerned, Wayburn and Crowded Trade, to be fair, are the 2 horses to beat if you're looking at those figures alone.
No, you're absolutely right, Maggie, and to see how they could potentially stack up to some of those other horses on the trail. And I loved hearing what Maggie said about Wayburn coming back, because I remember seeing him as a 2-year-old, and it's exciting when you see one come back as a 3-year-old. That patience Jimmy Jerkins shows too.
Well, I'm always happy when I see Jimmy Jerkins have success. Just a horseman's horseman, somebody who does a great job. And you know, the stable, Chiefswood Stable. Robbie Landry was a jockey, won the Queen's Plate up in Canada, terrific rider. He manages the stable. So to see a former jockey that I'm friends with have that kind of success now on the other side of the paddock rail, if you will.
And to see a horse into the winner's circle in a race like the Gotham that you've also been part of breeding, I'm sure that makes it extra special, as this is an Ontario homebred for Chiefswood Stables, upset in the Gotham. He won't be 46 to 1 this weekend, that's for sure, but we take a look at the Aqueduct Stakes schedule Friday and Saturday. Prevalence looking to remain undefeated, but a really interesting field top to bottom, as we mentioned, and several other exciting graded stakes.
A terrific day of racing, and to me this was always the official start of spring. No matter when the calendar said it was spring, Wood Memorial Day was the official start of spring. To me, I'm curious about Brooklyn Strong in the mile and 1/8 Wood Memorial. His best race was at a mile and 1/8, and the figure he ran as a 2-year-old, he should improve as a 3-year-old. I know it's off the layoff, so it's not going to be an easy task, but he's training at Parks, a deeper, heavier, more demanding kind of track, and he's been working well. You know, besides the name, I like Brooklyn Strong.
The New York bred on the on the big stage there for Danny Velasquez, who came in here with some real ammunition as we take a look at the second race. Today at the Big A, we're going 1 mile on the main track here, $32,000 claiming race. This is for the 3-year-olds as we get ready to see who some of these horses as they step up off of recent maiden wins, facing winners for the first time. Currently the 4, Respect for All, is the favorite. We'll talk a bit about Scotty, one of the best names around, off that New York bred maiden win, and more after this.
Caraconte, a leading sire amongst his crop by percentage of stakes horses. Caraconte is off to a strong start at stud. Top runners include graded stakes winners Kenzai Warrior and Sol Volante, plus 2-year-old stakes winner Spanish Love Affair, and dual surface dynamo Princess Grace.
To Princess Grace.
A rising star with graded stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
The Run Happy rally continues. With more and more winners each week, Run Happy now ranks among the top of his crop. Already with multiple stakes horses this year, including the sensational Nicky the Vest, winner of the Gander Stakes at Aqueduct by an amazing 11 lengths. From coast to coast, the more they run, the more they win. In a lifetime of chance, this is a chance of a lifetime. Priced for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams right now and book your mare today. Eclipse Champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Acacia Courtney, Richard McLeary, and Maggie Wolfendale, happy to have you with us as we turn our attention now down to Hot Springs for the opener at Oaklawn Park, 1 mile on the main track in this maiden claiming race. As we welcome in another member of our team, live from Oaklawn Park, Nancy Holt is happy to have you with us, Nancy, as we've been following along with the action down at Oaklawn Park, and it's been pretty tight down there in the owner standings. Excuse me. Tell me a little bit about what's been happening down there at Oaklawn Park.
Well, thanks so much, Acacia. Partially because Oaklawn has some of the highest purses in North America. That means competition is fierce, and the standings for ownership is just that very thing. Jerry Karoom just topped those owner standings yesterday, scoring his 8th win of the meet. He has a fairly small stable, but it is mighty. 8 wins in just 38 starts. He scored a stakes win this past Saturday with Tempt Fate and leads those standings, but it could be brief. There is a 3-way tie for second. Shortleaf Stable has had a very strong meeting, a very prominent owner here in the state of Arkansas. His horse is named for Arkansas landmarks, that being Shortleaf Stable of John Ed Anthony. They have 7 wins and some pretty prominent runners here at Oaklawn this meet. 4-time Oaklawn winner is leading owner, I should say, is Danny Caldwell. He has horses with a private trainer in Freddie Villafranco, 7 wins, and in tied also with 3-time leading owner is M&M Racing of Mike Sisk. He's got several solid runners on today's card. So Danny Caldwell and M&M have that friendly rivalry always going, but with the powerhouse of Shortleaf Stable with 2 wins or 2 stakes wins at the meet, they are leading money owner. So what do you want? That leading owner trophy with wins or that big fat paycheck at the end of the meet? Thanks, Acacia.
Nancy, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure the paycheck always helps a little bit. That's for sure, as we'll take a look and keep following that fun rivalry. Hopefully have a few little side wagers going on there too, but best of luck to all the owners who have been really doing so well in the standings. Of course, always exciting when you see a horse in your colors in the winner's circle. No feeling like it. Back here at Aqueduct with race 2 coming up next. A tricky race here, this $32,000 claiming race. It may be a short field, but I think a lot of different ways you could potentially go, as the number 4, Respect for All Richie, is currently 3-2. There's a look at the 6, Oh You Didn't Know, though, who's off the back of a maiden victory last time out. Yeah,
breaking his maiden last time. Thought he worked out an absolutely beautiful trip under Kendrick Carmouche. Got to cut the corner. Really, Kendrick earned his money for Tom Morley last time. What kind of trip does he work out today? First time against winners. Could he work out another golden trip like that? And to answer Nancy's question, which do you want? Both.
Yeah.
I want the trophy
dream,
and
right?
the check.
I like that. That's the dream. Absolutely. 8-1 on the 6. Oh, you didn't know. He was ultra game last time out. The top 2 pulling away from the rest of the field to break his maiden. And we talk about that jump up, breaking a maiden into the first start against winners. And it's significant because you're facing horses that are potentially more experienced or potentially have done more on the field. It's the next level of competition.
Well, it is. Now you're facing horses that that have done something that you just did, having actually won. These other horses were all maidens, but you saw the difference here in Victory was the saving ground, cutting the corner. All winter long, Acacia, the track at Aqueduct favored inside runners almost every day. I mean, there were exceptions here and there, but you needed to save ground and you needed to fight the inside. And he wins by a long head there, a short neck. Cutting the corner made all the difference.
Kendrick Carmouche with another victory on display there, as Trevor McCarthy will be aboard the 4 Respect for All, who's currently 3-2. For more on this horse and the rest of the field, let's go and check in again with Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at Respect for All as he gets a little class relief. He has been participating in 2 optional allowance races that those 3-year-olds, they're better than these 3-year-olds, just plain and simple, as he looks like the horse to beat here in the paddock. He's really filled out. He's become much more of a brawny type of character. His coat's much better than going back to when I had first seen him. But he does come off a slightly lackluster performance, but getting back out to a distance that just feels as though it's what he wants to do. He's kind of this big lumbering kind of guy. So I think a 1-turn mile is his game, as his form does suggest. Now, I'm not sure if it's the game, though, of number 5, Ghost Stalker. I was actually really intrigued with him coming in for the 25 against straight 3-year-olds going the 6. He was bad. He was disappointing, at least from my vantage point, but did have a little bit of trouble with Run Casper Run kind of barging his way through there, and they did take that horse down, but he was kind of forced a bit wide that day. He looks great here. I mean, really fit, really well-defined, athletic. I love his presence in the paddock. I just don't know if he's necessarily that well suited to this 1-turn mile. So we'll see, though. They're about to hit the track with riders up, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. We will find out soon enough as there's a look at Tom Morley. We hear it is his birthday as he gets ready to give Kendrick Carmouche a leg up. I wonder if he's going to take after Bill Mott winning on his birthday, right?
Bill Mott made that a tradition in Saratoga, certainly. But happy birthday to Tom, for sure.
Maggie, it's his birthday. Is he going to pull a Bill Mott on us?
That I don't know, but what I can say is I do want to wish him a happy birthday, and isn't it kind of funny? It's April Fool's Day. His name's Tom Fool. My mother-in-law, Davina, she's very clever.
I guess she thought that one out. I like it. I didn't even think of that. I keep forgetting it's April Fool's, actually. So let's hope it's not an April Fool's joke as we get ready here for the post parade. The number 1, Bowing Snowman. I finally learned how to say the name correctly.
Okay, Bowing Snowman, kind of coming off of a poor effort. It's going to have to find his better form.
Always wanted to say Boeing for some reason. Here's the 2, Scotty.
Scotty was able to control things on a slow pace last time, but won with a decent figure.
That name is easy to say, Scotty. Bellamy Dolce, the 3, is next.
Yeah, broke maiden for 25 under a good trip. Gets Irad Ortiz, always going to take money.
Your heavy favorite will be next, 3-2 on the 4, Respect for All, as he stretches back out.
Stretches back out, blinkers off. I like that, and gets some class relief too. He was facing much better.
The 5, Ghost Stalker, also stretches out in distance.
Yeah, I like the fact that Maggie says this horse looks really good in the paddock. He is by Exaggerator, although his one mud race wasn't very good. You would think, being by Exaggerator, he would appreciate a sloppy track.
And there is that number 6, Oh You Didn't Know.
And Oh You Didn't Know was very game last time. Kendrick's going to have to pull another rabbit out of his hat, I think, to produce the kind of trip that's going to benefit this horse. But this is something we saw all winter, too. Kendrick warming horses up on their own, Acacia. He's a rider that likes horses to get up under their feet. I believe in that. Any athlete needs to warm up.
It's one thing you will always expect from Kendrick Carmouche, as he will try to go for 2 in a row on this horse. Well, you can play for a seat in the 2022 National Handicapping Championship in Vegas, as well as a $10,000 seat in the Belmont Stakes Challenge this Saturday in the Wood Memorial Challenge through Naira Bets. The $3,000 buy-in contest offers a revamped prize structure with cash prizes, 2 seats to the 2022 NHC, and and a seated $10,000 seat to the Belmont Stakes Challenge. Sign up now at NYRA.com/challenge. You can get all of the information there, and we hope you will participate. Taking a look at the number 4, Respect for All, who did win going a mile, first time out by open lengths, and actually against tougher horses going this distance 2 starts back. He did run pretty well.
He did, and he's getting significant class relief today. John Toscano trained his first winner as a trainer in 1971, so we're talking 50 years of training winners for John Toscano. You know, we see a lot of riders now leaving the pony, warming horses up, and it's become a big trend in New York, a trend that I applaud, I like a lot. And the 4, Respect for All, making a great impression on the racetrack. One thing I want to talk about quickly, Acacia, is, you know, jockeys ride with shorter stirrups, and there are a number of reasons for it. One, it's easier to balance your weight over a horse's withers, makes it easier on the horse to carry the weight. You find that sweet spot where you're not in their way. Also to be aerodynamic, so you can hide behind the horse's neck, break the wind, try to, you know, create as little drag as possible. And then also how strong these horses are, that jockeys are about 115 pounds. They need some leverage. They need to be able to use their body weight to help control these horses, because a lot of these horses will run away in the post race. And you can see right here how strong Respect for All is. Now he's going to go back to his pony after you warm up. They'll both get a breather. But you need to have, again, that leverage to be able to control these horses. Otherwise, we'd have 3 or 4 horses running off in the post parade every race.
And riders with those shorter stirrups, they don't have the use of their leg like in typical equestrian sports, show jumping or anything. You'll see all the use of the leg. With a rider, it is all body weight, and that's why they will carry a riding crop as well.
Well, that's it. You have certain aids that help you as a rider, and you give up your leg aid for all of the reasons we just talked about. So you do need some other aid to help keep a horse's attention.
Hooking back up with the pony now is the 4, but the 3, Bellamy Dolce, also off the back of a victory. For more on the source, let's check in trackside with Maggie.
I just kind of want to get back to what you guys were talking about with riders and using their legs. If you watch European racing, especially jumps racing, you'll see, while it's not the most appealing thing to the eye, those riders use their leg. They are actually kicking the, imploring the horse with their legs too more often. That's why you see that kind of swinging action. And they do ride a little bit longer because they do have more strict crop rules. So you can't use the crop quite as much as you can here in America. So maybe, who knows? Maybe we'll see a little bit more of that. And I remember Kendrick Carmouche, when he won on Oh You Didn't Know, I said to him that was the best ride I've ever seen in a maiden 25, or maiden 20 rather. And he said, they told me that this horse kind of wants to get out in the turn. So what I did, I gave him a little kick and it caught him off guard, and he dropped right back to the inside rail, moving off of Kendrick's outside right leg. So Kendrick, he's married to Whitney, his wife, who is an equestrian. She teaches horseback riding, and I think he's learned a few tricks from Whitney. But anyway, number 3 in here, looking at him for trainer Bruce Levine, I didn't like him much in the paddock. I thought he could be a little bit more filled out, Bellamy Dolce here. But warming up over the track, he skipped over this surface, and a lighter framed horse, they will tend to move well over a sloppy track. So this is the first time he's getting on it. Wonder if he appreciates it, as he was against the racetrack. He was on a 3-wide pursuit on an inside bias track, and still got the job done by a length and 3/4. Acacia?
Some good notes there, Mackie. Thank you. As the surface could be a big question for some of those heavier type of bodied horses, the lighter framed horse will have an easier time.
You kind of skip over the top of the ground, particularly with the way they seal the track when we have this wet weather.
Loading in now for race number 2 as we get ready to kick things off here, and we'll send it up to track announcer John Embrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. It's Respect for All who is going out for the early lead. Bowing Snowman is racing in second as the field moves up the chute. On the outside, gaining ground, is Ghost Stalker, who is now in 3rd position with Bellamy Dolce. Racing in 4th, length and a half, Oh You Didn't Know. And the trailer is Scotty in 6th. The field moves up the backstretch, and it is a battle up front. Bowing Snowman is on the inside and Respect for All on the outside. The opening quarter mile in 24 seconds. The front two have opened up 5 lengths on Ghost Stalker in third, then Bellamy Dolce, followed by Oh You Didn't Know, and it's another 4 to Scotty, who continues to trail. It is Bowing Snowman who has the lead now. Bowing Snowman a half length over Respect for All. Almost 5. Back to Ghost Stalker as the field goes into the far turn. The opening half was 47-4. Bowing Snowman on the inside, Respect for All on the outside, but now the field is closing in. Here comes Ghost Stalker. Here comes Bellamy Dolce. Farther back is Oh You Didn't Know as they come for the quarter pole. Respect for All has now taken the lead from Bowing Snowman. Bellamy Dolce on the move on the outside. And then it is Ghost Stalker, 3/4 win and 114-1. It is Respect for All who has something left here in the stretch. Respect for All has opened up here. It's Respect for All in front by a half dozen lengths. A battle early for Respect for All, but then no problem putting away the field through the stretch. Respect for All, the 6-5 favorite. Ghost Stalker completes the exacta, and Bellamy Dolce was third.
Open length victory for the number 4, Respect for All, getting back to what seems to be his preferred distance and put away all challengers easily.
Yeah, and he took up the running. He was aggressively handled by Trevor McCarthy out of the gate, was engaged from the inside by Bowing Snowman, and looked at one point around the turn like he really wasn't traveling. It just seems to me like maybe a horse that's a little bit on the lazy side, but when he asked him for his best, he found more and kicked on. Game run from the 5, Ghost Stalker, to be second. Was kind of in between horses, didn't look super comfortable, but kept grinding away to get up for second.
Open length win at 6-5. It came in 4-5-3-6, but Maggie, no doubt about the winner here.
We've seen 2 races so far on the card where the favorite, yes, they were the favorite, but it looked as though they could have challenges. But both of them had taxing trips, and both of them won impressively. So, again, Respect for All doing some serious battle because they really quickened up that second quarter of a mile to get that 47-4. He powered away. I thought he was done at the top of the lane, and he powered away. Great job. Congratulations to John Toscano, Trevor McCarthy, and Bram Jam Stable.
Handled aggressively out of the gate, and it seemed to pay off too. Put him in the race even though he had some company. It didn't matter, as that seems to be his preferred running style too. Seemed maybe trying the blinkers, going shorter last time. He didn't show that same amount of early speed either.
No, he didn't. I think the miles certainly suited, but you'll see the tendency of riders on days when the track is off to be more aggressive. You don't want horses getting discouraged from the kickback. Also, it's a lot more to contend with. You're having to pull down goggles. Your reins get slippery. You want to put horses where they're getting a cleaner trip if possible.
And Respect for All, he looks pretty clean coming back here to get his picture taken in the winner's circle with Trevor McCarthy aboard. We switch gears now and head back out to Hot Springs, Arkansas, Oaklawn Park. Race 1 coming up, maiden claiming $12,500 down to $10,000. This is for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And to the outside, the number 8, Chewy Good, is your favorite, as the 1 will kick off the post-parade Sister of the Moon.
Really has not shown much, but those were on synthetic surfaces. Let's see how she handles dirt.
Here's the other half of the entry, Omi 10.
Omi 10 making her 13th start, has hit the board 7 times, so has shown flashes of ability.
There's the 2 is coming up next, and that is Wild Escape.
0 for 10. I really have a hard time backing horses that have had so many chances.
We saw the 2B Quiet Surprise go by. Here's the number 3, Be Rewarding.
0 for 15, another one I would have a hard time backing.
The number 4, 72 on Inner Voice.
I like this horse. I think this horse took a big step forward, stretching out to the mile at Fairgrounds, and fits well here.
The number 5, Lyra Assist, will be next, first off the claim.
First time off the claim. Sometimes just change in scenery. Some horses respond to it.
There was the 6, Super Capacity, who's stretching out in distance. Also stretching out is the 7, Great in Red.
Yeah, Great in Red actually did go long, turned back short off the layoff. Would have to improve from the last start.
And your favorite, Chewy Good.
Makes a lot of sense, but also another one stretching out off a sprint last time. Tough post, going to have to get forward position.
That's the field there for the opener at Oaklawn Park. We have a fast main track. It seemed like very few scratches on the card, which is always a positive. First off, the claim for Chewy Good, who had a little bit of an adventurous trip last time as the 2-5 favorite, not being able to get the job done. Just kind of drifted out in the stretch by the inside horse, who was kind of hurting a little bit and seemed to be getting a little bit leg weary in the stretch.
And this horse chased a very fast pace. You know, they went a sub-22 first quarter. They're probably going to go about 24 to the first quarter here. So this horse might get very, very comfortable and should be able to clear at least most of the field, not to be caught too wide early.
Dropped in from 40,000 all the way down to 10 last time, was picked up and claimed. Any sort of questions for you with that kind of aggressive drop in class, maybe a little bit of a for sale sign out with previous connections?
Well, I think sometimes, I mean, they gave this horse plenty of opportunities. Then the horse had a little bit of time off, came back going a mile and a 16th, maiden 40, showed speed and stopped. And it just felt more like they was like, you know what? We've given this horse opportunities. He's not going to be a stake performer. They didn't pay a tremendous amount of money for him when he was a young horse. Let's get realistic, run him where he can win. And they placed him competitively. He came up second that day, and they lost him. So it'll be interesting to see how he responds, turning back to the longer distance.
Let's talk about the number 4, and that is an Inner Voice, who stretched out to the mile distance last time at the fairgrounds. Florent Giroux is going to be in the saddle today, as this one's trying to build off of that second place finish.
Yeah, Florent Giroux, who's winning at better than 28% at the meet at Oaklawn Park. The horse ran on synthetic, got absolutely nothing out of that race back in March of 2020. Comes back at fairgrounds sprinting, showed a little more life, and to me, still didn't get a lot out of that race. And last time, stretches to the mile, took a big step forward. I think there's another big step forward, and the fact that Florent Giroux signs on makes this horse very live to me.
Third off the layoff as well. Seems kind of a progressive move forward, a poor effort sprinting, stretching out, took a big step forward. Did lose an open length lead, but it seems like this horse has had a little bit of a tendency to not be great out of the gate either. Florent Giroux is a very good gate rider.
Very good gate rider, but there are a number of reasons why some horses don't break well. And one of the reasons sometimes is because they're nervous. They shuffle their feet. They're a 1,000-pound animal. When the break comes, they have to reset. That's when you'll see horses have a tendency to break left, right, or stumble. So I just wonder if this horse maybe doesn't get a little too edgy in there. And then it's the rider's job to keep them as settled as possible.
It's all about feeding off of the energy that you're feeling from your horse. When horse and rider are one team, that's really when you do have the best results out there on the track. So loading in here, that number 4, Inner Voice, is 3-1 on the board with Florent Giroux in the saddle. 6-5 still to the outside on Chewy Good. It's kind of a funny name. Makes me laugh just saying it. As they get ready for the opener at Oaklawn Park down in Hot Springs, Arkansas, we'll send it up to track announcer Vic Stauffer standing by with the call.
Last to load, Chewy Good. They're at the post. They're off. Chewy Good and Ami 10 break well. Be Rewarding is close up. Inner Voice in the mix as well, and so is Great in Red. And 5 of them are trying for the lead, with Be Rewarding to ride the rail and lead. Great in Red and Chewy Good second and third, as Inner Voice now settles in fourth. Ami 10 broke well, but now drops back. Lyricist is alongside her, and so is Quiet Surprise. Then Sister of the Moon and Super Capacity, and now Lyricist has dropped back to last. So they turn into the backstretch with Be Rewarding and Chewy Good matching stride. Be Rewarding a neck in front. Chewy Good turns up the pressure, and these two sprint along now. It's 4 lengths to Great in Red. Then comes Wild Escape, who moves up, and Wild Escape's about to take third. Inner Voice is 5th now, and about 5 or 6 from the front, and 2.5 in front of Super Capacity and Sister of the Moon and Ami 10. Then it's Quiet Surprise, and they leave the backstretch. Chewy Good has cleared off, but is about to get a fresh challenge from Wild Escape and Great in Red. Chewy Chewy Good, 3/4 of a length. Wild Escape is alongside in second. They only have to get to the 16th pole to win it. It's 3 lengths further back to Great in Red. Inner Voice is fourth, but too far behind. Top of the stretch, Chewy Good, and an all-in Wild Escape. Chewy Good, a half length in front. Wild Escape trying to forge on by. Great Red is next, then Ami 10. Top of the stretch, Chewy Good and Wild Escape, and these two are going to decide it. Wild Escape is outside of Chewy Good, and they're reaching to the wire. Wild Escape, Chewy Good, gonna be close. Wild Escape, Chewy Good to the wire. Wild Escape wins. Wild Escape beat Chewy Good. Great in Red, Omi 10, Sister of the Moon, and Super Capacity.
Wild Escape, the number 2 with Ramon Vasquez in the saddle, dropping back down in class and seemed to make a lot of difference today.
The 11th time was the charm, was very game, got it done. These races are so tough to handicap. They're such puzzles, and Chewy Good ran extremely well, was a part of the pace, fought too, did not want to lose, just was outgamed at the end by the 2 Wild Escape. I couldn't come up with this horse.
No, I couldn't either. And it's tough. I mean, you look at a horse like this who, yes, ran for much tougher last time out, but 2 starts back ran at the $10,000 level. I know that was sprinting, but was a disappointing effort there. Was beaten already for 20 on turf and dirt. Tough to kind of gauge how that all comes through, but sometimes it is just about finding the right field.
Yeah, finding the right group. I mean, certainly the horse's buyer figures were in line. I can see that, but the 0 for 10 kind of threw me off the scent for sure. But this is the conundrum that is Oaklawn Park. You know, big fields, competitive racing, and you do get good prices. So if you were able to sniff out Wild Escape, congratulations.
Wild Escape, the winner, the favorite, Chewy Good will have to settle for second. Pretty tight photo finish there, heartbreaker if you had the favorite. But we'll bring you the prices shortly. In the meantime, when we come back, we'll talk about Kendrick Carmouche a little bit more and the highlight of his career as he takes us through his favorite race.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
And dipping in will steal this one. Can you see it? Dipping in on top by a length. Fastest in Queen Nakia. Here's the finish. Gibberish wins the treasure chest.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gaining late, boat outside. The Tar Tribute who's storming home.
Mama was raising horses. They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1. Let your light shine through. Gotta get in, it's a winning. All the world's been waiting on you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We owe you some prices. The second race went to the favorite. It was the number 4, Respect for All, stretching back out in distance, getting some class relief, and an open length victory is the reward.
Yeah, Trevor McCarthy keeps the beat going on. I really like what I've seen from this young man this winter. He's done a terrific job, and he's got a nice Wood Memorial, Mountain Weyburn.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that on Saturday, as we did learn that trainer Bruce Brown claimed the winner, Respect for All. He's been popular at the claim box in his short career. He paid $4.50 to win, as that is the prices there. 4-5-3 for race 2 at Aqueduct. We owe you some prices as well from Oaklawn. It was an upset here. The favorite, Chewy Good, on the inside, run down by Wild Escape outside.
Wild Escape making the 11th start. Now, this horse had been running at Remington, and that's one thing I have noticed, Acacia. Horses that race at Remington, their form translates well to Oaklawn Park, although this horse had a couple runs at Oaklawn, but very game to get up and pay a healthy $15.20.
Yeah, it went off at 6-1, 15-20. Your favorite at 4-5. Checks in second. A big price there in the 7 at 22-1. Great in Red checks in third. As we flip back to the Big A here, race number 3 is next on the agenda. 6 furlongs on the main track here. $35,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Taking a look at the number 1, Not Far Now, was part of an entry. The other part of the entry, the 1A, is out. Kendrick Carmouche will ride the 1, Not Far Now. As Kendrick, we've talked about him a little bit, Louisiana native, one of the nicest guys you'll meet at the racetrack, and he also got a pretty special victory this past year, as we send it up to him now to take him through his favorite race.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple of times, dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is going to pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we got our Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile and the African American Jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
Kendrick Carmouche in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile aboard True Timber. I think even if you had picked or bet that race or not that day, you were just cheering and happy for Kendrick.
Oh, absolutely. And the only surprising thing about that for me was that was his first Grade 1. I kind of almost just assumed with all his success and how well he rides, and leading rider at the fall meet, dramatic fashion, gets caught the last day by Eric Cancel, winning 6 races. But it's been a kind of a breakout period of time for Kendrick as well as Eric Cancel.
Absolutely. They put on a show here throughout the winter meet. Kendrick Carmouche always seems to do well in the Aqueduct trainer standings, continued in New York all year round on one of the toughest circuits in the country and holding his own here. And as we said, a jockey that we all seem to root for as well. His mount in this race is the number 1, Not Far Now, for Rob Atras. Won his last 2 races against New York bred competition, dropping in now to this non-winners of 3 condition.
And you saw there the 1, Not Far Now, runs with an extension blinker, an extended a blinker cup on the outside. And the common theory behind that is a horse that has a tendency to run to the outside or drift out won't run to where he can't see. Now, honestly, that hasn't been my experience. Horses will run to where they can't see, but sometimes it just keeps their focus a bit more. Can be tricky for the rider at the gate. Has to make sure that the eye that isn't shaded by an elongated cup can see the doors, so when the break comes, they react to that. They don't react to the bell. They react to the doors opening.
And he's pretty well covered up there. The extension blinker on the right eye, a shortcut regular blinker on the left eye. And he will, as he is part of that entry, will be in post number 2 here. So 1 horse 2 is inside, which is Mr. Phil. But we will kick it off with Not Far Now in the post parade. And Kendrick Carmouche's mount here will start us off at 5-2.
It turns back in distance and drops slightly in class, opened up an insurmountable lead and just held on going 7.
The other part of the entry was scratched. So here's the 2, Mr. Phil.
Mr. Phil, speed from the inside, kind of simplifies things for Jose Ortiz. If he breaks clean, make use of that speed.
And Jose looking for his second win on the card. Here's the 3, Not That Brady, turning back.
A big price for a horse who has the best races on wet tracks, but would have to get back to those races.
7-2 on the 4. Speaking of Eric Cancel, here he is on Mo Gotcha.
Mo Gotcha returning from Laurel, certainly has some races good enough. Adds blinkers, probably trying to keep him involved. Last time he kind of got outrun.
Off a win last time out is the 5, Big Boy Mo.
Yeah, good win last time. Returns off of a win as a gelding. Tougher company today.
And off of a bit of a layoff since the start of November, here's the 6, your favorite, The Right Path.
Yeah, I've been training down at Colt's Neck Stable, private training center, but did ship up to Belmont for a really strong gate work in March, early March. So kind of showing that his fitness level is there.
And he is 2-1 right now. For more, and we'll see how these horses look. Let's go and check in with Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. And we'll take a look at your favorite, who is coming off of a long layoff. Well, decent layoff. I shouldn't be too harsh since November. For number 6, The Right Path, who once upon a time, he beat Performer, who, well, was pretty good at some point in his career, and actually that was his only defeat for quite a while. Performer, The Right Path, when they met in that debut, and he was a horse that was able to win that debut, and I just didn't think he looked all that fit. So I have that in mind when coming back off of a layoff. Again, he doesn't look quite as fit as I'd like to see. But he's run okay in other outings coming back to the races. He got really washy, though, in the paddock. He's a horse that does have that high energy type of disposition. I don't know, at a short price, though, I'd be willing to look elsewhere, and we'll take a look at the 1. Now, Rob Atras, he's a great horseman. He's also a very good poker player, and a poker player I mean in the sense of playing the claiming game well. He takes this horse out of a maiden 40 in which he wins emphatically. And 2, that was the first time he wore, I believe that was the first time he wore that extension blinker. So he's worn it in his last 2, both of which were wins. Now, keep in mind, oh, okay, good. For some reason, I thought he was breaking from the inside. He's not. He does have a horse on the inside. So sometimes you worry that if he was on the inside, he wouldn't see any of the other horses, but he is going to see Mr. Phil there. And like I said, Rob, this could be just a positive move. They claim him for 40. They get the win in the state bred allowance, and then he's probably not quite good enough to win the 2X for New York bred, so non-3 for 35. You probably lose him here because also he's a horse that does have a turf pedigree, and former connections were trying to get him on the turf. So with turf season literally right around the corner tomorrow, what's going on here? It kind of makes me scratch my head a little bit. He looks great, great coat, great flesh to him. I don't know, and the fact he runs with that extension blinker, I know it's worked in his last 2 starts. Rob seems pretty ready to lose this guy today, if he is. That leads me to number 4, Mo Gotcha. Another one that is dropping, but he's had a succession of disappointing efforts. But I think at this level, he looks great. He's big, he's strong, albeit he's a horse I'm always going to like. But I just feel confident. With the other 2 drawing question marks, I just feel more confident that he might be the reliable one of the 3 taking money, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. And apparently, Maggie and Richie have a rolling pick 3 going on here with 4-4-4 in every race. It worked out in the first 2 legs. Let's see if we can get you both home with Mo Gotcha.
Yeah, well, it is the 4th month, April 1st. It's right 4, so we're gonna stick with that theme.
Yeah.
I do like the 4. I kind of like a long shot underneath him though. The 3, Not That Brady. I like Not That Brady's wet track races, and this is a horse that has 2 wins, 6 seconds. Sometimes horses would prefer to follow one or just run alongside one. So I'm going to use a little Not That Brady underneath the 4. Mo Gotcha.
And at 14-1, maybe a tactic to use that price horse underneath and making some additional value there out of some of the shorter priced horses. But thought it was interesting what Maggie was saying about Rob Atras and dropping this horse off that state bred allowance win. And you have to read the condition book very carefully. I mean, as soon as that condition book comes out, horsemen have it. They are looking down their shed row at horses they can run in those spots, calling jockeys, making calls, making sure that you have the lineup so you know in advance where you're planning to run your horses.
Well, and one of the reasons Rob Atras, besides his horsemanship, is so successful is what a good manager he is. Now, he claimed this horse for $40,000. They won a $72,000 allowance race, basically got the purchase price back. The horse is in for $35,000 today. Today's purse is $43,000. Even if he doesn't hit the board today and he gets claimed, it's been a profitable venture with this horse. And if he happens to win and they gets claimed, well, they really kind of hit a home run. And that's how you play the claiming game. That's how you have, a lot of success.
We do have the rider, Benji Hernandez, off the number 5, Big Boy Mo. Looks like they are trying to adjust the tack, as that will take place sometimes behind the gate. If a rider feels something or the assistant starters notice something, they will be able to step in and help out behind the gate in any adjustments or if there are issues that need to be attended to before horses load in.
Well, yeah, if you don't like the placement of your saddle and you feel like it could slip back or forward, or you just don't feel like it's tight enough, you can go to the gate. And you can see what a difficult job it is out there in the clear with a horse that's kind of geared up, and you could see that the 5, Big Boy Mo. I was going to say my Big Boy Mo, is a little bit agitated, but the gate crew is always there to help the riders. And the last thing you want to do, though, is leave the starting gate if you don't feel like your saddle is on exactly right, because there's nothing you can do about it once they open the doors.
Famously in the Dubai World Cup with California Chrome, his saddle slipped so far back a few years ago we've seen, but it's not a comfortable feeling when that is the case. And you don't want to be behind a horse when they are keyed up like that. You see Big Boy Mo kicking out.
Yeah, and I remember reading years ago that if you packed the 4 top heavyweight fighters in the world, let's say Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, George Foreman, and Mike Tyson, that would be the power in which a thoroughbred racehorse kick would generate. So think about that, getting punched by those 4 guys in one punch, and obviously their hooves are a lot harder than. So you don't want that to happen.
You don't want to be in that line of fire. And Benji Hernandez back aboard Big Boy Mo had that saddle adjustment. They kept the pony close by him, and some of those other, we call them ponies. Some of them are former racehorses as well that have gone on to their new career, and they are out there to serve as almost like a security blanket for the racehorses.
Yeah, I always say that to me that's like a bodyguard. They're there to keep the horses quieter, comfortable, and help the riders get the horses to the gate without expending too much energy.
Saddle adjustment taken care of on Big Boy Mo as the gate crew stepping into. Assistant starters always know what to expect with these horses. They keep notes on each of them if they have any quirky tendencies at the starting gate as well, as one will load in the number 6, the right path to the outside for Jorge Duarte Jr. Manny Franco in the saddle. There's just a couple left to load. We're getting set for the 3rd race here at Aqueduct, and we'll send it up to John and Brielle.
They're all in. And they're off. Not Far Now is out for the early lead. Mr. Phil down on the inside runs in 2nd, and Not That Brady is 3rd here in the early going. Mo Gotcha runs in 4th. On the outside is the Right Path in 5th, and it's a break of 3 back to Big Boy Mo, who trails in 6th. Not Far Now is the leader here by a little more than a length. With Mogacha in second by a head. Mr. Phil is down at the rail in the opening quarter mile over the sloppy and sealed track in 22 and 4. They race around the far turn. Not Far Now. Here comes Mr. Phil up for the challenge. Mr. Phil right alongside of Not Far Now, and the two of them are heads apart as they come for the top of the stretch. They've opened up 3 lengths on Mogacha in third, then the Right Path, followed by Big Boy Mo, and farther back is Not That Brady. Half mile, 46 and 3/5 seconds. The field is in the stretch. Not Far Now has the lead again over Mr. Phil. It's Not Far Now in front, length and a half. Mr. Phil in second. The Right Path is third and gaining ground, but there's just a 16th to the finish. Not Far Now. Mr. Phil coming back again on the outside, and the Right Path continues to gain. Mr. Phil is the winner. Mr. Phil takes it by 2, close for second. The Right Path and Not Far Now.
Mr. Phil's second win today for jockey Jose Ortiz runs down Not Far Now, who looked like he was home at the 8th pole.
Well, just like last time, Not Far Now opened up a big lead but got very weak late. He wasn't able to shake off Mr. Phil. Looked like he was going to hold him off, but then he kind of got a little bit weak late again. And terrific ride by Jose Ortiz. Used his horse's speed out of the gate. Made Not Far Now commit, opened up, gave some separation, so he adeptly was able to get off the rail and stalk him from the outside. But it was more a function of the one, Not Far Now, just weakening late and being in a position to take advantage of it.
Yeah, Maggie, we saw Not Far Now do this last time, but he was able to hold on. Today, not the case, and he'll have to settle for third as Mr. Phil gets a nice win.
Yeah, Mr. Phil relentless in effort. Not a bad second place effort either from the comeback kid in here, the Right Path. But as I was saying, the one, Not Far Now, an interesting spot because you probably knew he was going to get claimed. Ooh, some bouncing around there at the start for Big Boy Mo. But he was picked up out of this race. I'm wondering if the new connections opt to run him on the turf next time out. Also, number 4, what's his name? Mogacha, that's his name. He was also claimed here. So Not Far Now and Mogacha going to different barns here today, Acacia.
Interesting moving around. We'll see if Not Far Now will end up trying the turf by American Pharaoh out of a discreet cat mare as he was picked up for that $35,000, and that's just it. You've got to look for horses that could potentially fit in your barn, and if you could potentially make a profit in them, dropping them in class like Rob Atras did.
Well, they definitely turned a profit. He was a horse that they claimed for $40,000, won a $72,000 pot, got 10% of the $43,000 purse today and $35,000 for the claiming price. So all in all, that's kind of how you have to do it. You need turnover. Run them where they can win, be competitive, and if you lose them, well, at least you made it easy as possible on that particular horse, putting them in aggressive spots in the right company.
But it was Jose Ortiz for his second win out of the first 3 races aboard Mr. Phil, as we'll bring you prices shortly. In the meantime, though, let's head back over to Oaklawn Park. We have race number 2 coming up next. It's a starter allowance for $25,000, a mile on the main track for 4-year-olds and upward. Bodie's Maker currently 8-5 on the board as your favorite, as we'll get right into your post parade, starting with the number 1, Casanova.
Casanova's last couple of races were against, I think, arguably tougher, but it's going to have to find a little bit more in the tank.
Number 2 at 7-2 is Cole Truth.
Certainly a contender here, a horse that runs figures that are very comparative with your favorite, the 3, Bodie's Maker.
And speaking of that favorite, here he is, Bodie's Maker at 8-5.
Yeah, he's been in really good form at Oaklawn, a horse that does have a tendency to rack up more seconds than wins, though.
Turf to dirt for the number 4, Irish Hokey.
Yeah, and he does have some dirt form that's okay, but still not maybe in the par with some of the better ones in here.
Here's the number 5, Cat Daddy.
Cat Daddy certainly has some races that make this horse competitive, was well beaten by Bodie's Maker last time.
And number 6, Defender at 2-1.
Obvious contender, horse runs good numbers, has speed, should be involved early.
That is from the outside post there, Defender, 5-year-old horse by Ghost Zapper. 8-5, though, on your favorite for Norm McKnight, usually based up at Woodbine, often takes a string down to Gulfstream Park to Oaklawn Park as well. 8-5 as Defender. Second choice, though, does seem to be a legitimate contender as Ramon Vasquez looks to sweep the early double.
Yeah, and Ramon Vasquez rode Bodie's Maker last time. Sticks with Defender this time, who was second on last time. I'm always a little bit suspect of horses, Acacia, that rack up more seconds than wins. And Bodie's Maker has 5 wins, 10 seconds.
This is the last, the race, 2 starts back for Bodie's Maker, Defender, for Defender, who had that win back a couple races ago. He does have some speed. He's very game in here, and he seems to always show up, really. His last few races have been consistent.
Well, that day, he looked like he was beaten. The horse got a good half a head or almost a neck on him, and he fought back and won. So, I like horses that'll fight for it. This horse has proven that he'll fight for it. He's well drawn outside because he possesses speed, but it gives him options.
He can let the race unfold to his inside, as now we'll take a look back at the last win for Bodie's Maker. This was on March 6th at Oaklawn Park in a similar condition in this starter allowance.
Yeah, and, he worked out a good trip this day. He kind of kicked on, and then the horses were getting to him again late. Was that a function of him wanting to wait on horses a little bit? Because, again, horses with that tendency seem to rack up more seconds than wins. He preserved the victory. I just think there are questions as the favorite with this horse. I actually like the 2 Cold Truth a little bit better than I like him.
I agree with you about Bodie's Maker, though. I think you could see it in the stretch as I was watching the replay. He was swishing his tail when he was being asked. He had to kind of ask to keep going. One of those horses you seem to kind of have to keep after, and it seems like they've had to try a lot of spots to find out where he may fit.
Yeah, and David Cohen has experience. He rode this horse. It's almost 2 years ago now, but he was second on him in both of those starts. This horse is in very good form, and sometimes horses change. I just have a hard time taking horses like that at a short price.
And at 3-2 as well, as we're looking at the 2 Cold Truth, who you had some interest in, as he finished third last time out when first off the claim for the newest connections.
Yeah, I mean, this horse runs very fast numbers. This is a horse that is probably going to be lurking in behind the pace of the 3 Bodie's Maker and the 6 Defender. I think he sits to get the right kind of trip. You also have Irish Hokey in here, who's coming out of sprints that should have speed. So I think it's going to be pretty contested, and I think Cold Truth might have the right style, and it certainly has the numbers that make him competitive.
A 6-time winner out of 30 starts, and he fits the condition. That's where these starter allowance races, I think, are really important to read the condition, because this one is for horses which have started for a claiming price of $25,000 or less in 2020 to 2021, and which have not won 2 races since November 1st, 2021. So it's the different kind of conditions, again, finding those spots where your horse can fit. Maybe you have a horse that hasn't won in a while, but has started for some tougher races recently, but has those claiming races to go back on. He's eligible for a starter allowance field like this.
Yeah, and it makes it easier for them. Like you said, they're getting back to a level that it's been tougher for them. And to me, there's no better play than horses getting class relief. We see it consistently. We saw it a little while ago here at Aqueduct, Respect for All. Class relief, a horse that took a lot of pressure early but was still able to kick away because he was with a group of horses he was just faster than.
And, it's great to see a tough horse try running against tough horse, but at the end of the day, you want to find a spot where your horse can win.
Well, the old adage is keep yourself in the best of company and your horse is in the worst of company. So, and honestly, I think horses stay sounder and have more longevity when they get in easier spots because they don't have to run all out as hard as they have to. Best trainers win races with horses with their B and C efforts. They only have so many A efforts in them.
All about managing and putting them in the right spot. It's 8-5 on the 3 Bodie's Maker. Let's see if this is the right spot for him or if it will be somebody else as we get ready for the second at Oaklawn. Here's Vic Stauffer.
They're at the post. They're off. Defender and Cat Daddy and Irish Hokey are asked for speed. Bodie's Maker not so much, but he is close anyway. Cat Daddy going to take the lead. Cold Truth away second to last, and the trailer is Casanova. It is Cat Daddy from Defender to the backstretch. Cat Daddy a neck in front. Defender is right alongside, and now these two quicken away, and they'll match race away, and that's very good for Bodie's Maker, as Ramon Vasquez has him sitting third behind those embattled front runners. Then it's 2.5 back to Cold Truth, who just tugged into fourth, inside of Irish Hokey, and then 7 lengths last to Casanova as the battle up front continues. Defender and Cat Daddy, they are trading punches and rolling along. Defender's outside, Cat Daddy is just inside of him, and they're matching strides. Meanwhile, Bodie's Maker just bides his time in third. He's 2 from the front, has not been asked yet to go after the top 2. Cold Truth is closer now in fourth. He's 3.5 off the lead. Then Irish Hokey and Casanova. Around the far turn, finish line is the 16th pole. Cat Daddy and Defender continue to match strides. Defender a hard fought, now neck in front, but here comes Bodie's Maker. He is angled 3 wide and after the top 2, and Bodie's Maker with a big run is going to come all the way up at the quarter pole and take over the front. Bodie's Maker slingshots to the lead, and now he's 2.5 in front of Defender. Here's Casanova to run up into second, but Bodie's Maker is running away and putting on a show. Bodie's Maker, Casanova second. Bodie's Maker straight and strong. Bodie's Maker won by 3. Casanova second. Cat Daddy third. Defender finish fourth.
Bodie's Maker, the favorite, gets the job done here as he got a perfect setup sitting right behind those 2 pace setters.
It worked out just a beautiful trip under David Cohen when the pace was a little bit heated up front with the 6 Defender and the 5 Cat Daddy. He was sitting in that catbird seat. And you can see hands and heels to the wire. He won pretty comfortably under David Cohen, who just absolutely gave him an ideal ride.
A price with the 1 Casanova grabbing second behind them. Defender was part of that pace duel up front, finishes further back, but it was your favorite, the 3 Bodie's Maker in the second at Oaklawn. When we come back, we'll talk about some of the final tune-ups for the first Saturday in May. Essential Quality and Medina Spirit will be heading to their respective starting gates this weekend.
What constitutes a great sire? Results.
Never Surprised, looking to go wire to wire here, and Never Surprised has got it won.
Versatility.
'Tis the law, he's left the others behind. 'Tis the law.
A foundation for the future.
Olympic runner for the lead. Venezuelan hug. Wait! Venezuelan hug! Venezuelan hug shook free.
Constitution has it all.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Song Hill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As it's full season, and there's nothing better than full photos.
Looking at the photos of the foals, it reminds me of Winston Churchill. Something about the outside of a horse, it's good for the inside of a man.
It really is, as they are just, that's fantastic. Just makes me happy looking through social media and when these farms post photos of their foals arriving here. As we owe you some prices at Aqueduct. Into the winner's circle went an upset winner here. In fact, the number 2, Mr. Phil, got it done on the 3rd.
Yeah, really nice ride from Jose Ortiz. Second win of the day for him, returning to New York, and was able to get off the rail. And that's good things happen when you get your position going forward, and that was the key to victory there for him. For Mr. Phil, who paid well, $11.60.
The right path off a layoff since November, came back with a good second place finish that he could absolutely move forward off of. Is not far now, looked home, did what he did last time, but this time got run down and will have to settle for 3rd. At Oaklawn Park, it was the favorite that got the job done and delivered. Bodie's Maker under David Cohen off a perfect trip.
Well, I question this horse's, killer instinct, if you will. Now he's got 6 victories, 10 seconds, but he certainly enjoyed what he was doing today and won quite easily under a perfect trip with David Cohen.
Did things well today to make it back-to-back victories as a 19-to-1 shot. Casanova grabbed 2nd, Cat Daddy in 3rd, but it was a $5 winner there, as that will wrap up the prices for the 2nd race at Oaklawn Park. As we turn our attention to the Kentucky Derby Road as we get closer and closer to the first Saturday in May. And this year, back in 2022, we will have the Kentucky Derby in the first Saturday in May. Here's a look at the leaderboard as far as points are concerned, and we have several of these horses, Richie, running this Saturday.
Yeah, either looking to just pad the points they have and, have good showings. It's always nice when you have points going into these final preps that you don't need to win. Of course, you want to win. They're big races in their own right, but at least it takes a little bit of pressure off.
Taking a look at the field for the Bluegrass at Keeneland. This will take place on Saturday. Will go off as race number 11. Of course, Essential Quality 3-5 on the morning line, looking to head to Louisville undefeated for Brad Cox.
Yeah, Essential Quality, your 2-year-old champion, has just done everything right. He went from a maiden race going 6 furlongs to back-to-back grade 1s, going 2 turns at Keeneland, which he's getting back to the site of his greatest victory to date, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile last year. This was in return at Oaklawn Park in the Southwest on a sloppy surface. Luis Saez put him out towards the middle of the track, which was the place you needed to be at Oaklawn that day. You didn't want to be near the rail. I think Essential Quality is just that, a lot of quality.
Really is. Colt by Tappet, Luis Saez, who piloted Mystic Guide to a win in the Dubai World Cup last week, comes back to the U.S. He's the regular rider for Essential Quality, looking to keep him undefeated as they head to the Kentucky Derby. And I spoke to Luis about this before the Southwest, and he said, given everything that happened with crossing the wire first with maximum security, only to be disqualified, to have the hope of another potential big Derby favorite likely is huge just a couple years later.
Well, just to be back in that position again, some riders don't ever get that opportunity, but the way Luis Saez handled that, which had to be a bitter disappointment being disqualified in the Kentucky Derby, speaks volumes to who he is. I don't know that I could have overcome it as well as he did. He's just handled it with a calm, a class, and he's a rider that you could see he has a presence, a way about him, and I think that really helps lead to the successes he's experienced. So it'd be nice to see him get one of these days. Maybe it's this year, maybe be another time, and get to keep it.
Absolutely, as he has his hopes set with Essential Quality, who is 4 for 4 heading into the Bluegrass. Out on the other coast in California, the Santa Anita Derby, Grade 1. We have a field of 10 lining up for Saturday. Medina Spirit will try to get back to the winner's circles. He won the Robert B. Lewis 2-back, second behind his stablemate Life is Good in the San Felipe last time out. He will rematch, though, with Roman Centurion as they were separated by a neck in the Lewis.
Yeah, but I don't think the margin of victory really told the whole story there. Medina Spirit was under pressure the entire way. and looked like he was going to get past, but his ears were going back and forth, and he was kind of looking around, and then when he felt the presence of other horses, he re-engaged. So I think this is a horse that kind of likes the battle. Think another Bob Baffert trainee of years ago, Silver Charm, a horse that when he got a challenge would keep finding. What I find extra interesting, though, with Medina Spirit, John Velasquez is a rider that has options, and he is going back to ride him in the Santa Anita Derby. The fact that he still believes in this horse, despite being well beaten by Life is Good, who is off the Derby trail from the Baffert barn, speaks to me that Johnny thinks this horse is a contender. I don't think he'd waste his time flying back to California. So Medina Spirit, well, we saw Bob Baffert win the Kentucky Derby last year with Authentic, who was maybe second behind Nadal in his barn. Nadal didn't make it. He got it done with Authentic.
And with John Velasquez in the saddle as he'll come back with Bob Baffert, but it's good to be Bob Baffert as he has a deep bench as far as the 3-year-old colts are concerned. He has 2 in the Santa Anita Derby. That's one of 3 Kentucky Derby preps this weekend, 2 more next week, and that's it.
Yeah,
crazy.
That's pretty much it. I mean, I guess, you know, you get the Lexington and the Arkansas Derby April 10th. The Lexington used to be run much closer to the Kentucky Derby, but yeah, this is crunch time, and we're going to see how it works out. But Wood Memorial, like I said, to me, always the official start of spring to me.
I agree. Looking forward to what we have to come this weekend. As back here in present day, race number 4 is next on tap on our show, and that's at Aqueduct, going 1 mile on the main track here. $25,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races, and 1-5 right now on the 2. Barista Vixen stumbled at the start last time and still beaten just a nose.
Yeah, was unlucky to lose that day, and this is an easier field she's facing, and she's consistently run faster than anybody else in the race. Now, besides stumbling at the break, she's also going to, you know, exchange bumps through here, and, you know, if she had broken cleanly, she probably wouldn't be even eligible for this race. You're going to see the horse coming up inside of her, who she's going to engage with, and they're going to exchange some bumps there late. But without that stumble, I think she's the best. She wins.
Looked like 4 horses in with a chance at one point there. And after stumbling at the break, too, she seemed pretty keen. It seemed like she took Manny Franco into the race perhaps a little bit earlier and made almost a kind of sustained run, too. Not an easy way to go about running a race.
No, and I never really saw that kind of dimension of her. Sometimes when a horse stumbles, they kind of startle themselves, and they get up in a little bit of a panic, and they'll try to run off a little bit.
Absolutely, as she is 1-2 right now, the favorite dropping in from that starter allowance. She broke her maiden 2 starts back by over 6 lengths. Our post parade, though, will kick off with Irad Ortiz, who's aboard for the 1 Choose Happiness.
Making the first start for the Orlando Notable, claim from Gary Siaka. Horse been somewhat popular at the claim box, and I always choose Happiness.
I like that. Stepping up in class a bit, too. Here's your favorite, Barista Vixen.
Just very logical. Just consistently runs faster than anybody else in the race.
Big praise on the 3, Inveterate.
Yeah, kind of the recent form has gone south. This is a horse that broke her maiden impressive last year, then went right into stakes company. Hasn't really found her form recently.
Another long shot won last time out. That's a Big Red Girl.
Just hasn't run nearly as fast as the favorite here.
Next will be the 5 at 9-1, Make or Break, first off the claim.
Yeah, first off the claim, Antonio Arriaga does a good job, but another horse that's going to have to find more in the tank.
And we wrap up the field with the 6, Amity Island, and I like what you said about the name.
Yeah, I was just looking down. Amity Island was the island in the movie Jaws. The sheriff or the police chief was Brody. This filly's out of Brody's, or by Brody's cars, excuse me, Amity Island. There's no such place, Amity Island. There's an Amityville on Long Island.
All right.
But she's actually improved in every start, and her last race was very good. And if there's going to be an upset, it will be the 6 Amity Island from the Chad Brown barn.
Well, good thing Richie's here, because I've never seen Jaws, actually. But
I really have a hard time believing that.
I know. I think I'm going to get yelled at. So let's go to Maggie and check in on horses out on track.
In case you don't feel bad, I haven't either. So I think we're both missing out here, possibly. Your current favorite, Barista Vixen, she looks like much to horse to beat. Granted, I always like her. I've always been a fan of her, looking at her physically. But in this spot, she looks pretty good. As we'll move on to number 5 here. First off the claim, Make or Break. Antonio Arriaga does do really good work with his horse, with his new acquisitions. And I will say that she looks as though she's doing well heading into this effort. I've seen her not look quite as good as she does today. She's getting a nice big warm-up there from Trevor McCarthy. And she does come in here wearing front wraps, but I try not to put too much stock into that because it's just sometimes it's connections preference. And Antonio Arriaga, he is one that will run horses with 4 wraps on. So I'm not going to put too much stock into that, especially since she's a decent price at 8-1. Now there's one lone 3-year-old in the mix. It's this time of year where you do have these 3-year-olds meeting older company. And if they're kind of a later, March, April, May type of foal, then they're going to look pretty young up against some of their older foes. And Amity Island, she does. If there was a field of fellow 3-year-olds, I mean, she'd look great, but she looks very small and just not quite as developed as the rest of the competition here. There's upside with her. I get it. She's not as exposed. She's out of a great barn in Chad Brown's barn, and she's incredibly fit heading in here, and she's moving well over the racetrack. I just think she's a little up against it as far as the age difference and looking at her physicality, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Amity Island, that filly by Brody's Cause, and I mean, she brings up that point. It's not just the weight that they're carrying, which we talked about, or experience, but sometimes you can see horses that just physically stack up to the older horses better than some others.
Yeah, horses, like people, are going to mature at different times of their young life. I mean, a horse isn't fully mature till the age of 5. So Amity Island, but maybe being smaller, and I'm hoping because I picked her, she'll kind of skip over the top of this muddy sealed racetrack, and it'll help her. I really have a hard time seeing them beat your favorite, the 2. I'm just kind of trying to take a swing here.
She did break her maiden on a sealed muddy track last time. That was at the start of January here at Aqueduct against fellow New York breds, and she did so by 9.5 lengths when dropping in after trying 42 back. So she seems to have found her home, and we know that she can handle the track. So those are certainly some positives, and you won't have to take 1 to 2.
Well, that's it. And I was just looking for an alternative. Again, Barista Vixen 2 is a rightful favorite. And any of her recent races are more than good enough to win this.
And we talk about a barn that's doing well. Bill Mott batting about 25% right now. A banner winter for him down at Gulfstream. He was winning just about 30% throughout the entire winter. So the barn is certainly in a good groove right now as well.
Well, Bill Mott, the youngest trainer to date to be inducted into the Racing Hall of Fame, supplanting the legendary Alan Jerkins, who had been the youngest trainer ever inducted. So pretty lofty company.
Absolutely. He gets some high standards to hold up to as well. She broke her maiden against Open Company, 2 starts back for 40. And we talked about those conditioned, that starter allowance. That's what she faced last time. So this is class relief for Barista Vixen as well.
Yeah, no doubt. But she also is offered for sale. So if somebody feels like, they think they can do something with her for $25,000, she's going to have dinner in somebody else's barn tonight.
And looks like it could potentially be a win and get claimed scenario for her, for Barista Vixen, with Manny Franco aboard. The number 5 make or break, Maggie mentioned a little bit. First off, the claim for Antonio Arriaga. She's 8-1 right now on the board. It's been a long time since she's won, but she has been a horse that does show that she can grab a piece.
Yeah, and she runs numbers that are actually only second behind the 2 Barista Vixen. But she has had 17 starts with only that 1 win to show for it, 4 seconds. Antonio Arriaga does a good job, but she's also coming from a good barn. Merkan Cantermachi does a great job. His horses always look good, always well turned out.
And we talked about that quite a bit of following barns that do well and claiming horses, but sometimes when they come from a barn that has a high percentage, kind of a lateral move, and you do wonder, can they improve off of them? As that is the goal, to either keep them in that upward trajectory that they're going or improve them.
Well, and sometimes even horses getting claimed from terrific horse trainers, good barns, one trainer does something a little bit different than another, and it just happens to really agree with a particular horse. Maybe a particular type of feed that a horse really responds to, or a particular type of training that, some horses, improve with harder training. Some horses improve with less training. And sometimes just getting in a new barn, a different atmosphere, they click into something Not to say that that trainer's better than the other trainer or just because a horse improves. It's just something a little bit different a horse responds well to.
Change of scenery. Horses thrive off of routine, and sometimes a little change can just put them in the right direction, propel them into the right direction. As you mentioned, you see horses that were former claimers going on to become future Grade 1 winners. It's the likes of Starship Jubilee, who was claimed for $16,000 back in the day and became the Canadian Horse of the Year.
And the other thing, too, is that people kind of get stuck with an idea about a horse. I know as a rider, I did. I used to ride a horse that would pull up when he made the lead, so I was always trying to time my run to get there late, and then the horse would hang a little bit. And I was frustrated riding him. I had to go out of town to ride someplace else. Eddie Maple picked the horse up. And he let the horse go to the lead at the 3/8 pole, and the horse went on and won by 5 or 6 lengths. The horse had changed. My idea of the horse hadn't changed. And so sometimes just a different barn, you adapt more to that horse because you're not stuck with an opinion about that horse.
That's a great point, too. Is that's why we see horses changing hands and sometimes coming back to show big improvement. A couple of horses that have recently been claimed in this field. You have the opportunity to claim a horse out of this field as Barista Vixen is 1-2, your favorite here in the 4th at Aqueduct as they load in. And we'll send it up to track announcer John Embrial with the call.
And Amity Island. They're all in. And they're off. Big Red Girl, Inveterate, Barista Vixen towards the inside as they race up the chute. It's Big Red Girl and Inveterate, and they are heads apart for the lead. The favorite, Barista Vixen, has gotten off the inside and moved to the middle of the track there and is racing in 3rd. Choose Happiness runs in 4th. On the outside is Amity Island, and Make or Break is 6th. There's 3 lengths separating the field, and it's 3 of them across here with Inveterate at the rail. Big Red Girl in between horses. Barista Vixen on the outside, opening quarter mile 24-3. Choose Happiness sits just off those front runners in 4th. And then it is Make or Break and Amity Island as they head for the half-mile pole. It is Big Long Shot here, Inveterate, who leads by a length. Barista Vixen, the odds-on favorite on the outside, has now taken 2nd and is gaining ground as Big Red Girl drops back. Choose Happiness at the rail is now up to 3rd as they move around the far turn. Here comes Barista Vixen now to move right alongside of Inveterate. Barista Vixen now takes the lead. Inveterate is back running in 2nd. Choose Happiness is now making a move on the outside, and that move is followed by Amity Island. Half mile 49-2 as they come for the quarter pole. Barista Vixen challenged here on the outside by Amity Island, and in between horses it's Choose Happiness. 3 of them across with 3/16 to the finish. Amity Island on the outside. Barista Vixen continues the battle. And in between, Choose Happiness. And now they're coming for the 16th pole. Barista Vixen has regained the lead. It is Barista Vixen, and she will prevail here as the 4-5 favorite. Amity Island was 2nd over Choose Happiness. A huge break. Back to Make or Break in 4th.
Now the top 3, much the best, but the winner, your favorite, Barista Vixen, re-rallying, and that made all the difference.
Barista Vixen looked like she was in deep water turning for home. Looked like she was going to be swamped by the 1-horse Choose Happiness and the 6-horse Amity Island, and she came under pressure, and Manny Franco had to really rouse her, but then she kind of found more and kicked on again. Right here, I was actually thinking, well, Amity Island's just going to go on and get this done. But, we saw this earlier in the day, too, with horse that won with Trevor McCarthy. The 2nd race, Respect
for All.
Respect for All. Kind of looked like he was going to get swallowed at the top of the stretch and kind of kicked on again. So very game performance from the 2, Barista Vixen. Be curious to see if she was claimed, if someone else reached in for her.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. Manny Franco gets the victory aboard the 4-5 favorite. It did look like Amity Island was just going to swoop on by and get the win, but not to be. Your favorite gets the job done. As we'll bring you prices from Aqueduct. We have more from Oaklawn Park coming up soon, but now it's into the winner's circle with the number 2, Barista Vixen, to get her picture taken for Bill Mott. We have a lot more coming up on America's Day at the Races. After this, stay with
I think that Collected has all the ingredients to be a phenomenal stallion.
Collected traveling by far the better. Accelerate only plodding home, but Collected giving his rivals an absolute drubbing in the Precisionist.
Arrogate now is plugging away on the outside, but Collected won the Pacific Classic.
We have a couple of phenomenal yearlings by him. He's got pedigree, he had the race record, he has the looks. I think that's a great recipe for success for Collected.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
This prolific son of AP Indy has sired over 50 stakes winners and over 100 stakes horses. Recent stars include Eclipse champion West Coast, Sovereign Award winner Avis Flatter, and UAE 2000 Guineas winner Mohib, plus these recent standout performers. His yearlings topped the Fazy Tipton July sale 2 years in a row, and juveniles brought up to $600,000. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. Into the winner's circle in the fourth race in at Aqueduct goes your favorite Barista Vixen, re-rallying down the inside to get the win under Manny Franco.
Yeah, she had a fight for it. Looked like at one point she was in trouble as a very short price favorite, but kind of re-engaged. I think she kind of went out and brushed the one horse, Choose Happiness, a little bit, and it kind of got her interested again. Horses are herd animals, and sometimes when they hit the front, they'll get to waiting, but when she felt a challenge, she kicked on. 370. Not exactly the way you want to see a 370 horse that pays 370 win, but she got it done.
But she did indeed get it done under Manny Franco. Amity Island, Choose Happiness will check in third. As we turn the page here to Oaklawn Park, we have the third race coming up down in Hot Springs, 6 furlongs on the main track. This is for the Arkansas Breds $20,000 claiming race. This is for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We'll get right into our post parade as Booby Right, the number 8, is currently your favorite. We'll kick off the post parade though with the 1, Rusty Cage,
who is coming off a bit of a layoff and also has been predominantly on the turf lately.
Here's the 2, Destined to Be a Star.
Some good races out of town, but 0 for 10 at Oaklawn Park.
Blinkers coming off the 3, Young Bull.
Yeah, off of a race that kind of really left a lot to be desired, so just trying to change some things up here from a good barn.
Big price on the number 4, It's Bellamy Time.
Yeah, rightfully so. This horse would be a surprise to me.
40 to 1 on the board, 12 to 1 on the 5, 10 Buds.
Yeah, a horse that has speed, I think, will be involved early.
That speed always a dangerous commodity as we take a look. There's the 5, 10 Buds at 13 to 1. Hoping to use that early speed as we'll take a look next at a lightly raced horse, the 6, Goose Almighty.
Horse that took a big step forward in the second start. I think this horse could have another forward move, and certainly from the last race as a contender.
Had that nice win last time out there without the pony on track. Here's the 7, Demigod.
Yeah, one with good speed, 2 starts back. Didn't have that same speed last time against winners, but much tougher.
And had that outside post to deal with as well. Here's your favorite, Boo Be Right.
Yeah, ran really well last time off the claim for Villafranco, who does a really good job. He actually got off to a big start and then kind of slowed down there.
There's the 9, Rock the Pulpit.
Another horse that possesses speed. I think things could get a little heated on the front end here.
And we wrap things up with the 10, Smelling Candy.
Yeah, a horse that would have to find one of his better races, takes the blinkers off, outside post, not a help.
Blinkers coming off today. We'll see what happens as far as how that pace does play out, and that's always an interesting thing to look at, as well as this one will be ridden by Francisco Arrieta. We'll check out the riders' standings here. Ricardo Santana dominating the Oaklawn Jockey standings, but Francisco Arrieta tied for second, having a fantastic meet.
Yeah, along with David Cabrera, Florent Giroux spending the winter there too. But Ricardo Santana, terrific rider, but also has the powerful Steve Asmussen barn behind him.
Always helps, too, to have a horse that will be well placed, and quite a few numbers in the shed row as well to reach from to run in these races. But Francisco Arrieta there tied for second. He will have the call again on Smellin' Candy to the outside. Favoritism is now shifted over to the 3 Young Bull, who had the far outside post to deal with last time out. Takes the blinkers off today.
Yeah, Carl Broberg wins races in bunches. Already almost 100 wins on the year this year. Blinkers off. This horse didn't get too involved last time. Maybe that's a good thing, because I do think it's going to be pretty contested on the front end.
I find the 6 Goose Almighty very interesting. And in a race like this where you have a lot of horses that have had many chances, I know that this one was forwardly placed, but was really game to get a win last time and is still lightly raced.
Horse took money first start too. Was less than 4 to 1, 3.5 to 1. So they like this horse a little bit. Improved second start where it took some money again, and I think could take another step forward here as well. And I like the fact this horse broke his maiden for 30. He's in for 20. When horses break their maiden for 30, they're worth less than 30. Right. And I think they're being very realistic in how they're spotting this horse.
We'll see how the pace does play out here and who gets this win in race number 3, looking for the second win of their career as we send it up to track announcer Vic Stauffer with the call. The Arkansas Breds in the spotlight next.
They're at the post. 2 of them busted open the doors. Demigod did. I think the other one was the rail, Rusty Cage. It's either the 1 or the 2. Yeah, it was Rusty Cage. So he and Demigod both knocked the front of the doors open. Rusty Cage didn't get out. Demigod didn't get far. Going to back Rusty Cage out now and let Doc take a look at him.
Well, you heard that Rusty Cage and Demigod did end up breaking open the front of the gate. Rusty Cage did not go anywhere, but it does take a lot of energy, Richie, to push open those starting gates, which are held together by a strong magnet in the front.
Yeah, and it's also like the air coming out of the balloon. They're tense, The doors open, they hit the doors with their head, and they kind of let their air out. And then they are checked out by the examining veterinarian there to make sure that they didn't injure themselves. So another safety protocol in place.
And it looked like the number 7 Demigod went back in. There goes Rusty Cage, and we'll go back to Vic Stauffer.
They're off. 10 Buds and Booby Right, Rusty Cage, and Rock the Pulpit with the crack of the whip. Then comes It's Bellamy Time, followed by Goose Almighty and Smellin' Candy. Young Bulls on the move at the rail. Then Destined to Be a Star, and the early trailer is Demigod. Past the half-mile pole, and Rusty Cage going to go through and challenge 10 Buds, these two even. Rusty Cage at the rail, 10 Buds alongside with Booby Right, looming large, 3 deep in third. Young Bull is advanced all the way up to 4th now, and he's only about 2 from the front as Smellin' Candy moves outside of him. 2 lengths to Rock the Pulpit, who drops back. It's Bellamy Time has 6 to come, as does Destined to Be a Star. Goose Almighty has only 1 beat. That's Demigod, new leader, top of the stretch. Booby Right just in front of 10 Buds. Rusty Cage is gone. Smellin' Candy runs up outside of Booby Right. Smellin' Candy, Booby Right, final furlong. Young Bull going to try to make it 3 to the wire, and here comes Young Bull from the inside. Smellin' Candy and Booby Right are crashing off each other, and that causes Young Bull to be able to blow right on by. Young Bull now takes charge. Destined to Be a Star going to get into second. Young Bull in front. Young Bull won by 5. Destined to be a Star was second. Smellin' Candy third. Close for fourth. 10 Buds and Booby Right.
Young Bull into the winner's circle. David Cabrera was tied in second for those jockey standings. Now gets second place all to his own. I believe his 30th win for the meet, and gets a perfect trip here with Young Bull.
I've been so impressed with David Cabrera's riding. He really seems to put horses in the right place. He's aggressive. He's a strong finisher. His book is handled by Jose Santos Jr., son of Hall of Fame jockey Jose Santos. He was aided, though, by the contact that the 8 Booby Right and the 10 Smellin' Candy engaged in. They really got to bouncing off each other, and it slows you down, slows down your forward progress. I'll never understand how riders think that's beneficial to basically play bumper cars on 1,000-pound horses.
Everything set up for the 3 Young Bull to get the job done instead. Well, you'll get prices shortly. You also get Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. I'm stepping aside for now. We'll be back in the analyst chair in a little bit, but Richie's staying with you for now, too, as we have a lot more racing still to come. Next in conversation will be the Grade 1 winner, Paris Lights, making her first start tomorrow at Aqueduct since her victory in the coaching club, American Oaks.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Good to be with you. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Courtney. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to be with champion jockey Richard Migliori, who's sticking around for a little bit. Acacia will be back later on this afternoon. We have such a big weekend starting off on Friday, coming up with so many stakes races. Among those, it's going to be the first Grade 1 on this circuit of the year. Grade 1 Carter, and a race that all you can say is, as this horse got older in his career, he got Miggy with it. A Firm Success.
Yeah, I got the mount on A Firm Success later on in his career. Always a very good horse. I think something like 39 out of 41 or 2 triple-digit buyers. He rated off the pace this day, made a bold move inside of horses, came out for the stretch, got a little bit late. I got a little bit desperate. He probably was thinking, relax, why are you riding me so hard? But very cool to win a Grade 1 on an 8-year-old, which speaks volumes to the job that his trainer Rick Schosberg did with A Firm Success. Just a wonderful, classy old horse. And I was pretty pumped up because the Carter, I'd never won it before, and it was such an important race on the NYRA calendar through the years.
You're getting after it here. Yeah, Schosberg said he never looked better in his life as an 8-year-old. His horse just loved to run, didn't he?
He really did, and he was competitive. As he got older, you had to kind of, ask him to do it, but he kept, finding, and you're going to see how pumped up I am as we hit the wire. My wife, not a big fan of the celebration. Well, I kind of celebrated.
No, I love it.
I was pretty happy.
It. Got to enjoy these moments in life. That was a big win. Of course, we have the Carter coming up this weekend. Let's take a look at some of the other notable winners of this prestigious race. Of course, Vacoma. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him to really go on with his campaign. Congaree, the aforementioned A Firm Success, Gulch, Forgo, Bold Ruler, Tom Fool, some big names on that list.
Some Hall of Fame names on that list. And the thing about Forgo, Greg, he could win going 2 miles or he could win sprinting. And I remember, in fact, that he used the mile and he ran in the Woodwood, which is a 1.5 miles. 2 weeks later, he used the Vosburg as a tune-up for the Jockey Club Gold Cup, which was 2 miles. Horses don't do that anymore.
Yeah, we don't see that in this day and age. Well, we got a compact group for this year's Grade 1 Carter, but it is quality top to bottom in this field, including Mischievous Alex, who is now in the Safi Joseph barn. This horse already a Grade 3 winner at a mile on this track. He won the Grade 3 Swale at 7 furlongs right before that. You know he likes this track. You know he likes 7 furlongs. There's little he doesn't seem to like. He's 6 for 11 in his career.
Yeah, a very honest horse, a horse that's tactical too. He has speed, but he can rate just off the pace if necessary. And I think, if you look at it, 7/8 is certainly right in his wheelhouse. It feels like, maybe going 2 turns, not quite, but 7 furlongs to a mile, and he's in very, very good form.
And yeah, you brought it up, his versatility, and Safi Joseph said that really that's his best asset. He can be on the lead, but he doesn't have to be. He can sit and stalk, and he might have to because the horse outside of him, who's taken a step up, no question, but he deserves it off that Tom Fool victory, Chateau. He is lightning quick.
He's lightning quick, and he's improved. Chateau, excuse the pun, like a fine wine, continues to get better. Rob Atras has had a terrific year so far here in New York. Michael Dubb, they do a great job, picks out the right horses, and they map out a strategy, a plan on how to make them the best they can be.
And then you got Mind Control, multiple Grade 1 winner. Can he get back to his best that we've seen from him before?
Well, if things got heated on the front end, it certainly would benefit him. And if he gets a fast track, he's a horse that doesn't really appreciate a wet track. It seems like the weather's going to cooperate. We have a wet racetrack today, but by Saturday should be very fast.
Meanwhile, Friday, tomorrow already? Weekend's already here.
Yeah.
Grade 3 Distaff Handicap coming up on tomorrow's card. You don't want to miss this. Good group that's going to line up, including the return of Paris Lights off a 258-day layoff. Last year's Coaching Club American Oaks winner. She was prepping for the Alabama. Developed a splint bone injury in a hind leg, and Mott said, let's give her the rest of the year off. She'll make her return tomorrow.
Yeah, Grade 1 winner in her 4th start, but she really excelled when she got around 2 turns. This is a 7 furlong race. Bill Mott is having a tremendous year, winning at a high percentage, but is this just a starting off point? Because 7 furlongs might be a bit short of her best, but sometimes horses too coming off a layoff are a little bit sharper on their return, so maybe the shorter distance won't be an issue.
Yeah, well, even Bill Mott says, look, she definitely, the farther she goes, the better she's probably going to get. This is a starting point. But at the same time, he said, look, it's a starting point, but it's a race that's prestigious enough in its own right.
Well, of course, listen, these are in some ways prep races, but they're also so important in their own right. And, it'll be interesting to see her as a 4-year-old, but she's got to contend with some horses that are very accomplished at 7 furlongs, so it's not going to be a layup by any means.
Yeah, on her way on the rail for Charlie Baker, 4-time winner at this distance. For Paris Lights, the long-term goal, at least the long-term, short-term goal, grade 1 La Troyenne at Churchill. That's what they're trying to get to, and this will be the starting point for that. And it will be Junior Alvarado. He returns tomorrow for his first mounts here to the gate.
You see all the riders that ride in New York for most of the year migrating back from Florida. What are you guys afraid of? A little bit of weather? Come on, it's not that bad. And certainly, you got to stay close to your good horses. And I think that was one of the reasons why Junior spent the winter in Florida. He's Bill Mott's main rider. You don't want to let other guys get their foot in that door. You want to kind of guard it a little bit jealously.
Big weekend. It starts tomorrow. That's that Grade 3 Distaff Handicap and Paris Lights, and then just a loaded Saturday afternoon. We're going to have it all for you here on America's Day at the Races. Highlight, of course, Saturday, that Derby Prep, the Wood Memorial, worth $750,000. That Grade 1 Carter, the first Grade 1 of the year on the circuit. Bayshore, Gazelle, Excelsior, all coming up on Saturday afternoon. We hope to see you. It's going to be fun. All right, let's get back to today's action. Race 5. Non-winners of 2 lifetime condition. The tag, $16,000 in here. It's a 1-turn mile. Wow, 4 to 5 on Social Group. That is a short price to take. Horse returning off just 5 days rest for Linda Rice.
I guess the drop in class, but you have to question that quick turnaround.
Well, here's Curlin's Knight to kick things off, trained by Dylan Clark.
Yeah, it just looks like he'd have to be a little bit faster. And what kind of trip does he work out from the rail?
1 for 37 lifetime. I get it, it's a non-winners of 2 lifetime condition, but that's a lot of times off the board. Unbridled John, speed, can it last?
Yeah, he should be running and gunning from being drawn towards the inside. Was well beaten last time by King of America.
9-2 on Which Way to Malibu. 11th time out, finally broke through and got the maiden win.
Yeah, it took him a long time to break his maiden, but he actually could get a right kind of trip here.
32 to 1, Super Wicked Charm, and Jolyn Samuel will ride.
It would be a surprise. Recent races just have not been good.
End all, get all, 6.5 length score, and a low-level maiden claimer at Parks last out.
Yeah, maiden 10 now moves up in company against winners. That's a tough move.
Was 4 to 5 in that spot as well, so not the toughest of races by any stretch. Blinkers going on with trainer James Ferraro on Quintarelli.
I think this is the speed of the speed here. Blinkers on, coming out of sprints, gets a 5-pound break in the weights with Louis Cardenas, the apprentice, aboard.
4 to 5 favorite. Here he is, son of Uncle Mo for Linda Rice off the quick comeback and a slight drop in class.
Well drawn towards the outside, should get the right kind of setup. Will that 5-day turnaround be an issue? Looks good on the racetrack.
Well, back on February 4th, 2 starts back for Social Group. He faced this horse, who finished just ahead of him, open lengths for Mercan Cantermasi.
Yeah, taking a drop in class to the level that Mercan claimed this horse. They do a good job. Outside post, to me, is always a benefit in these races. And I thought this horse would be a bit of a shorter price.
Yeah, that's crazy. 9-2 morning line, 13 to 1. Let's show you the race in which he finished just ahead of Social Group. They kind of battled each other throughout in this race. He had Social Group down on the inside, open lengths to the outside, and at this point, those red blinkers, you think he's done for. First line goes by both of them by a mile, but open lengths re-rallies to get second.
Yeah, it looks like right here he had just kind of caved in and he kind of re-engaged. You see the rider almost bring him down closer to Social Group. He kicked on again and outgamed him. So is there a lot that separates the 7 and the 8 other than price?
Yeah, I mean, obviously not much in that last race. By the way, the horse that blew by both of them, we're going to see in the next race coming up in the 6th here, First Line for Orlando Noda.
Yeah, First Line, a horse they thought so highly of that they ran him right in the Jim Dandy after breaking his maiden, got more realistic, was rewarded with that win for 25, ran well last time for 50, and now he's in the starter allowance.
What do you make of these quick turnarounds? Obviously, Linda Rice, she had success with it. Is it a sign that look, the last race probably didn't take much out of the horse?
Well, I think that certainly plays into it, that if they just don't feel like the horse gave 100% effort, that they kind of saved something for themselves, a trainer will look at them and go, you know, this horse is kicking down the barn. He just ran. He ate his dinner like he didn't compete. Well, okay, we'll put you right back in, and let's see if you give me a little bit more of an honest effort.
Meanwhile, this horse, Which Way to Malibu, John Kimmel, we talked about him finally putting it all together last time out, and he dropped to state maiden 25 to get it done. Second time in at that level. Can he build off that against this group?
Yeah, but I like the realistic drop in class. When a horse breaks their maiden for 25, they're generally worth about half that. And John, recognizing that, put this horse in for 16. And I think this horse sits the right trip because I do think that the 2 Unbridled John is going to show speed. I'm sure that the 6 Quintarella coming out of sprints with the addition of blinkers is going to show speed. I think this horse is going to be sitting in the garden spot.
Right at his morning line at 7-2. This, by the way, kicks off the late pick 4 on this Thursday card. Opening day in the majors and here at this spring meet at Aqueduct.
Opening day. Got the grass course open now. They took the tarps off. The tarps are off at Aqueduct.
Did you partake in batting practice early this morning?
I love going to a batting cage, don't you? That's
best.
so much fun.
Do you take the high heat?
I can hit up to about 75 miles an hour. And after that, I really struggle.
I got timed once because I wanted to see how fast I could throw. Man, even trying to get above 70, it is difficult.
Yeah,
you have so much respect for these pitchers who are throwing high 90s. It's just amazing. It is tough to get up there.
You know, most of us have played some form of Little League Baseball or different sports that we watch on TV. And you think about how good you got to be to get to those levels. I mean, I played in Gil Hodges Little League. I was a decent hitter, not a great fielder. To be honest with you, I like more action. So they'd put me out there in right field. I might be chasing a butterfly. You never know.
We're getting set for this 5th here coming up. So 4-5 on a horse who was a distant 4th last time out, who again battled with open lengths all the way around the racetrack and was outfinished by that horse for that 25 no-winners at 2 starts back, and now has to deal with that horse again. At least the price is coming down on that one to the outside. That horse was at 13-1, talking about the 8 open lengths, now down to 8-1.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting more realistic here. I just think there shouldn't be that much disparity between the two, and evidenced by how close they finished in proximity to each other. I like the 3 Which Way to Malibu because I think he trips out, and you know, the 8 open lengths to me at the price, I'll take him over the favorite, even though I would not be surprised if and when the favorite wins.
I think it's a factor too. We're gonna see it all. We're gonna see it all summer long as well. The Ortiz brothers and some of these big name jockeys, they're back now on the circuit. So you see Jose Ortiz show up on Social Group, and with that, getting touched up on the board even more probably than this horse should.
Well, and Jose Ortiz comes back, and he's riding for Linda Rice. He's married to Linda Rice's niece, so it's family. You know, your agent wants you to get off to a fast start coming back. Jose didn't have the strongest winter at Gulfstream, but he certainly has come back firing with 2 wins already today here at the Big A.
3-5 now on Social Group. As you look at those prices from back at Oaklawn, Young Bull, $7 for the win. We'll take you back to Hot Springs, Arkansas in just a little bit. That is a short price on anyone in an N2L condition.
Yeah, it really is. And again, question marks. Horse coming back on a quick turnaround. A horse that has faced horses in here that have run close to him that are at bigger prices. Maybe there's an opportunity here to get some value.
Well, and where is it? We'll see. You know, when Social Group was that distant third to first line, no one's going to beat first line that day. But open lengths put pressure early and often on Social Group in that race as you look at the current favorite. And that's really, not his typical running style.
No, and it shouldn't be today. I mean, he's going to get outfooted today. There's speed in here. Quintarello is fast. And when you add blinkers stretching a horse out, that usually marks intention, that you want this horse to go to the lead.
Luis Cardenas at 22-1 on Quintarelli.
By the way,
how far I can take him.
By the way, I just got a text from my wife. She said, "That's right, 2 hands on the reins." I like the celebration.
I love the celebration. I'm sorry I disagree with her. I like to see a little
Keep the horse balanced. Keep the horse balanced.
John Imbrial with the call. Here's the start of the late pick 4 at Aqueduct.
And the rough. And it was a good beginning for Social Group towards the outside along with open lengths, but now moving up is Unbridled John along with Quintarelli, and the field races up the chute. 3 of them across. Open lengths on the outside, Quintarelli in between, Unbridled John down at the rail, and Social Group, the even money favorite, sits off them in fourth. Then it's a length back to Which Way to Malibu, who's in fifth position. And they're followed by Super Wicked Charm and a Curlin's Night. Those two are together. End All Get All is at the back in eighth. The quarter 23-1. Unbridled John leads here by a neck. Quintarelli is right alongside in second, a little more than a length. Two Open Lengths, who's racing in third. Which Way to Malibu has advanced up on the inside into fourth. So Social Group is now back running in fifth, 4.5 off the lead. It's a break of 5 lengths to Curlin's Night and Super Wicked Charm, and then End All Get All. Half mile in 47-1 as the field goes around the far turn. It is Unbridled John, Quintarelli. They are 1-2. Which Way to Malibu is next in third. And then it is Social Group, who's being asked for more now from fourth and moving up on the outside. Curlin's Night begins to pick it up as the field hits the top of the stretch. They're still chasing Unbridled John, who has the lead, ran 3/4 in 1:14-1. Unbridled John, here is Social Group now kicking in on the outside. Social Group to the front. Unbridled John back running in second. And then Curlin's Night followed on the outside by Super Wicked Charm. As they come down for the finish, it's going to be a 3-win Thursday for jockey Jose Ortiz. He does it here on Social Group. Curlin's Night was second, close for third, End All Get All, and Super Wicked Charm.
Making a run for what Eric Cancel did on Sunday here. First day back, Jose Ortiz, 3-win afternoon already. And the even money favorite gets the job done with ease here in the fifth to kick off the late pick four.
Every time today I thought that, maybe there's a case to be made against a big favorite, I've been 100% wrong. And this horse looked like, to me, in the middle of the turn, he might be spinning his wheels, but he just kept finding and drew off as much the best. This son of Uncle Mo, bred by Rapoli Stable. Jose Ortiz, he's basically letting everybody know I'm back in town. Okay?
This was an emphatic win here. By the way, you could still make money in this race, even money on top, but 17-1 in second with Curlin's Night, 26-1 in third, 36-1 to round out the superfecta.
Yeah, and Trevor McCarthy bringing in a big long shot underneath your favorite, and is how you find value. Unlike me, who keeps on trying to beat the favorites, I should just look for who can run second.
It has been a day where, just do not fight it. It has been a chalky afternoon. We'll see if that trend continues here. I thought two of the most wide open races in the card are coming up next in races 6 and 7. We'll see how it plays out. But Social Group, short rest, as Linda Rice has proved time and time again. 5 days off, not a problem here.
Not a problem at all. And, listen, that's what your best trainers do. They assess how horses are acting after races, the energy level they have, how they're eating. And if a horse gives you confidence, put them right back in. Sometimes I think we baby them a bit too much. They're not hothouse flowers.
Got to take it on a horse-by-horse case, though.
No, I mean, a horse got to show you the right things, but your best trainers pick up on those.
3 today for Jose Ortiz. Let's get over to Hot Springs, Arkansas. Race 4:30 maiden claiming event and a 2-turn mile and a 16th coming up. Hanks, run happy Colts. Back to a 30 maiden claiming level where he debuted sprinting in the mud and took money in that race. Then they put him into a maiden special weight. He did not run that bad that day. He was only beat less than 3 lengths. Here's Unidentified Man.
Unidentified Man stretching, is running back after being on the turf. Last race left a lot to be desired.
Sleight of hand, debuted sprinting against straight maidens.
Takes a drop, stretches out, but will have to improve.
Flat reward, 20-1, big price.
Yeah, rightfully so. Would have to take another step forward, although last race was best to date.
You watch those John Wick films?
No.
3-1, Keanu Reeves. D. Wayne Lucas trains.
Keanu. Coach, man. Can't ever leave the coach out.
No, not at all. Here's Hanks, the favorite, 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, this horse ran really well last time against Maiden Allowance Company. In for 30 should be very tough.
Gainer is actually going to step up in class from a 10 maiden claimer, where he's a distant second last start.
Carl Broberg wins in bunches. This horse does take a big step up in class at big price.
Contact tracing. Our colleague Tom Amos with this one, who just missed by a neck, had a 2-length lead in the stretch at Fairgrounds.
I like this horse a lot. Obviously, Tom places his horses well. This horse ran extremely well last time at Fairgrounds.
A lot of changes going on with Distract and Attack.
Yeah, a lot of changes, stretching out in distance, but it's going to have to find more.
And 23-1 outside. Blinkers coming off Captain Fantastic.
Yeah, just see kind of a tough trip for this horse breaking from that post. I don't think enough speed to clear and not slow enough to kind of drop back and tuck in. So I think a tough trip for that horse.
It's been a pretty good career for the trainer of the 4. 4 Kentucky Derbies, 6 Preakness wins, 4 Belmont victories, and 4 times he's been named the outstanding trainer of the year. And those classic victories spanning, this was amazing, from 1980 to 2013.
Yeah, his first classic win, Codex, winning the Preakness, beating the filly Genuine Risk. Angel Cordero, a bit controversy that day. He floated the filly out, but Codex drew away impressively. One of them, listen, the statistics and the graphic says it all about his accomplishments, but the fact that at 85 years old, he's out on his pony every morning.
That is probably the most amazing
Speaks volumes to Wayne Lucas. And think about all of the trainers that he's turned out that have gone on to incredible careers. Kieran McLaughlin, Mike Maker, Todd Pletcher will be a first ballot Hall of Famer this year. Mark Hennig, Randy Bradshaw. I mean, there's one after another after another. I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out, so my apologies in advance.
Incredible kind of coaching tree, and I would love to be, you know, it would be great for us to do a segment on it and just film it when they have one of those get-togethers with everybody, one of the reunions.
Yeah, I mean, when he got inducted in the Hall of Fame, there was a picture with him with all of his, Dallas Stewart, another one, gosh, I can't forget Dallas, with, you know, Wayne. And you know, the fact that he could mentor these guys and turn out incredible horse trainers in their own right, that's his legacy.
That and the fact that he totally changed the game and made it, having a big stable, shipping all these big races across the country, right?
Yeah, before Wayne, if a guy had 42 horses, he had a full barn at Belmont. That was the max you were allowed. And then they would siphon off to other trainers. Wayne was the first guy, different divisions. D. Wayne off the plane, they started saying. He'd ship horses from coast to coast, and they'd get off the plane and win. It was a pretty remarkable time because it was unprecedented. He changed the way the game was played.
And we'll see how Wick fares coming up for the coach here in this 4th at Oaklawn. Had been strictly in maiden special races and dropped in for this level at a mile 16th last time out. Distant 4th, beat 9 lengths, but took money in that race. We'll see what happens here with another crack at it.
You know, I'd be remiss, too, not to mention Jeff Lucas, Wayne's son, who was an unbelievable horseman. I mean, he spoke a different language when it was about horses, and unfortunately he was injured by Tabasco Cat, your Preakness Belmont winner, but he was on a trajectory to be a Hall of Famer. Especially, you know, eventually he was going to leave his dad's barn and strike out on his own. It's a shame that he never got to fulfill his promise, but Wayne Lucas, I like this horse, Wick. You know, Wayne, these are the kind of horses that win for Wayne at a decent price.
And 3-2 on Hanks. That first start, you can always put a line through it anytime. He had a little bit of trouble in that race, too. It was a muddy track. And then, obviously, he showed connections enough. They put him in a maiden special weight. But this is an awfully short price.
It is a short price. Hanks could be named for Tom Hanks.
I would think. I'm trying to see the connection in the pedigree. $650,000 son of Run Happy. We'll see if he can get the job done as the favorite here for Southwest Racing Stables. Vic Stauffer with the call. Race 4 here from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Hank stumbled pretty badly at the start. Distract and Attack and Captain Fantastic, the top outside 2 go to the front. Hanks recovers from that stumble and races up into 3rd. Outside of him is Contact Tracing. Unidentified Man has been passed by. Sleight of Hand moves now into 5th. Then comes Wick and Gainer, and at the back of the pack is Flat Reward. So they turn into the backstretch, and here comes Hanks all the way outside of Distract and Attack. So Distract and Attack is the leader just by a half length from Hanks in 2nd. second. Then comes Sleight of Hand and Flat Reward, and there goes Flat Reward up into the third spot. Meanwhile, Hanks has put his green blinkers narrowly in front. Then it's 2 lengths further back to Captain Fantastic, Contact Tracing, and Sleight of Hand, now who's back midfield. Next comes Gainer. Wick is second to last, and the trailer is Unidentified Man, and the leader is Hanks, but only by a neck from Distract and Attack, who tries to stay right with that favorite. Distract and Attack and Hanks, leaving the backstretch, are right together. They are 2.5 lengths clear of Contact Tracing, Captain Fantastic, and Sleight of Hand at the rail. Then comes Gainer. He's got 5 lengths to make up. 2 back to Unidentified Man. Wick is second to last, and Flat Reward is the trailer, and Hanks is now clear at the top of the stretch. It is Hanks to settle into the lane with a 1.5 length lead on Contact Tracing, who begins to run after him. And here comes Unidentified Man in the center, and these 3 will come to the final furlong. Hanks ahead in front. Contact Tracing, Unidentified Man in the center, Hanks and Unidentified Man with Contact Tracing between horses. Unidentified Man might have it. Hanks battles on. Unidentified Man. Unidentified Man beat Hanks, Contact Tracing, and Captain Fantastic.
Unidentified Man, trained by Greg Compton, gets his first winner of the year in the 7th time out. The son of Vancouver gets the win.
Gets the win, rallies boldly down the middle of the track. You got to feel for Hanks, who stumbled a bit at the break. He was doing enough to fend off the 7 Contact Tracing. And you could see his inside ear kept going up. He was waiting, but he felt like he was doing enough to beat that horse, and he didn't see the winner, Unidentified Man, until it was too late. He was far enough away from him, but take nothing away from the winner. Good run from him, and trying to lug in, strongly handled by Francisco Arrieta down the middle of the track.
1-5-7. Captain Fantastic checks in 4th at a monster number. And that 4th from Oaklawn. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. It's a big weekend ahead for 3-year-old fillies, and graded stakes winners will clash in the Ashland. Undefeated Malathot takes on Grade 1 winner Simply Ravishing. We'll preview that one when we return.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, record setter, and undefeated in sprint competition. Now his runners are winning from coast to coast.
And Hernandez Jr. Run Classic out to the maiden ranks at second asking, won by 4. She's a happy girl, a 7-1 winner. She won by 2.5. Happy Champ is 3-5, and he's long gone. Happy Champ, the son of Run Happy.
Eclipse champion sprinter Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 program. It's brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You can get signed up on the Naira Bets app. You can also go to nairabets.com and play all the action we bring you each and every day. Back in Hot Springs, Arkansas, 4th at Oaklawn, unidentified man into the winner's circle. Picture time for trainer Greg Compton.
Yeah, horse that rallied from well off the pace. Things did get a little bit heated on the front end. Hanks got off to a bit of a stumbling beginning. But, listen, this horse rallied wide. We got to give him credit and got it done. You're going to see here, he starts to lug in just a little bit. You can see the rider having to correct him with his right hand, breaking the rein off of his neck to pull him out, make sure he doesn't bother contact tracing in between him. Still think if Hanks had seen him, if he could have been right next to him, he might have found a bit more, but a good competitive horse race.
Hanks stranded. 20-1 unidentified man. Wow, I didn't see that. It was 8-1 on the morning line. That exacta with the favorite in second, 136.60. The return. Wow. Race 5. Look at the current odds. Mile and a 16th. Arkansas bred 20 maiden claiming race. Tall and Long is taking all the money right now. Beaten favorite at this level. Last time out, it's been 2 sprints, and now comes the stretch out today.
Yeah, but 2 good runs and a horse that should create his own trips, got some decent speed, put himself in the race.
Obviously, a huge weekend coming up this Saturday on the road to the Kentucky Derby, but it's also a very big weekend for the 3-year-old fillies trying to punch their tickets to the Kentucky Oaks that final Friday of April, including in Hot Springs, Arkansas, and the Grade 3 Fantasy as these fillies try and punch their ticket. Let's take a look at the races that are coming up in our schedule for Kentucky Oaks 147, Gazelle, Ashland, Fantasy, Santa Anita Oaks, all 100-point races to the winner, which first, second, likely even third, good chance of getting you into that field for the Kentucky Oaks. In Hot Springs, it's going to be a rematch between the second and third place finishers of the Grade 3 Honeybee. Pauline's Pearl Sunpath ran second and third in that race.
Yeah, and they look like the main contenders. Certainly, horse coming off a little bit of a layoff. Ava's Grace, I thought, had a look in there too, being by Lauban like the distance. But see Pauline's Pearl threading her way through horses here, where Sunpath's on the outside had a much clearer run, but still couldn't get by the winner.
Pauline's Pearl had a little bit of traffic in this race as well. Had to split foes, and it's going to be fun to see these two kind of go at it again in here. Brad Cox, Steve Asmussen. We'll go toe-to-toe in this spot. The one you mentioned, though, that you're intrigued by again?
Ava's Grace.
Okay.
I think she's got a pet. I mean, it's her first, off the comeback, but she's got a pedigree that I think is going to appreciate going further.
One for Robertino Diodoro. And we'll have more on Ava's Grace a little bit later on in the show when we check in with Nancy Holthus. Meanwhile, Keeneland, Grade 1 Ashland, one of the premier races in the country for 3-year-old fillies. And the undefeated Malathot for Shadwell Stable, trainer Todd Pletcher. She looked beat in the Demoiselle, and somehow she came back to win this race.
Yeah, she did. I mean, she was struggling. Maybe it was the surface. She certainly has a pedigree that says the mile and an 1/8 distance shouldn't be an issue, but she just it looked to me like she was spinning her wheels after showing better speed in her previous 2 starts. But this is what good horses do. They find a way to win when it's seemingly a hopeless cause, and I think this race spoke volumes to her determination more than anything else.
So this is the comeback race, her 3-year-old debut. Late start for her 3-year-old return to the racing, but it's also going to be the 3-year-old return to the races for Simply Ravishing as well. But for Malathot, trying to remain perfect, daughter of Curlin, who went for over $1 million at the Keeneland September yearling sale of 2019.
Yeah, Shadwell Stable, Sheikh Hamdan passed away recently. This is the kind of fillies that he would, look to collect for his broodmare band. That's why they've been so successful for so many years, Shadwell Stable.
As you saw on that list of what's coming up on the road to the Oaks, also here at Aqueduct over the weekend, Grade 3 Gazelle, 100-point race to get in and qualify for that Oaks in this one as well. We have an undefeated filly in this spot for trader Chad Brown. Going to have the outside post, search results. Daughter of Flatter, Klarovich Stables, and coming off a win in the Busher.
Yeah, and it was a big step up. You go from breaking your maiden 6 furlongs, running against maidens, to stretching out to a mile against winners in a stake race like this, and she ran on her wrong lead through the stretch here. You see her on her left lead here under Javier Castellano. Irad Ortiz will be aboard this time, and sometimes when a horse doesn't change leads, they're hanging on that lead. They'll have a tendency to hang a little bit. She was very game to get it done over Miss Brazil, trained by Anthony Dutro, who this filly has been very good this winter. They put a lot of separation between them and the third place finisher, almost 6 lengths. But I think for her to get more distance, a mile and 1/8, she's going to have to learn to change leads properly. Get over to her right lead to find a bit more in the stretch. This race speaks volumes to her quality and determination, but she's going to have to learn to do that, I think, to fulfill her potential.
She'll be the one to beat. Lightly raced, daughter of Flatter, Klarovich, Chad Brown. And going further than she has yet to go in her career in that mile and 1/8 distance, Grade 3 Gazelle points win in your in race essentially for that Kentucky Oaks. We're going to take a break in the action. That was a look at this year's Busher winner, last year's Busher winner, Water White, making her return, facing off against Sharp Star. That is a tall task, but she is talented. Rudy Rodriguez believes she has big things ahead in 2021.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday afternoon card from Aqueduct and Oaklawn. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That is the current favorite here in the 6th at Aqueduct. That is advance notice. Here to give us some mo, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
I like that segue, Craig. That's exactly who we'll talk about here. Get me some Mo as he comes in from Gulfstream Park for Todd Pletcher, returning to the dirt, where I'm okay with that, to be honest. And two, I'm even more okay with the fact that he does get to try a wet track for the first time. And you go back to his last dirt performance, which was last fall at Gulfstream, and he was attending a fairly quick pace that, yes, the 99-to-1 shot that was setting it, did finish second, but he was on the rail while Gimme Some Mo was chasing 3 wide the entire way. So understandably tired a bit there, where the winner came from way back that day. He's kind of that versatile, athletic Uncle Mo type of runner. He looks great coming in here, as he should, albeit from South Florida. But two, he gives me the impression that looking at him physically, this mile and an eighth around 2 turns should not be a problem for him, where some of these horses, some of the logical contenders, I question a little bit, as well as your favorite, Advanced Notice. I know he ran well enough going 3 back, but it was one of his slower figs. But taking a look at another horse that I think relishes the 2 turn 9 furlongs is number 3, First Line. He might be a little bit on the cheaper side, at least as of late, though flattered with the horse that he soundly beat 2 back, coming back and winning by open lengths. He's just one, like I said, mile and eighth is great. Looks like he's doing well, dappled head to toe, and maybe he offers a bit of value, Greg.
All right, Maggie. Yeah, thank you. He's a multiple winner at this distance. He's been in sharp form since they've gone back to a mile and an eighth with him, and also in those last 2 starts, he took the blinkers back off.
Yeah, and he has been in good form. He's going to have to be, because there are some horses in here that have just run quicker, like your favorite, the 6 Advanced Notice.
Well, we start with the remaining half of the entry. It's the outside post for Dust Devil.
Dust Devil actually ran really well last time. Very game. Should be a part of the pace.
9-2. Meanwhile, this one gets the rail. Here is First Line, who Maggie was just talking about, the 2-time winner at this distance.
Horse that they've been very high on since he started, has found kind of his form again after being off form for a little while.
This I'll Defend, trained by Tom Albertrani, 2 back. He broke his maiden career start, number 14.
Yeah, his first start against winners wasn't terrible, but he's going to have to improve.
Parade Field, trained by Patrick Quick. Back-to-back third-place finishes coming in.
Yeah, horse that's got races certainly good enough to make him competitive here for Paradise Farms.
One of the best trainers in the country with Advanced Notice, but a lot of second-place finishes, 4 times second in 7 starts.
Yeah, another trainer, Mike Maker, mentored by Hall of Famer D. Wayne Lucas. Horse just seems he runs a bit faster than most of these.
Does he have the will to win, though? That's a legit question here. And then Gimme Some Mo, who Maggie started off talking about, back to dirt after 4 straight races on the turf.
Yeah, and Todd Pletcher, surefire first ballot Hall of Famer this year. Horse coming out of Florida, you know, he's going to look good. Does look good on the racetrack.
Yeah, he makes a nice appearance there at 5-2. You can play for a seat in the 2022 National Handicapping Championship in Vegas, as well as a $10,000 seat in the Belmont Stakes Challenge this Saturday in that Wood Memorial Challenge through Naira Bets. $3,000 buy-in contest offers a revamped prize structure with cash prizes, 2 seats to that 2022 NHC, and a seated $10,000 seat to the Belmont Stakes Challenge. Lot on the line, plenty to play for. Sign up now at naira.com/challenge. As we take another look here at this remaining half of the entry, Dust Devil from that outside post, and the man coming off that historic afternoon on the final day of the winter meet, Eric Cancel, will be aboard.
Leading rider by winning 6 races on the last day. Incredible accomplishment.
4 down into that last day as well. Here's Dust Devil's last performance, missed by a nose against Democratic Values.
Yeah, and ran well. Hard fought here. They came together a few times in the stretch. And the third place finisher, Parade Field, kind of grinding away. I think he's going to appreciate the mile and a furlong. Out of the 2 coming out of this race, even though Dust Devil finished in front of Parade Field, I like Parade Field a little bit better. I think the mile and an eighth is going to suit him more.
Let's take a look at Parade Field on the track in here. It's Kendrick Carmouche, who had that 4-win lead going into the final day of the meet, and he got caught by Cancel. Parade Field right now, the 5 at 9-2 on the board.
Yeah, and again, you watch that race. He was behind them. When he got out of the kickback, he kind of dropped his head and, you know, panned out, leveled off a little bit more. But he was grinding, and it leads you to believe that a mile and an eighth be well within his scope here.
Meanwhile, still the favorite. We know how good a trainer Mike Maker is. This horse, if nothing else, he's consistent. But 4 times second in 7 career starts. He had the lead in the stretch last time out for $50,000 starter allowance. He get caught again as the favorite. Do you question if he wants it?
Well, you know, he's a horse that isn't trying to pass horses. He's in front. And usually you question it more when a horse gets there and kind of hangs. I'm just wondering if he's just not tiring a little bit, weakening a little bit late. But he still has been running faster numbers than most of these in here.
Go back to a mile and an eighth where he missed by a neck in the mud back on January 1st. With more on this group, let's check in again with Maggie.
And it's not often that we run these 9 furlong contests, as the gate is right behind me, the same distances in which we'll see our 2 feature races coming up this weekend in the Wood Memorial and the Gazelle. But taking a look at the horse who will break from the far outside, that's the 1A in here, Dust Devil, as that aluminum pad does come off today. And that's a good sign. It means whatever was ailing this horse has healed. But if he's a horse that tends to have compromised type of feet, whether he has a thin sole or weaker shelly type of walls, this is not the track you necessarily want to be running on, because this hard, wet surface will sting a horse that does not have the greatest feet. So I'm a little concerned about that. I'm also a little concerned about the fact that he's never tried the 9 furlongs, and physically, he doesn't strike me as one who really wants it here. Like I said, Greg, the 2 horses I mentioned back in the paddock, those are the 2, at least when you're dealing with this distance, look as though they want to run it.
Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, one of those that she had mentioned was First Line, who's at 9-2 on the board, the 3.
Yes. Again, First Line, they thought so much of him early on. And then after that Jim Dandy run, he kind of lost his form. They dropped him in for 25. He responded with a big win. Sometimes a horse needs a confidence booster, too, because then he stepped back up in company and ran extremely well again. So a horse that definitely has found his form with a good inside draw.
And does have a win on an off track on the resume as well. And there he is, First Line. You had mentioned, I was on with you when he broke his maiden at Saratoga last summer, that Orlando Noda, you had heard he thought this was going to be his Derby horse.
Well, yeah, I had spoken to Orlando in January of 2020, so over a year ago, and he was saying, I've got a Kentucky Derby horse, and his dad, I guess, had worked for Woody Stevens, so we know what kind of horse it takes, and of course, it's so hard. It's so difficult. You could have a really good horse. It's playing at a whole different level. But this was a horse they had always been high on.
And people took that comment and, hey, he's getting ahead of himself. That wound up being a really good field that he beat. And everyone said, oh, wow, he's going to the Jim Dandy. And maybe that was over his head. But Hometown, who he beat, came back and ran a 90 buyer off a year layoff for Chad Brown. Ashasham for Pletcher came back and ran an 84 buyer. They both won next time out. It's a good group that he beat.
A good group. And then look who he faced, Mystic Guide in the Jim Dandy, who just won the Dubai World Cup.
So he's got talent. We'll see. This is certainly a distance that he relishes. He is 9-2 on the board, but the favorite at 7-5, the 6. Advance notice for Mike Maker. Johnny Brielle with the call. Start of this late pick 3 from Aqueduct.
They're in the gate. And they're off. First line, and there goes Advance Notice. From the outside, it's Gimme Some Mo and Dust Devil as the field runs into that clubhouse turn. And it is Gimme Some Mo who's up on the outside to challenge Advance Notice for the lead. They are heads apart. Dust Devil sits right behind in third, and then it's a 6-length break back to This I'll Defend, Parade Field. And the First Line, who broke well, now trails the field in 6th as they head for the backstretch. Gimme Some Mo is the leader here by a length and a half. Dust Devil now runs in second with Advance Notice, the favorite, back running in third, but just a length and a half off the lead. It's a gap of 3 to Parade Field in 4th. The opening quarter mile was run in 24 seconds as they continue up the backstretch. At the back of the pack are First Line and This I'll Defend. The half won in 48 and 4. Gimme Some Mo is the leader here, 3/4 of a length. Dust Devil on the outside is in second, and Advance Notice sits behind them in third. On the outside is Parade Field as they start the run into the far turn. Gimme Some Mo still in front. Dust Devil now getting closer on the outside. So it's Dust Devil and Gimme Some Mo, and they are stride for the lead. They've opened up almost 3 lengths on Advance Notice, and then Parade Field and First Line. Way back is This I'll Defend. Dust Devil has taken over as they come into the stretch. It is Dust Devil in front by almost 4. Parade Field moves up on the outside to take second. Gimme Some Mo down towards the rail in third. And First Line is in fourth. Dust Devil. He dusted them today under Eric Consell. Dust Devil loved the off-going, won by almost 5. Parade Field was second, close for third. First Line or Gimme Some Mo.
9-2 on Dust Devil here. Eric Cancel, Mert Cantor Massey, and Krakow Racing.
Yeah, the Cantor Masseys, we talk about it. They do a terrific job. Eric Cancel was so decisive. When he decided to go for home, which was basically here, the 5/16 pole, he decided he had entertained the 8, Gimme Some Mo, more than enough. Gimme Some Mo, he runs with that typical Uncle Mo kind of head carriage, head out, down and low. He kicked on for home, and he just swamped this field. I mean, he really relished the going, but aggressive handling and very decisive handling from Eric Cancel.
Yeah, in the end, this was not even close. Dust Devil loving the conditions here. 9-2, Maggie, as he picks up the 3rd win of his career.
Yeah, he did. I mean, made me look like a fool, that's for sure. But congratulations to the Cantor Masseys. They do a great job. Every horse that they bring over is well turned out. And they had Dust Devil ready to try this 9 furlong distance. I doubted him just purely from the physical sense of things. But Eric Cancel, too, having him in the right kind of position. They went fairly quick up front. You could see down the backside there was some separation, given the way the track is between the early leaders. But he knew what he had underneath of him, and he was ready to pounce. So congratulations, job well done. And, you know, Eric Cancel, he has to hope that this momentum of winning the winter meet here at Aqueduct continues on. And so far, so good, Greg.
Yeah, it's just remarkable. He's named the National Jockey of the Week as well, Cancel, for what he accomplished that final week of the meet. 13 wins in his 28 mounts.
Can't overstate enough to win the meet title in the dramatic fashion that he won it. Listen, it's always great to be leading rider, but to do it like that, that's something a lot of people will never forget.
Yep. Coming from 4 down on the final day with a 6-win afternoon to do it. 5th at Oaklawn, again, a state-bred race for 20 maiden claiming, and it's 4-5 on the projection play here of a horse who sprinted twice, now stretching out for the first time in Tall and Long. We start with very spicy, though, for Jinx Fires.
Inside post, also a horse stretching out and dropping in class. This horse is a contender.
35-1, a little bit of Smarty.
A little bit of Smarty, just looks too slow.
4 starts has never been close. Precious Tinkle, start number 2, was almost 37-1 in the debut.
Did have some trouble, but was beaten a long ways.
No direct matches. Double-digit odds next door. Here's the 4.
Another horse stretching out that showed speed sprinting.
Yeah.
Could things get a little busy on the front here, Greg? I think so.
We'll see. This horse, no doubt, is going to be part of that speed up front. 16-1 on this one. Backgate Bell.
Yeah, horse that has absolutely no speed. Would love to see a lot of pace up front.
Tough to make the case here. Caddo Queen, even with a change, blinkers on.
Yeah, I can't make a case.
Spots Main Girl, the 7 at 31-1, and another one. This one was in against easier and showed very little last out.
Yeah, just not a lot to recommend here.
Meanwhile, 10-1 on a daughter of Noble Mission, Feminine Allure.
Well, this horse does have that long race under her belt, and with a lot of speed here, it's a long shot with a look.
3-5 now on Tall and Long, start number 3 for the John Ortiz barn.
Listen, 2 good runs, but a horse doing something for the first time at that short a price?
Maybe more of an indictment on the rest of this field. The short price. There's a lot we said that don't really warrant a look in here. Courtney Fay on the outside, you can make a case for, and this one stretching out as well for the first time.
Yeah, close sprinting, gets to go long now, and it's going to have to work out a trip to try to save some ground someplace, breaking from that outside post position.
Heavy favorite in the 9. That is Tall and Long. She's a daughter of Moonshine Mullen for a sharp barn, John Ortiz. Let's look back at the second start of her career. It was for this same condition, but it was sprinting. 6 furlongs, and she showed speed in this race. She wound up second, beat a half length as the favorite.
Yeah, and she was game. She fought. She didn't want to lose. It wasn't like she gave way. She kept fighting for it, which, you know, you like to see a horse show that kind of character. She looks like a filly that is very professional. Second best this day. again, some separation between the winner and her and the third place finisher. Listen, logical favorite. First time going long, though, it makes me concerned at a very short price.
And as you mentioned, she's going to get pressure, if from nobody else, at least from the 4, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have other horses stretching out from sprints in here that you would think, had speed. The 4, no direct matches, and this horse pressed her last time. And now this horse stopped, and I don't like this horse, but this horse has a say in how this race is going to be run, I believe.
All right, a couple of minutes to post. We'll get back to Oaklawn in a moment. Let's wrap up the 6th at Aqueduct. Dust Devil, as John Imbriel said down the stretch, absolutely dusted him in this spot. This was an easy win. 3rd win of his career in 13 starts, and Eric Cancel teams up with Mercan Cantermasi.
Came roaring off the turn. Eric Cancel asked him the question, and he gave him an emphatic answer. Just bounded away. Parade field wound up kind of grinding away, kind of like he did last time to be second, but no match for the winner. Good job by the Cantermachis.
Dominant performance, and one of the biggest prices we have seen, I believe the biggest price we've seen all afternoon long.
Yeah.
It's been that kind of day.
Dust Devil over Parade Field. I thought the exacta might pay a little more than that, but if you had it, I'm sure you're happy with it.
You always want more. No one's ever happy in this game, are they? 7th at Aqueduct, and last year's Busher Invitational winner Water White makes her 4-year-old return to the races for the Aqueduct winner, leading trainer Rudy Rodriguez. He had 36 wins at the meets. He's the 9-5 favorite, facing Grade 3 winner Sharp Star.
Yeah, I mean, she's coming back off a layoff, and there's some tough horses in here. Sharp Star. How about the outside horse, Invaluable, who's in raging form for Doc Alford, Roddy Valenti, and the trainer Patrick Reynolds? I mean, she's really in good form.
Yeah, she can be the one to catch as well. We'll get back to that race in a moment. Back to Oaklawn as we look at Very Spicy for Jinx Fires. 7-2, right at her morning line, and she is taking a big drop in class, but she too, like many of these we've talked about, trying 2 turns, routing for the first time. She was the one who was 3rd behind Tall and Long when they were sprinting back on March the 4th.
Yeah, and she seems the filly too that has a little trouble getting out of the gate cleanly, which you love post 1 going 2 turns, but you need to break cleanly to take advantage of it as well. Do you like things Very Spicy?
I can't handle it like I used to, but yes, I do. I like to torture myself.
Okay. Well, California, they like spice out there, right?
Oh, yeah. I'll go mild.
What's your favorite hot sauce?
Oh, I don't know if I know it by name.
I like Cholula's Chipotle sauce. That's a good one.
You're constantly in the kitchen, so you're going to have to throw something together for us this summer. 4-5 favorite has been Tall and Long. We don't know who's going to appreciate stretching out, tackling the 2 turns the best in here, but we do know that you would think anyway, Tall and Long is going to get some heat up front from the 4, and if that's the case, it might set up really nice for the 1 Very Spicy.
Yeah, could set up a good trip. Again, I think she needs to get out of the gate cleanly to get into that first turn in good shape. Have not to be a part of the pace, but at least to secure some forward position. I thought the 8. Feminine Allure had a little bit of a look at a big price. I just like the fact that she has that 2-turn race under her belt. She's had some trouble, some issues. She was well beaten by Tall and Long and Very Spicy, but maybe having that race under her belt going long puts her closer.
Yeah, as I mentioned, with boxed in that race, she's going to need better for sure to beat this group, but has done it. We'll see if she can get a clean trip this afternoon. She is 16-1 on the board. Feminine Allure, the 8. Has all the money continuing to be on Tall and Long from post 9 here for John Ortiz. Vic Stoffer with the call. Start of the late pick 5 here from Hot Springs, Arkansas on the 5th.
Tall and Long goes in. Backgate Bell will be next. Last load, Courtney Fay. They're at the post. And they're off. Tall and Long, right to the front. Very Spicy shows speed. So does Now Direct Matches and a little bit of Smarty. Courtney Fay and Backgate Bell are next. Then Caddo River and Spots Main Girl. Feminine Allure is going to be closer to the hotel than she is to the rail. And the trailer is Precious Tinkle. Very Spicy rides the rail to the lead for Kelsey Har, and she's a half length in front of Tall and Long in second. No Direct Matches settles in third, just about 2 lengths from the lead. Outside of her, it's Courtney Fay. Then it's 2.5 back to a little bit of Smarty, another 5 to Backgate Bell. Caddo Queen has 3 beat. They are Precious Tinkle, Feminine Allure, and the trailer now is Spots Main Girl. And they run up the backstretch, and it's still Very Spicy with Tall and Long. Her menacing shadow to the outside, Very Spicy, a 4.5 furlongs from the wire, and now 2 lengths in front as Kelsey lets out a notch going into the far turn. Tall and Long continues to gallop along smartly in second. Courtney Fay and No Direct Matches third and fourth. Then it's 6 lengths to a little bit of Smarty, followed by Precious Tinkle and Backgate Bell, and they run around the far turn and Very Spicy and Tall and Long, and here comes Tall and Long right alongside and right on by. Tall and Long, the new leader, a neck in front of Very Spicy in second, 3 back to Courtney Fay, then No Direct Matches, and Tall and Long has now taken a clear-cut lead. Tall and Long to the final 3/16 of a mile is 3 lengths in front of Very Spicy, who races in second. Then Courtney Fay and Backgate Bell. Tall and Long continues to show the way. She's on the wrong lead, but getting the job done. Tall and Long is 5 lengths in front. Here's Backgate Bell to the outside. The gray is closing, and she's closing fast. This has a chance to run down Tall and Long. Tall and Long desperate. Backgate Bell. Backgate Bell. I don't know. Wow. Tall and Long, Backgate Bell hit it together in a 5th race whacker.
Wow, if the favorite did get beat here, this is brutal. I think she did. Backgate Bell from the clouds in the final stride. Is she up in time? That's tight to tell.
It's tight, and it's a tough angle, but
14 to 1 if it is her.
Wow, Backgate Bell, Rocco Bowen, really good story I read about him, away from racing with an injury for a year and a half, battled his way back. He's been riding well over 1,000 career North American victories now. Tall and Long got very weary. She on her wrong lead, laboring through the stretch, first time trying the 1.16 distance, and she was looking to call a cab at the 16th pole. She was just so tired. And here comes the 5, Backgate Bell, desperately close. I'm not going to dare try to call it. They're just so far apart. But what did Big Sofer just call it? In a whacker. Yeah, that. I think that would qualify.
Man, was she gobbling up ground with every stride. Either 14 to 1 or odds on, but all the momentum was on the side of the filly on the right-hand side of your screen. Backgate Bell for John Prather. And it's the filly who maybe had the most experience going around her ground, potentially in this race, the 5.
Sometimes that foundation, because you could just see Tall and Long really, really getting leg weary. Her stride deteriorated.
It's a good lesson in why you never want to bet such a short price on a filly trying something, or any horse trying something for the very first time, because you just don't know.
Well, even if she wins, it underscores at a very short price a horse trying something. I mean, she just got so leg weary, and it didn't help that she didn't switch to her right lead. We talk about it often. It's like you're running through the airport, you got your luggage in one hand. As you get tired, you'll switch to the other hand. You get a little bit of energy. That's the same effect the horse gets when they change to their proper lead, their outside lead in the stretch, and that's glaring. You could see her leading with her left front leg and getting desperately late. And here comes the filly, Backgate Bell, on her proper lead, rolling down the middle of the track. Wow, this is close. Again, I wouldn't dare try to call it.
Camera showing the 5, Backgate Bell. If it is, well, we saw the fist pump, and it is up on the board unofficially.
Wow.
Backgate Bell at 14 to 1, beating a 3 to 5 favorite to start the late pick 5.
Well, that's the way to start the late pick 5, isn't it? If you had number 5, Backgate Bell under Rocco Bowen.
Wow, 5-9, 10-1, and surprisingly, too, Very Spicy was on the front end early in this race.
Broke very clean, though. Very Spicy had kind of been getting away a little bit slow. This is the first time she broke very sharp. I can't blame a rider for trying to take advantage of a clean break in an inside post.
Mig, we see you tomorrow?
be right back at it tomorrow.
All right, Mig stepping out. Keisha Courtney going to join me back on the desk right after a timeout. When we return, we're going to talk Robertino Diodoro, David Cohen. They're teaming up again, giving Keep Me in Mind another shot, heading to the Bluegrass. Trying to get to that Kentucky Derby after a poor return to his 3-year-old campaign. Can he get back on track? Stay with us.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms, has sired over 70% winners from starters. His top runners include Pennsylvania Derby winner Math Wizard, graded stakes winner Recruiting Ready, juvenile stakes winner and multiple graded stakes placed South Bend, and these recent stakes winners and stakes performers.
To get there, but Kanani will win it.
Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Good to have you with us back here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Our program brought to you by the one-of-a-kind champion sprinter, Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting, did it all while racing, medication-free, and off to a stellar start in his 2nd year at stud. With me on the desk, Keisha Courtney, back for round 2. Good to have you back here in New York. We have a feature coming up next at Aqueduct.
Yeah, we do. Good time to come back on here, which is a nice time to come back and join the desk. So looking forward to it. Happy to be back here as I got to work at Aqueduct all fall. And as I mentioned at the top of the show, we didn't get to have a spring meet last year. So having it this year, the races we have coming up this weekend and today as well, the feature, this allowance, I think it's great when you have some former stakes winners and graded stakes winners coming back, trying to get back on track in a race like this. I've always been a fan of Sharp Star, and I do think it's important that the Barbara Fritchie was delayed a week in her last start. It totally derailed the training, any schedule that she had. She has a chance to get back on track today.
Yeah, Ratio Deposit said, too, she did not like at all being down on the inside in that race. So we'll see if maybe that was the reason she gets off the rail this afternoon. Trevor McCarthy will be aboard. Right now, she is a healthy 3-1 on the board. Back in a thriller we just showed you at Oaklawn. Odds-on favorite. It's wrapped up, right? Well, a horse who's not even in your screen right now, the 5 Back 8 Bell, is going to come and steal this race. from the clouds. Just entered your picture back of your screen, momentarily off again, and is going to win this nail biter.
Yeah, it is amazing. I mean, at this point, you can see that the 9 Tall and Long is struggling here. She's getting very leg weary, and the momentum that Backgate Bell has closing, she's just gobbling up the ground. $31 winner over your 3 to 5 favorite. And that's a credit to Rocco Bowen, too, who did not give up on her, even though she was so far back.
$31, wow, for the win. And that kicks off the late pick 5 as well. Congratulations to the winning connection, Sean Prey, the Rocco Bowen. And a daughter of Cyber Secret with the monster upset 5-9-10 finish in that 5th at Oaklawn. Quickly set the stage for the 6th starter allowance, 3/4 of a mile. Jetsa Jinin won 6 of her last 8, 10 for 17 lifetime, 1-2 on the board. Some big races coming up this weekend, as we have talked about on the Triple Crown Trail and certainly in the Oaks division as well. Let's check in with Nancy Holthus right now. And Nancy, keep me in mind. What's the latest and what's the decision with the reason to go to Kentucky?
Well, I did get a chance to chat with Robertino Diodoro. He is currently in Lexington, and I asked him what led to the decision whether or not to run in the Arkansas Derby versus the Bluegrass there at Keeneland. And the decision was based on his better efforts, when you look on paper, have been over the surface at Keeneland. And he himself has found that the track here at Oaklawn has been a little speed favoring as of late. Now, Diodoro says that he has watched that replay of the Rebel Stakes more than a dozen times, and he thinks that his 3-year-old did get a fairly unlucky trip, and at no point could his rider David Cohen tuck in and save any amount of ground. And I did get a chance to talk to David Cohen as well about Keep Me in Mind, and here's what he had to say.
It's definitely hard to gauge how your horse is going to come off a layoff, especially with losing a couple weeks with training like we did. But I was happy with his effort. You know, it came up a little flat, which was probably expected. But more so than anything, more important than anything, is that he came out of the race well, and his last workout prior to the Bluegrass was an extremely well worked. So I was very happy with that.
Now, Keep Me in Mind did leave Hot Springs just yesterday. He has already settled in very nicely to his barn at Keeneland, and he will go to the track tomorrow for a very nice gallop and will jog the morning of the race. And they have very high hopes. As you know, he gave his best when facing the 2-year-old champion in Essential Quality, and they expect big efforts from this 3-year-old and think the further he goes, the better he will get. Guys?
Yeah, he's going to get a third crack at the champion Essential Quality. What does that mean with him bluegrass bound now for Ava's Grace, who David Cohen was scheduled to ride in the Fantasy?
Well, it's interesting because, you know, David was actually up for her most recent work just on the 26th, a very nice 4 furlongs. She clocked that in 47-3. As you mentioned, Cohen was assigned the mount, but that will go to another of Diodoro's go-tos in Ramon Vasquez.
All right, Nancy, thank you for that. We'll keep our eyes on both these races coming up this weekend. It's going to be fun to see Keep Me in Mind. Not only, Acacia, does he run big at Keeneland, where he's going to head back to, but he has that big graded stakes win at Churchill, where we have the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, not too bad to break your maiden in the Kentucky Jockey Club in Grade 2 company. It already finished 3rd behind Essential Quality in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He's drawn outside in the Bluegrass. He will have to take on Essential Quality again, but he's done little wrong. He will have to prove himself, though, off of that Rebel effort.
Yeah, and that was a great point, what you heard from David Cohen in that soundbite, too. They lost some time because of training, because of that bad weather in the Midwest. So we'll see if he's certainly going to be more prepared and better ready for this second start of his 3-year-old campaign. We'll see if he can give Essential Quality a better run for his money here this time in the 3rd chance he gets at him. Feature race at Aqueduct is coming up next. Allowance optional claiming field 1 turn mile, and this is where Water White, last year's Busher Invitational winner, returns, makes your 4-year-old debut for Rudy Rodriguez going up against Grade 3 winner Sharp Star. But this is a field you can make a case for just about everybody in this group.
Yeah, you really can. And I think that that's what makes it interesting, even though it is a compact field. And Water White, the heavy favorite, let's not forget she has Irad Ortiz aboard. And I was curious if that was going to carry over because it almost got a little bit ridiculous down at Gulfstream this winter. Even if the horse figured if Irad Ortiz was on, you knew that that horse was going to be significantly lower price.
140 wins at the championship meet for Irad. That's a new record. Gone Glimmering. 2 back ran a huge effort for a win here, going a mile at Aqueduct.
Yeah, poor performance last time out in the Heavenly Prize. It was claimed when sprinting. It seems like, though, she did prove she could go the distance.
Here is Water White. Rudy Rodriguez believes she has Grade 1 wins in her future.
She was third distantly behind the mighty Gamine in the Grade 1 Acorn. She's obviously kept good company. I like her at the 1-turn mile.
And we are seeing that Irad effect, 9-5 favorite. Here's Sharp Star. She's already a Grade 3 winner.
You mentioned what Horacio said about her being down on the inside in the Barbara Fritchie. I think we're going to see Trevor McCarthy, and he's ridden her before, do everything to keep her in the clear.
Alondra, there were high expectations for this filly for Shug McGahee. So far, they've not panned out.
Really beautifully bred out of a Grade 3 winner by Claiborne Stallion Blame. She comes out of the Indiana Oaks where she faced eventual Kentucky Oaks winner She Dares the Devil. It's been a long time. Let's see if she can get back on track.
Jose Ortiz looking for number 4 on Alondra. And then the speed of the field from the outside post, invaluable.
And that's what is going to be her biggest weapon. A lot of speed in a short field. Horses that are able to get out to the front, dictate how the race plays out. I'm sure Manny Franco is going to use that to his advantage.
She's quick. Is she good enough, though, to carry that speed against this field?
That will be the biggest question. I don't think she really is, but I'm sure they're going to try to take it as far as possible.
Well, she's multiple winner as well on an off track, still listed as sloppy. If you want to play this feature, coming up next, all the racing that we're showing you all weekend long, tremendous weekend ahead with the Wood as well. Get signed up with Naira Bets. 100% deposit match of up to $200 at sign up. Promo code to use, match 200. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app. With more on our feature, let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Thanks, Greg. And we'll take a look at Sharp Star. She comes in here for Horacio to pause. Disappointing effort, as you guys were saying, there in the Barbara Fritchie. Not only does she, as an individual, does not like being down on the inside. That's never really the place you want to be at Laurel Park. She, too, from what I've seen from her throughout her racing days here in New York, she's not a big fan of getting anything kicked in her face. I remember her first couple efforts. If anything came back in her face, she was throwing her head up in the air. So Trevor needs to keep her out in the clear. And it's not as if saving ground today is at the utmost premium as we have seen in past racing days here at the Big A. 2, I like the fact that she stayed very calm. 2 races back in the La Verdad, she acted up pretty badly in the paddock. And since then, Horacio has kept her with the pony. She had one at Laurel. She has one here today, and it's kept her very calm. She looks great physically, and I like her demeanor heading into this effort. Number 2, Water White. She's one of 2 horses coming back off the layoff, and she is your current favorite. She doesn't go with a pony. I remember she acted out really badly first time out when they tried to link her up with the pony, and so from that point on, she never goes with one, but warmed up beautifully beneath Irad Ortiz. When she got out here on the track, she's grown into herself. She was even striding out in huge just bounds as far as her walk gait was concerned in the paddock. So she is energetic, she is sharp, she is fit, she's ready for this comeback race, and I think the 1-turn mile just suits her down to the ground. As we'll take a look at Alondra. I don't know what suits Alondra. To be honest, she seemed so promising when she won her debut at Saratoga that year. That's not something that Shug McGahee often does with his horses. You know, the only horse I remember doing that was Honor Code. So already she was trying to fill pretty big hoof prints, if you will. But physically, I like what I see from her coming back off the bench. She's well conditioned. She's very, very strong behind the saddle. And that's something that, you know, I tend to look for with these fillies coming back off the bench, because a race will often rebuild that muscle mass back there, and she's already got it. So I think, though, she is a horse that needs the lead, and I don't think she's getting it here. So we'll see what plays out with Alondra today, Greg.
Maggie thinks, yeah, both of her wins, she has been on the front end, and it does not look she's going to be able to get that lead from Invaluable on the outside.
No, I agree. And I wonder how that's going to play out for her. And I think it's a great point that Maggie did bring up. She did win on a muddy track at Belmont. Jose Ortiz has really teamed up to be very successful with Shug McGahee. Not just he's being successful today, but the two of them. And it really all kind of kicked off with Greatest Honor. But throughout the winter, they were teaming up and just winning races in bunches. So it's a partnership that has really come together. So I'm sure he and Shug have spoken about it carefully, the tactics for this race for her.
Well, here is Sharp Star. So 2-1 on the graded stakes winner. 4-year-old filly, for Horatio DePaz, and this is a look at her in action in the Go for One.
And this is going the 1-turn mile at Aqueduct on a sealed, sloppy track, so we know that she can handle the conditions here without any problem. She did finish second behind Mrs. Orb in the La Verdad at a short price, but I thought she was just so tenacious in this Go for One race. It's still a grade 3. She's obviously found her form. She didn't want to go the 9 furlongs of the Black-Eyed Susan. They tried her as a 3-year-old. This is the perfect spot for her. And we talked already about some of the excuses she may have found in the Fritchie.
So she's at 2-1. Meanwhile, next door, Water White, long time off, coming off the bench. Last time we saw her was in the Acorn when she had to go against the likes of Gamine. And Rudy Rodriguez says he didn't like how she was training coming out of that race. So he said, let's put her to the bench, bring her back for a 4-year-old campaign.
And this was her win in the Busher 2 starts back also at Aqueduct. Over a year ago now at this point. So she is off a layoff, but I loved hearing what Maggie had to say about her on track, because I think when you really see a horse kind of find that confidence, puff themselves up on track, and the way that she came running down to grab Kansas Kiss in this race in the Busher, she showed a lot of tenacity. If we do see a case, I can't completely envision it happening, but if we see Alondra try to be aggressively handled, and you know Invaluable's only shot is to go, I'm sure that Irad Ortiz is going to be hoping to come from right off of it with that nice closing kick that Water White does have.
There's Alondra moving in. Sharp Star, she's run a couple of races that would just blow this field away. We'll see if Water White, though, can take a move forward here in her 4-year-old debut. Featured here on this Thursday card from Aqueduct, John Imbrial with the call.
And they're off. Invaluable away well from the outside. Water White now moves up. Gone Glimmering is down at the rail as they race up the chute. And down on the inside is Gone Glimmering. Now moving on through is Sharp Star. Invaluable is in between horses. And then it's Water White, and the trailer is Alondra. Moving up the back stretch through a quarter in 23-3 over the sloppy oval, it is Gone Glimmering who has the lead here by a length and a half. Then it is the trio of Water White, Sharp Star, and Invaluable, and the trailer is Alondra. It is Gone Glimmering who is clear here by a length and a half. Water White down at the rail is in second, right alongside of Sharp Star. As they go into the far turn, the half in 47-3. Gone Glimmering is still there. Sharp Star is in second. Alondra has made a move now on the outside. Alondra is gaining ground and now takes second. Water White is in behind horses. And then it is Sharp Star who's in between. And the trailer is Invaluable. Here comes Water White, room up the inside. And on the outside it is Alondra. It's Alondra, Water White, Gone Glimmering, 3/4 in 1:14-1 as the field heads for home. And it is Water White who has the lead. Alondra is running in second. Water White is clear. Water White in front by 3. Alondra in second. And then farther back, Sharp Star, Gone Glimmering, and Invaluable. Off the long layoff, it is Water White who returns a winner here at Aqueduct, 1 by 3. Alondra, another layoff horse, was second. And farther back, Sharp Star finished third.
Off this performance, Rudy Rodriguez appears to be right. A grade 1 should be in her future. Water White, much the best here in the feature.
She did it so easily, and she came up the rail, and Irad Ortiz with very confident handling. It wasn't until he looked over and saw his brother on Alondra making that closing run on the outside. Right at this point, he looks over. He knows he's got a lot of horse. Now he asks her just a little bit, and then she pulls away, and she is wrapped up at coming down to the wire. This was a really big performance from her, and one that she absolutely should move forward off of. Give some credit to Alondra, though, too. She ran well after, not breaking the sharpest. She was a little bit towards the outside. It was kind of shuffling about early on as to who was actually going to take the lead, and it ended up being the one gone glimmering, which was a surprise.
Welcome back. First win returning from South Florida for Irad Ortiz Jr. Water White. Statement-making victory in her 4-year-old return to the races, Maggie.
I mean, she made that look like a walk in the park, but to be fair, I thought a decent effort from the runner-up Alondra, who actually ran one of her better races, I think, despite, not getting the lead as we perceived her needing. So a decent return from both of these two layoff fillies, but as you mentioned, Greg, I think I'm going to be able to catch up with Rudy if he's here today. He's not in the winner's circle. I think he is. And ask him, where is she going next? Because after that performance, we'd all love to know.
I would think tougher is in store for her. I know he's high on her. Rudy Rodriguez, of course, coming off a 36 win, leading the way winter meet at Aqueduct, and he's got a good one here in this 4-year-old filly by Conveyance.
Yeah, high on her, and rightfully so. She really made him look very bright today as she did that so easily. And it's nice to see a filly really take that big jump as a 4-year-old and kind of set up what looks to be like she's going to have a very strong year. I mean, she showed her hand out there on track. She showed it when she finished up, just not even needing to be asked down to the wire. Much the best. I think that she's one that will be very exciting this year, and I completely agree with Maggie. I think Alondra's one that should move forward as well, as she obviously has improved a lot.
Yeah, and doing it not the way that she usually likes to go as well.
Yeah, when you take a horse out of their comfort zone, they're immediately going to have some hurdles that they're going to have to overcome. And some of them just can't handle it. If you have a speed horse that stumbles at the break or something like that, they sometimes just can't come back from that. And to see her show some versatility, show some tenacity like she did, I think is a major credit to her. Sharp Star, meanwhile, she went off your favorite. She was in between horses. She was 3 wide in a 5-horse field, but we talked about how it was important for her to not be stuck down on the inside. When Alondra closed, she did not look comfortable at any stage in between horses either.
Water White, Busher Invitational winner from last year in her 3-year-old campaign, makes her 4-year-old debut a winning one and dominant for Rudy Rodriguez, and first win of the afternoon for Irad Ortiz Jr. Let's get over to Hot Springs, Arkansas, race 6 at Oaklawn coming up. A compact field in this race that we have in the starter allowance. There's a lot of speed actually signed up, but the speed of the speed appears to be your odds-on favorite in here. Jetsa Jinin, who has won 6 of her last 8 starts, and her last start she got bothered at the break, and that cost her.
Just what we were just talking about, taking a horse out of their comfort zone, and that's exactly what happened to this mare last time. Bothered at the start, she wasn't able to set the pace like she likes to do, and she just never was able to come back from that. She still ran okay. She ran a fine third, and actually even a better buyer speed figure than she had 2 back, but she was on that big win streak. She's the one that needs to send to the lead.
Here's Fleeta Bell, gets the inside post and some speed inside as well with the 2.
Yeah, she also has speed. First off the claim in here, she just hasn't won in a while since last July.
More pace with this one, Catherine Pass.
She ran well last time out. I think that she's actually a big player, especially given that win. She had 2 starts back.
Ward Battle would benefit from a hot pace up front.
She had an outside post last time, and she came running late, but she does have that big closing kick.
Little Miss Hot Mess we'll see next, 5-1 for the David Vance barn.
Yeah, she has been chasing Keep Your Distance in the last couple. She's run behind several of the other horses in this field, but another one that would benefit from a hot pace.
And yet another one who likes to have the front, and I don't know if she's quick enough to get it here.
That's the biggest question. She just doesn't seem to be quite as good as the favorite.
Carlos Santana Jr., though, on board. She's actually won 3 of her last 5 starts. And then the short price 7-5 favorite on the outside here, Jets a Gin, and 6-year-old mare. Just anytime you see one with a record like this, it's fun to watch. 10 for 17 lifetime.
Yeah, you gotta love a horse like that. Taken out of her comfort zone last time out. I'm sure they're gonna do everything to get her to the front today.
Let's head back to Aqueduct. Rudy Rod, he's got a good one. 4-year-old filly debut for Water White. She runs big in the feature here at Aqueduct. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Pleased to be joined by Rudy Rodriguez after that easy victory coming back off the bench for Water White. Rudy, you had to feel pretty confident when you saw Irad turning for home at the quarter pole.
Yes, definitely. You know, when Irad was in the 3-8 pole and just was waiting for the hole to open up, and he don't look like he was nice and comfortable, and that was good race for her to start him, but thank God, hopefully she keep improving.
Was she an easy horse to bring back off the layoff to get her ready?
Not really, though. You know, in the morning, the last couple of works, it was we put a lot of pressure on her. I even break him out of the gate the other day because she was kind of a little lazy on us. But the other day when she broke out of the gate, that's what I want to see. She went 48, gallop up nice. So, and then seeing her breaking up pretty good out of the gate, she was in the race right from the get-go, and I just kind of take it back and pretty easy filly to ride, I guess. You know, yes, she was just sitting nice and comfortable. So hopefully she got a big future ahead of her, you know.
I was going to say, I know you saw what you wanted to see and then some today. Where do you go next? Graded Stakes next?
We're going to talk to the owner and then see. We're just going to try to enjoy this race at a time and hopefully she come back good and take it from there, you know.
Well, Rudy, congratulations. Job well done having her ready for this effort.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Water White. Well, she was victorious coming back. And Greg, Rudy holding it close to the vest where her next race might be.
Yeah, we'll anxiously wait that out because she has a ton of talent. If this is the start of her campaign in 2021, it's going to be exciting to watch.
Yeah, and I like what Rudy had to say about just trying to get the best out of her in the morning, breaking her from the gate, putting a little bit more pressure, make sure she's tuned up for this race, which she certainly was. Had a lot left in the tank to move forward off of as well. $6.70 winner.
All right, we'll get to the nightcap coming up. We'll see if Irad has this. It looks like he has a big opportunity to take the late double, even money on the morning line favorite of Vow of Beauty, the 2 for Charlie Baker. But right now it's back to Oaklawn and still 7-5 on Jets Gin. And obviously the break is everything, but she looks like she's the quickest of the quick in here. There is a ton of speed, though. So if she does get company up front, who do you think it sets up best for?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question. I would go with the 4 War Ballad. I think that she could be closing late. I do have a few questions about the 5 Lil Miss Hot Mess, who's a shorter price. But I think that War Ballad, I realize that her last couple maybe on paper look like they are not up to the level. But she does have tactically the advantage of being able to come from off of it and does have a recent win over the track.
Well, meanwhile, some late money on the 3. Catherine Pass, 2 starts back at Oaklawn, was on a good track, so different scenario. She ran a huge number, biggest number of her career, dusted that group, and she went quick early in that race.
Yeah, she did. 21-4, 45-3. She was just going fast, and she was cruising, too. She won that race by 7 1/4 lengths. And last time, she was stepping up to face some tougher company in the starter allowance level. We'll see how that race 2 back does stack up against this. Now, she is able to be fast out of the gate. We'll see how that affects Jetsa Jinin.
Jetsa Jinin in the 7, trying to win for the 7th time in her last 9 starts. Here's Vic Stauffer with the call from Oaklawn.
They're at the post. They're off. Kasserine Pass and Sacred Storm with Jetsa Jinin in the center. These 3 are quickest. Lil Miss Hot Mess joins that battle. And now Jetsa Jinin and Sacred Storm. And it's going to be just Jetsa Jinin to the front. Sacred Storm will take back and sit in second. Those 2 have sprinted 4 lengths clear of Kasserine Pass and Lil Miss Hot Mess. Then comes Fleeta Bell, and the trailer is War Ballad. Jetsa Jinin, the veteran mare, takes charge into the far turn and leads by 2 lengths from Sacred Storm in second. Kasserine Pass is at the rail in third and 2.5 from the front, and she's a length in front of Lil Miss Hot Mess. Fleeta Bell has 5 lengths to make up, and she's 4 in front of War Ballad as they run towards the top of the stretch. Jetsa Jinin continues to lead. Jetsa Jinin a measured length in front of Sacred Storm in second. Kasserine Pass still has a good chance from there in third. Lil Miss Hot Mess is 4th, and here's Kasserine Pass alongside Jetsa Jinin. Jetsa Jinin ahead in front of Kasserine Pass. These 2 are only a length and a half in front of Lil Miss Hot Mess. They come to the final 16th. Kasserine Pass outside. Jetsa Jinin inside. Lil Miss Hot Mess make it 3 to the wire. Kasserine Pass, Jetsa Jinin, Kasserine Pass. I think Kasserine Pass got her nose down at the wire to beat Jetsa Jinin. Lil Miss Hot Mess finished 3rd.
Kasserine Pass, it looks like she does get it done in here for Aiden Green, 5th career win for this 4-year-old filly.
And Elvin Gonzalez kept after her there, and it looks like it really showed too that win 2 starts back was not a fluke. The numbers that she's been running lately have been exactly what she's been putting out there. I thought it was interesting too that Sacred Storm actually nabbed the lead first out of the gate. Jetsajin then rushed up and was kind of keen trying to set the pace up front there. She was not able to hold off the number 3 Kasserine Pass though.
And she is versatile. Serene Pass goes off at 9-5. 3 looked like 7-5 finish.
Yeah, Little Miss Hot Mess actually ran well too. Closing, she really did benefit from the pace up front there, but you actually said it perfectly. Kasserine Pass and showing that versatility to have a horse like that can do it from anywhere. That's the biggest weapon to have on track.
Prices from this one when we return. A lot more coming up from Hot Springs this afternoon. We still have the nightcap ahead from Aqueduct as well. We're going to take a break in the action. When we return, we'll talk tomorrow's card. Grade 3 Distaff Handicap and the return of Coaching Club American Oaks winner Paris Lights off a 258-day layoff for Bill Mott.
Taproot, sold for $1.2 million as a yearling at Saratoga. Taproot's victories include the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes.
The Belmont Stakes!
In his first 2 years at stud, he bred over 240 mares. Now his first weanlings have arrived.
And Show Barn, 100,000.
One of the best bred sons of Sires Tappet to ever enter stud. Classic winner and stakes record setter Taproot, standing at Gainesway.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who rules supreme in the Sub-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a length.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Spendthrift, the Breeders' Farm. Moving along here in our Thursday card with live coverage from Aqueduct and from Oaklawn. And it was Kasserine Pass scoring the mild upset here in Hot Springs, picking up the 5th win of her career. And she had to gut this one out over a very talented, quick 6-year-old mare, Jetsajin.
And she showed another dimension today too. Lately has been showing pace. That's how she won her big victory 2 starts back. This time she sat off of it. She let Jetsajin do the dirty work up front, and she closed nicely to get the win. She's in great form right now for trainer Aiden Green.
3.75 finish, $5.60 for the win on Kasserine Pass. 4-year-old filly by Trap Shot. Gets the job done in that 6th out in Hot Springs. Up next is 7th race, 3/4 of a mile starter optional claiming race. John Court on board, parking in the rear from that outside post, who would put together back-to-back wins, including the Oaklawn debut before finally being beat last out.
Finished 4th last time out, has speed from the outside, dangerous commodity. We'll see if she can clear over going that 6 furlongs, but using that speed, again, always dangerous.
Tremendous weekend of action, as we told you, coming up here at Aqueduct. It kicks off tomorrow. Grade 3 Distaff Handicap. Compact field, but quality top to bottom in this group. And it's the return of Coaching Club American Oaks winner Paris Light's long time off. She was prepping for the Alabama, developed an injury along the way, and then Bill Mott said, let's bring her back. 4-year-old, go to the bench. And here comes the return. Probably a distance that's not her best, but still a big target to go after here in a Grade 3.
Coming back at the 7/8, you'd imagine, is a stepping stone. She was such a big 3-year-old filly, and she just looked like she could go those distances too. This is her very gutsy win over Crystal Ball in the Coaching Club American Oaks, and it's the return of Junior Alvarado as well, as he's coming up from Florida. He'll be back and in the saddle for the first time. In fact, it of course teams up for lots of victories with trainer Bill Mott. Watched a recent workout at Payson Park for Paris Lights, and this was that workout back a couple of weeks ago, and she was going 48-4 at Payson Park. That is such a deep surface there in prepping for the return. The way that she's been training looks like she's really doing well coming back, but again, I'm sure bigger fish to fry down the road.
Yeah, the short-term goal coming up is that Grade 1 La Troyenne at Churchill. That's April the 30th, so we'll see how she fares in the distance. It's probably not her best in her comeback effort. Meanwhile, she's got to deal with On Her Way, who ended her 6-year-old campaign as good as can be with back-to-back stakes wins.
And she was flattered when the horse that finished 3rd there, Pacific Gale, came back to win back-to-back graded stakes wins down in Florida. And she did have the propensity up in New York to hang a little bit, but closing on the outside was On Her Way with that big late run that she does have. It's hard not to root for this mare. She's 7 now by Caleb's Posse. This will be start number 42. She boasts 13 career victories and getting close to that $700,000 mark in earnings.
She's now 7 years old. This is the 7-year-old comeback. We'll see if she can kick off this 2021 campaign the way she ended it last year as a 6-year-old. She was on quite a roll. This is tough company, though. And Lady Kate, she was in incredible form in the summer last year, including that second to Monomoy Girl in that La Troyenne.
Absolutely, and going longer distances as well. However, I've always kind of felt that she is actually probably a little bit more potent going maybe a 1-turn mile. So cutting back now to the 7 furlongs, I don't mind for Lady Kate. Obviously was facing Valiance, Monomoy Girl, really tough fillies before the layoff. She should be interesting coming back. And have to mention Kansas Kiss, as she was a nose behind Water White last year in the Busher. We just saw what she just did coming back.
Yeah, she'll be interesting to watch. 8-1 morning line. Lady Kate, though, looks like she could be the one to beat in that race. That's tomorrow. Grade 3 Distaff Handicap. We'll have it for you live on the program. We got one race to go here at Aqueduct on this Thursday card, this opening day of the spring meet. $131,000 in the late pick 5. We've had just that one number. That was the biggest price of the sequence. Dust Devil at 9-2. We have an odds-on favorite right now, 4-5 on Avow Beauty. Irad Ortiz Jr. looking to take the late double, and there's his mount for Charlie Baker. Dropped into this level last time out. Second beat less than 2 lengths. Equipment changed today with the blinkers coming off. We'll have the post-parade when we come back.
The more they run, the more they win. The Run Happy Rally continues in 2021 with winners from Santa Anita to Churchill to Aqueduct.
But no problem at the end of the mile. Breaks his maiden here. Nikki the Vest won by 3.5 lengths.
And she's well in front. Joyful Cadence canters home.
It's all Drive Happy. Extending that stride, it's going to be Drive Happy.
Price for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare today. Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Coming on strong.
Minute to stardom. On top, coming down to the final 16th, opening up a 2-length lead.
My love for you.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Gaining late on the far outside, Guitar Tribute, who's storming home. Go, Guitar Tribute!
My love for you. Coming on strong.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
We have the nightcap coming up here at Aqueduct on this Thursday card. Our program, it's brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including this feature coming up. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get involved if you're a new member. Match 200 is that promo code you want to use to sign up. Pick 5 will pays to our current favorite. It's been basically favorites the whole way, with the exception of one race. $142 back to A Vow of Beauty.
Yeah, not too bad for that, as Irad Ortiz said looks to sweep the late double. Just that one horse that paid $11 in the sequence.
Let's head downstairs for Paddock Report from Maggie Wolfendale.
I think it's going to be the favorites again here, Greg. There's 3 horses that could foreseeably win this race, and we'll start with the one who is likely to be the post-time favorite, the 4-year-old, A Vow of Beauty, as he is taking blinkers off for his second try in this condition, this maiden 25, going a mile. And one of the better times I've seen him, to be honest. In the past, he's a horse who would tend to get kind of hot, washy, and nervous. Not the case. Hasn't been the case as of late. But sometimes when you're dealing with the horse that has made 9 starts already, and 8 of them with the blinkers on, you just got to change it up. That element of surprise will often get a horse to run on a bit and put their best foot forward. So he's very logical, and I would not try to talk anybody off of him, even as the favorite. As number 1, Hump Day. Now, Hump Day, poor guy, in all 3 of his main track efforts, it's been a wet track. And we'll see, though. I think he'll be okay, because he does strike me as more of a turf horse, probably just a fairly slow one, that he might be okay over the sealed going that we get here. He's very fit, the most fit I've seen him, and he's named the Hump Day. Well, I don't know why he's named Hump Day, to be honest, but the real story. But I would say it has something to do with the fact that he's pretty sway-backed. So sway-backed horses, it's just a confirmation fault that really has no bearing on their running abilities, but it's just that big dip you see behind the withers, and then comes back up into the hindquarters. So that's Hump Day, Greg.
Should have been running yesterday, but unfortunately opening days today. A Hump Day running on a Thursday. Okay, 3-1. Ray Handel, Manny Franco. We'll see. He's going to need better than what he showed last time out, and yet, unfortunately for him, he gets an off track again.
He does, and so we'll never get a chance to see how he, or at least as far as today's form does go, we won't get a chance to gauge how he would handle a fast main track. But Maggie brought up that he was maybe more of a turf horse, and sometimes those horses that are built more with looking like they'd have an affinity for turf tend to handle a kind of harder packed, sealed, sloppy track just based off of their physicality a little bit better than some tried and true dirt horses do.
The popular Kentucky Derby Bankroll Builder promotion, it continues Saturday, where you can earn a $20 bonus for the Derby. To qualify, you bet $50 to win on one horse in the Wood Memorial at Aqueduct through the Naira Bets app, and you can score a $20 bonus, win or lose. Play the Bankroll Builder each Saturday through April 10th. Visit NairaBets.com for details and the full Bankroll Builder schedule. I got that out. It's a tongue twister.
Well done.
All right, good luck, everyone. And again, it's great. You don't win or lose, just play, and you get that money in your account for Derby Day. It's cannot miss. 4 to 5. What do you think about the odds-on price here on A Vow of Beauty?
I think he's the one to beat. It's kind of tough because you'd like to do everything you could to try to go against a 4 to 5 shot in a race like this, but I think it's between him and Hump Day, and Hump Day was okay last time as the favorite. Again, it's a track with moisture in it. Once again, he's got the inside. I just feel like A Vow of Beauty has a little bit more upside, and getting those blinkers off provides some change.
You talked about the issues with Hump Day. Maggie did with the off-track. Moisture has not been a friend to A Vow of Beauty either.
Which is funny, given that he's Hump Day's by exaggerator, but A Vow of Beauty did have that off-the-turf race on a good track, but that was against maiden special weight. He's only run at this level once.
Even money. Irad Ortiz Jr. hopping aboard here. The blinkers coming off as well for Charlie Baker. Short price, but dazzling. We'll see next at 10 to 1 for Chad Summers.
Distant second at this level last time out on a fast track. His wet track race 2 starts back. He showed a lot more speed, but faded. I'd imagine that it's either a combination of wanting a fast track or wanting to come from off of it and not show the speed.
Interstate dropped to this level last time out. That didn't seem to help.
No, he'd be a surprise in here. That was sprinting, though. He's stretching back out in distance. The only time he's gone at this distance was against maiden special weight company.
Vice King showed very little in 2 sprints, and this one now stretches out as well.
I don't know if the stretch out's going to help him to take a step forward, but he is trying something new today.
Reticent was 3.5 lengths behind A Vow of Beauty when they met back on February 14th.
And in his first couple of starts, the problems that he has had is getting out of the gate. If he breaks cleanly today, maybe he can get in the game a little bit more. Trevor McCarthy certainly giving him an aggressive warm-up.
Wow. And then on the outside, Lord Camden, blinkers coming off, stretched out to a mile last start, and was on or near the lead, and Kendrick Carmouche back aboard.
Could be a similar case with your favorite in that it's just changing something up today. He has had a lot of chances, though, and he has been exposed at this level for a few starts already.
Yeah, been at this level 5 times before, 0 for 5 to this point. Let's go back to our favorite, A Vow of Beauty, mentioned faced off against Reticent back in that Valentine's Day race on February the 14th, and it was A Vow of Beauty who wound up second best of those two, 3.5 back to Reticent that day.
Yeah, and I think that that's one of the upside moves of him, as we kind of talked about, other horses that have been exposed at this level already. He's down on the inside. He's holding fine. The horse that beats him was on the left lead there, which way to Malibu, but he just didn't really have much more to offer there down on the inside. So maybe the blinkers off, changing something, sharpen horses up a little bit, and this is only his second time at this level, where some of the others have already proved that they can be beaten here time and again.
Meanwhile, the horse who was behind him that day, that's Reticent. He actually debuted on a track that had a little moisture in it. That was at Parks on a track labeled good when he was sprinting, and he had all kinds of problems in that race.
Well, I thought it was really interesting what we saw, too, with Trevor giving him such a strong warm-up there. And he rode this horse last time when they added the blinkers, so he's going to know the tendencies that this horse does have. And sometimes when you see a rider giving such an aggressive warm-up, it's because they want to get the horse a little bit more revved up. You might imagine that they'll be handled a little bit more aggressively, put into the race a little bit more. I don't think he's going to be a pace setter, but especially in a field like this, if you don't have to worry about passing so many horses and doing so on a wet track as well, I think it's a major advantage to be put up into the race, into the flow of the race earlier on.
All right, with more on Reticent, let's go to Maggie.
Amen to that, Acacia. And you guys said it, Trevor McCarthy tipping his hand to the fact that he's going to try to get Reticent out of the gate cleanly and effectively today. And actually, when he made his first start here in New York, which was his second, I know he had all those troubles down at Parks at the break, but stretching out, I thought he would be quicker. But it's almost as if, since he did not have a good experience first time out breaking from the gate, he gets antsy in there. He doesn't stand right. So he breaks a half a step slow, and then that always creates problems because the horses that are breaking sharper than you are going to kind of be able to come over on you and cut you off and intimidate a little bit. So Trevor is going to have this horse as best as he can, standing squarely and ready to break. It's his only shot, I think, at being effective here, because last time out, he was on the right part of the racetrack on the inside and still was only able to pick up minor pieces and awards. Greg.
All right, we'll see. That aggressive warm-up under Trevor McCarthy. The break, the key for this Sun Hero, Wicked Strong. Right now, 4 to 1 on the board.
And Maggie talked about how a horse can get antsy in the gate, and that's where problems can happen because they're just not prepared when that gate does open. Hump Day, he is easy to spot out there on track, and it is just a conformation flaw. It's always going to be, I think, tougher to lean towards horses like this. They will have special more cushioned saddle pads. Some horses that are very sway back, they'll either put kind of a breast strap or a martingale type of equipment on them to keep the saddle from slipping because there's not as much to hold it there with horses that have that kind of conformation. But there have been many that are able to run. It doesn't bother them whatsoever, or having a rider on their back. It's just about keeping the equipment in place more than anything, as it looks like we do have a saddle adjustment.
And this is actually, I believe, Reticent,
wow,
who is coming out of the race. That's a big scratch here in the nightcap.
Yeah, late scratch there, and I guess in that warm-up, Trevor McCarthy might have felt something that was off. There is always an attending veterinarian behind the gate for cases like this. When something does happen, a rider feels something or something is noticed out there on the track. You want to protect the horse, protect the people that are betting on the horse as well. Safety is the first priority.
Let's go down to Maggie.
And two, just to build upon that, I think, Trevor, a lot of times you have horses that, they're just walking around. Sometimes you need a little bit of warm-up. You need to stretch. You need to limber up. As human athletes, that's what these horses are doing out there. So Trevor giving him every opportunity to really limber up, and he just wasn't getting any better. So therefore, we did, I actually heard over the radio, lead veterinarian Dr. Vetarosa suggesting a scratch of Reticent ultimately to the steward. So we will see him removed, his number removed, and hopefully he'll be back on another day. Greg.
Thanks, Maggie. And always in this situation, it's part of what you use this time for, but protect the horse if something feels off. Job of the jockey to make sure that another day we'll see this one back, and not today, the day for Reticence. They're going to go back to the barn.
Absolutely, and like Maggie said, Trevor gave this horse every opportunity to show that he was going to be limbering up. It's, cooler weather here in New York, maybe just taking a little bit of time. But again, it is about protecting the horse, of course, protecting the rider and protecting the people that are investing and following along. So it's the right choice, it's the right call. May not always be the most popular call, maybe with connections who wanted to run today, but you have to do what the attending veterinarian suggests, and if the rider feels something that's off, that's what will take place. So a little bit of a delay behind the gate because they need to allow time for the outrider and the scratched horse to make it off the track and out of the way and back to the barn area.
And you see what happens on the board with the scratch of a horse who was a major contender, and you're now 1-2 on a Vow of Beauty. If you had Reticent, by the way, in multi-race ragers in the late pick 5 as well, you now are going to get this heavy favorite at 1-2, Vow of Beauty.
Yeah, so a little bit of a tough call there if you did have the 6, but you will end up with that post-time favorite. Short price now on a Vow of Beauty, and feel bad saying I picked this one and not giving any kind of clever information, but it does look like a Vow of Beauty finding the right spot, has that upside of only being at this level once before, and that actually could make things a little bit interesting as far as what's the clear pace setter in here. I was wondering if we were going to see Reticent be maybe a little bit more aggressively handled, Lord Camden getting the blinkers off from the outside, or maybe Irad Ortiz will just try to put a Vow of Beauty into the race early on.
Yeah, keep your eyes on that battle early with a favorite, the 2, and then Lord Camden on the outside, who has been quick, blinkers coming off, and we know Kendrick Carmouche takes advantage when he's on a horse with speed from that outside post. We'll see how it plays out. John Imbrial with the nightcap here. Again, late scratch of the 6. Reticent, odds-on favorite, the 2 of Vow of Beauty.
There in the gate. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for Hump Day at the back of the pack, along with Interstate. A Vow of Beauty is going out for the lead. Right alongside is Bedazzling. So it's Bedazzling and a Vow of Beauty. Hump Day is now moving up down at the rail. In between horses is Vice King. Lord Camden's on the outside. And it's a slow starting Interstate who trails the field in 6th. As they race up the backstretch, the quarter went in 24-2. Odds-on favorite of Vow of Beauty down at the rail. Bedazzling in the red blinkers on the outside. Bedazzling by a head. A Vow of Beauty is right there. And Hump Day, the gray, sits just behind in third. Now Interstate has advanced up into fourth. Right alongside is Vice King, and Lord Camden now trails the field. A Vow of Beauty has now taken over from Bedazzling. It's A Vow of Beauty in front. Bedazzling on the outside in second, and Hump Day is next in third. Half mile went in 49 seconds. Around the far turn, A Vow of Beauty holding on to the lead here over Bedazzling and Hump Day. It's 2.5 lengths back to Interstate, then Lord Camden and Vice King. As they come for the top of the stretch, A Vow of Beauty is in front. Hump Day now takes second. Bedazzling on the outside is in third. They're into the stretch now. 3/4 in 15 and 2. And it is A Vow of Beauty with the lead. Hump Day driving on the outside. A Vow of Beauty down towards the rail. Hump Day on the outside. It's A Vow of Beauty holding the lead. Hump Day is in second. There's a 16th to the finish. A Vow of Beauty still there. Hump Day on the outside in second. A Vow of Beauty will get the maiden victory here as Irad Ortiz Jr. takes the late double. Hump Day was second. The big break back to Lord Camden in third.
Late doubles, you heard to Irad Ortiz Jr. The Ortiz brothers take 5 on this opening day of the spring meet.
I'm sure, and we have some great jockeys here in the jockeys room, but I'm sure they looked down at the results today, and there's no doubt the Ortiz brothers are back and taking a lot of wins with them. 3 for Jose, 2 for Irad, and he was aggressive with A Vow of Beauty, and that was the right thing to do. Bedazzling, they tried sending this horse, as we saw 2 starts back, maybe being a little bit more aggressive with him. It didn't work out once again. It was the top 2 on paper, and they were that on the racetrack as well. Hump Day, not the most efficient mover. In fact, he moves more like a turf horse as well. It just was never able to really make up significant ground on the favorite.
In the end, at 3-5 on A Vow of Beauty, 2-1-8. Lord Camden checks in third. Charlie Baker, and this 4-year-old son of Broken Vow, 10th time, breaks his maiden at a very short price to close out this Thursday card here at Aqueduct. And again, the late double to Irad, coming off that new record at that championship meet. 140 wins, just amazing.
And I can't remember off the top of my head, but it felt like every other day he just had multi-win days in general. Never hit the record, which is 7 wins in one day. He did 6 wins in one day, which is quite a lot as well. But of course, that record originally set by Luis Saez in 2018 for 137.
And not bad to break the record in a big way, too, in the Florida Derby.
Absolutely. And for Todd Pletcher, he wins a lot for.
Back to Oaklawn, 7th race. It is about 3 minutes to post here. It's a 6-furlong sprint and the starter optional claiming race as we start our post parade with Bossy Moment.
This one first off the claim at a bad effort last time with previous connections in the mud. Gets a fast track today, but obviously moving to a new barn and a big price.
Secret Mistress Ron Moquette just got the maiden breaker here at Oaklawn.
Has quite a bit of speed, too. That was a game effort last time out. Very determined to hold on.
Yeah, 3rd place finisher would come back to win out of there as well. Double Dare You, big win for an easy spot last out at Fairgrounds.
And that was off a drop in class, a big drop in class as well. Let's see stepping up to face tougher.
Simona's Choice winner in the mud last start.
Yeah, but she did it nicely, and in fact, her 2 races have been good. They've both been on wet tracks. We'll see how they do transfer.
Tom Amos sends out Melting Snow, 2nd time in against winners.
And turning back in distance, where it does seem her best races were sprinting, but the mile try last time was not too bad.
Just claimed Factual now in the Tim Dixon barn.
Open length victory last time out as the heavy favorite as well, facing winners for the first time, but last 2 have been solid.
Scat for the Cause, 29-1.
And the theme is last out maiden winners, it seems, 2nd off the layoff as well. That was also the first time in for a claiming tag last time out.
Credit Enhancement sent out by Federico Villafranco.
Back with this barn, who had 2 starts back at Oaklawn, where she did, finish 2nd behind her current favorite.
And Park It in the Rear has been favored throughout, one of the first 2 starts of her career.
And beat Credit Enhancement 2 starts back when winning. Last time was facing tougher, I think, than what she finds today.
Let's take a look at her win against Off the Maiden Scores, her 2nd win in a row, and it came in her Oaklawn debut February 6th.
She opened a big open length victory early on, and she dug in really gamely to beat Credit Enhancement in this race. John Court going to be aboard once again. She finished 4th last time, but did not get a clear lead. She strikes me as the type that wants to be on the front end, parking in the rear. We'll see how that does play out with Secret Mistress in the race.
So John Court will be aboard. He's been on board this field in the last couple of tries. 2-1 favorite. Now for the first time, actually favoritism shifts to Melting Snow, who Tom Amos claimed was a beaten favorite last start. That was at a mile, goes back to sprinting, and that's where she actually broke her maiden.
I think it was also encouraging, too, that was on a fast track, because that's what she finds today in her first 3 starts. Though sprinting, and though her 2 wins did come sprinting, we're all on wet tracks, and she ran very well last time out. But that said, I don't think she's indeed the lead type, and I'm wondering if that's why she's the favorite now. She also has Florent Giroux. If we do see Secret Mistress handled aggressively, Parkin in the rear, we think wants the lead. Maybe Melting Snow can sit right in the catbird seat.
There's only 2 multiple winners in this race. Melting Snow, the 5's one of them. The other is the 9, Parkin in the rear. But it's easy to see why Melting Snow is taking a lot of money. And, of course, Sharp Barn.
Yep, absolutely. We love Tom Amos, always rooting for him.
Meanwhile, here's the big long shot on the rail, 46-1. There's Melting Snow. The Amos runner, daughter dialed in. Florent Giroux will be aboard.
And it's funny because Bossy Moment is such a big price right now because she was claimed from Steve Asmussen. I think even with that bad effort, if she came back at the same level on a fast track, she would not be such a big price as she is right now.
Did you see, I mean, the 5, the 9 are taking the majority of their money here. Did you see it as those 2?
I did. I think the 2 Secret Mistress is talented. She's still very lightly raced. I just wonder if she and Parkin in the rear are both going to send, and that could set it up for the 5. I think Melting Snow is a major shot in here.
Well, you get Ricardo Santana Jr. on board Secret Mistress as well. 9-2 on this Ron Moquette filly as they load up. 8-5 favorite for Tom Amos, the 5. Melting Snow set for the 7th. Vic Stauffer with the call from Hot Springs.
Credit enhancement. Simona's Choice. Last to load, Parkin in the rear. They're at the post. They're off. Parkin in the rear made a mess of the start so bad that she unseated John Court. Parkin in the rear, out of the race. Up the backstretch they run with Double Dare You and Simona's Choice. First and second up the backside from a Secret Mistress. Credit enhancement to the outside and Scat for the Cause. Melting Snows between horses, then Factual, and the trailer is Bossy Moment. Double Dare You clears off into the far turn and leads by a length and a quarter from Simona's Choice in second. Secret Mistress rides the rail for the leading rider and is 3rd and 2 from the front. And on the front end, we have a new leader. Simona's Choice powers to the lead. Then comes Melting Snow and Credit Enhancement. They're both about 2.5 off the lead. 3 back to Bossy Moment and Factual, and the trailer now is Scat for the Cause, and the leader is Simona's Choice. Simona's Choice off the top of the turn. Melting Snow comes to challenge her, and Melting Snow is alongside. Credit Enhancement is after her. New leader Melting Snow past mid-stretch, a half length in front of Simona's Choice, who battles on. Credit Enhancement and Bossy Moment at the rail. Melting Snow is inching clear from Simona's Choice. Melting Snow in front. Melting Snow won a length and a quarter. Simona's Choice was second. Credit Enhancement 3rd. Bossy Moment finished 4th.
Melting Snow with a win for Tom Amos. Unfortunate right out of the gate. Parking in the rear, unseated John Court, and that was race over for one of the top choices on the board.
Yeah, and Melting Snow, I liked her thinking that she was going to get that trip. She still got a good trip with some pace, just not with the pace setters we expected. It looked like Parkin in the rear did run with the pack, so she seemed fine. It seemed like John Court just his body moved one way while she moved another. As we take a look again, take a look at the 9 on the outside, and just right out of the gate, she rears up in a bit of a tangle, and he did fall down, but he looks okay, and she did end up running with the pack, which is the best case scenario.
Well, we hope the best for John Court, that he is okay. He's got a big mount coming up this weekend in the Ashland on Will's Secret for Dallas Stewart.
Absolutely, and it is so tough when right out of the gate that happens, and I'm sure it's incredibly frustrating for the rider and the connections that have prepped a horse to get there. But it's something that happens. It happens at every level of the race, and you hope that it doesn't, but it is just part of racing sometimes.
So it's Melting Snow, went off your 8-5 favorite. Good for Tom Amos, gets another win at the meet. While those prices coming up in a moment. Meanwhile, back at Aqueduct, Form holds in the nightcap as Irad Ortiz Jr. takes a late double. Charlie Baker, nice job to get Avowed Beauty finally into the winner's circle in start number 10.
And the two that looked to be the best two on paper were the best two on track as well. Avowed Beauty getting the win at 3-5, and Hump Day kept on, but just not able to make up ground on the favorite.
Formful afternoon, no question, on this opening day of the spring meet. And there's Irad. Welcome back to South Ozone Park after that historic meet at Gulfstream. 87-75, and it got hurt even more on the payout with the late scratch of the 6 Reticent.
That's right, scratched behind the gate during the warm-ups, and that meant that Avowed Beauty became an even shorter price. Dust Devil, the only real big price in the sequence, but hope that you hit, and if you did, come back and send it in again tomorrow.
Yeah, tremendous card that we kick off a great weekend with that grade 3 Distaff handicap. Our queen for a day this afternoon, and there's no question about this, Water White, sensational. The Busher Invitational winner from 2020 makes an impressive return as a 4-year-old.
Rudy Rodriguez didn't give us any hints as to where she might be headed next, but I'd imagine it's going to be back into stakes company as she just wrapped up so easily, confidently handled coming up the rail as just once, and she pulled away from the rest of the field. Now as a 4-year-old, looks like she could have a big year coming up.
Queen for a Day, it's brought to you by the talented son of Uncle Mo, and King for a Day stands at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York. We're going to take a break. We got a lot more show coming up.
We do.
We have plenty to talk about with a big weekend ahead in both the Oaks and Derby division. All roads leading to Louisville. Essential quality, prevalence, Godolphin, loaded. Can they get their first Derby done this year? We'll talk more about it when we come back here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Back at Oaklawn. Melting snow. Give Tom Amoss a winner with Florent Giroux.
Yeah, as we kick off talking about spring here, melting snow. If there's still any snow where you are, I hope it's melting soon and there isn't any more of it coming down the pipeline. But melting snow turned back in distance, second off the claim for Tom. Did get a good trip as the number 4, Simona's Choice, made that middle move to take the lead. As part of the pace parking in the rear, she did dump her rider at the break, but it did end up going off the favorite, Melting Snow, for the victory.
Yeah, went off as the 8-5 favorite in the race. Again, Daughter dialed in with the victory. Now 3 for 5 in her career.
Yeah, seems like a good claim for Tom, too. A $5.40 winner. Simona's Choice held on for second at 13-1. Obviously, could run well on a fast track, too, off of that nice maiden win last time out.
Moving along in Hot Springs, the 8th at Oaklawn allowance race, non-winners at 3 lifetime, $106,000 purse in this 6 furlong sprint coming out. It's like a stakes race here. Royal Daher, 6-5 favorite right now, has faced some pretty tough company of late. I thought this race was wide open, though.
I thought so, too. And, yeah, Nancy mentioned it at the top of the show, the big prices at Oaklawn Park, and that's on display here. Royal Daher, as I saw Jimmy DeVito saying that he looks like this is going to be a good post for this horse, drawn a little bit more towards the outside, can be up in the race early on. I think a good spot to potentially get back to the winner's circle, but has some nice horses to deal with in here.
One of the biggest weekends there is on the road to the Kentucky Derby and qualifying. We got preps all over the place, including Keeneland, right here at Aqueduct to the Wood Memorial, and of course out west in the Santa Anita Derby. 100 points to the winner of all of these preps. Your 2-year-old champ, undefeated to this point. He was successful in his 3-year-old return to the races as well for Brad Cox, Essential Quality. Going to try and make it 5 for 5 in the Grade 2 Bluegrass.
And he just hasn't done anything wrong yet. This is in the Southwest where it was a wet track, and we know that sometimes it can rain the first Saturday in May in Louisville, Kentucky. I have seen many photos and videos of a rainy Kentucky Derby day, so we don't wish that on anybody. But if it does happen, that's not going to be a problem for Essential Quality, nor is a fast track. He's handled everything that's been thrown at him.
See if he can keep moving along. The homebred for Godolphin, son of Tappet, Luis Saez, regular pilot, back aboard. And yeah, he handled that sloppy going with no problem at all in his 3-year-old return to the action. Meanwhile, you have Chad Brown's highly motivated, odds-on favorite in the Gotham. Got off to a poor beginning in that race. As we take a look at the field, that Essential Quality is going to tackle, and highly motivated among them. He's 3-1 in the morning line. That Gotham for him was his starting point of his 3-year-old campaign.
Absolutely, and he comes off. He was coming off of sprinting with a win in the Nyquist back on Breeders' Cup weekend. Off to not the best break in the Gotham, but he didn't break the best in the Nyquist either, or even before that. That's just a tendency that he did have. And I remember I actually spoke to Chad Brown about it before the Nyquist and covering the Breeders' Cup, and he said he's just the type of horse. He was a little bit worried about it from the inside post there. He didn't want him to sit back in the gate for too much. So it wasn't the best break, but he was much the best there. Beautiful mover. He had that one start going the mile. Will now have to stretch out to the mile and an 8th. But into Mischief, as we know, they can do anything.
All right, so that's the Grade 2 Bluegrass. Again, 100 points to the winner. I mean, your champ, undefeated, and right now your leader in the clubhouse on the road to the Derby. Essential Quality is going to be, no question, the horse to beat, odds on in that race. Our ABR race of the week, it comes right here from South Ozone Park. Grade 2 Wood Memorial, race that we did not have last year because of COVID. It's presented by Resorts World Casino, and risk-taking returns for trainer Chad Brown. He really credited Irad Ortiz Jr. with this horse staying along the Derby trail, because after that turf start, the second start of his career, it was Irad's suggestion to put him back on dirt, running back going long, and put blinkers on it.
And it was a smart move by Irad Ortiz, who will be back aboard this Saturday. Eric Cancel piloted him to victory in the Withers, though, and he did it nicely. Ran very well over Capo Kane, who had obviously taken a lot of attention there. Overtook, came up for second, but did it nicely in that race. And he's now 2 for 2 at the 9 furlongs, which is a big benefit that he does have that many in this field are going to be tackling for the first time.
So Medaglia d'Oro for Klarovich Stables. We'll see if he can keep moving along. Yeah, nice feather to have in your cap, being 2 for 2 at 1 1/8 miles.
And that's the question now at this stage of the game. It's something we used to see a lot more of before the point system was put into place, that horses that were maybe not meant to go the distance of the Kentucky Derby, or those classic distances, were trying to just get on the Derby trail, get into the Kentucky Derby starting gate. Again, you don't see it as much, but sometimes you will see horses that just are not meant to be going those longer distances.
Meanwhile, Prevalence, of course, Godolphin, they have essential quality, and now they got a horse on the come here with this guy. Brendan Walsh trainee, Tyler Gaffleone. He ran very good, stretched out to 1 mile. Can he keep it going on Saturday?
And for him, and that's the biggest question, is going to be the distance, going the 1 1/8 miles for the first time. My notes from him in his first 2 races were that I didn't really want to see him go longer than 1 mile. So it's going to be a big question in here. He was a big price. It was the Pegasus World Cup undercard. He won one of the earlier races of the day by open lengths there in that maiden special weight field sprinting. He didn't really beat much in that allowance race last time out. But he's an interesting horse because he's very, very talented. He's very long in his body, but not very much so in his legs. However, he took a huge step forward physically from his first start to his second, the way that he filled out, the way that he strengthened up. He's done everything right as of yet, but this will be his toughest task yet.
He was not 1 to 9 in that spot. He was supposed to get it done. He did impressively, but as you said, a lot of question marks now. Company foremost among them for him. Meanwhile, are you a believer in Wayburn? They tried to get him in the Jerome. He wasn't able to get there because of injury. Missed the Jimmy Winkfield as well. And then because an allowance race didn't go, at 46 to 1, they wind up in the Gotham and they win it.
Isn't that the story, right? That you say, okay, well, let's take a shot, and then you end up winning instead. I haven't seen him since back in November, and I've always had some hopes for him and wanted him to go longer. But I loved hearing what Maggie had to say about him earlier, actually, in that when he came back in March, he was not the same horse that he was last year, that he's really developed a lot. And that's what you want to see at this stage. Now he's got to prove himself, but you're not going to get 46 to 1 on him again.
No, that boat ship has sailed on Wayburn, but they felt this horse had a ton of talent. It paid off. Now, can he keep it going? They're not even necessarily thinking Derby, though, at this point with this horse. They Triple Crown nominated because they're thinking Belmont. But if he runs a huge race, obviously, they got to take a shot.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's one of those things, you only have an opportunity once if you have a 3-year-old dirt horse to take a shot at the Kentucky Derby. It is the dream of our sport in being able to just have a horse in the starting gate. But I like that they're thinking the Belmont with him. He's one that I don't worry about the distance for.
Meanwhile, out west, Grade 1, Santa Anita Derby, such a rich history in this race. We unfortunately lost the horse who probably was the #1 overall contender for the Derby, even with a 2-year-old champ who's undefeated. Life is good now to the sidelines for Bob Baffert. We're going to hope to see him back later this year, but with him out of the mix, now we sort of have a default favorite in this race of Bob Baffert's horse who's chased him a couple of times, Medina Spirit.
Well, it's good to be Bob Baffert because he has a deep bench when it comes for 3-year-olds, and he's got Medina Spirit, who in the Robert Lewis 2 starts back, this is going 1 1/16 miles. It says that he and Roman Centurion were there a neck apart, but Medina Spirit would never had a breather in this race. I thought it was a game performance. He dug in really, really gamely on the inside. We did also see Hot Rod Charlie come out and win the Louisiana Derby, so I think that flattered the horses he was running against in California as well.
There's a lot of, as we take a look at this leaderboard, horses coming off maiden wins. There's actually a horse trying dirt for the first time in that Santa Anita Derby. Seems like a wide open addition this year. Right now, as you mentioned, Hot Rod Charlie, he's atop that list. Known Agenda, of course, your winner of the Florida Derby, putting Todd Pletcher back into the mix. Rebels Romance, yet more backup for Godolphin. We don't even know if he's going to go because they have so much depth.
Which is incredible when you have 3 horses that could potentially send them into the Kentucky Derby starting gate. As I just mentioned, it's a dream for many just to have a horse run in the Derby, let alone have 3 potential opportunities and the 2-year-old champion and the UAE Derby winner.
3 100-point races to get to the Kentucky Derby, all coming up this weekend, including our ABR Race of the Week, that Wood Memorial from here in South Ozone Park. We're going to take a break in the action. When we come back, it's opening day, so no better time to talk the big league connection to Hot Springs, Arkansas when we come back. Stay with us. More America's Day at the Races on the way here on Fox Sports 2 next.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front.
McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2.
It's McKenzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com. For a time, as many as 350 major league players converged in Hot Springs, Arkansas each spring to prepare for the upcoming season.
Ownership felt they needed to boil out the alcoholic microbes. Hot Springs was known as a place that had therapeutic waters, and they came for that reason. And then the ball players turned out to love it because they really not only did get in shape, but they had a great time.
By the 1930s, nearly half of all major league teams had, at some point, used Hot Springs as their spring training base. Plus, about half of all prominent ball players visited Hot Springs individually. Babe Ruth used to visit Hot Springs to work his way into shape, a place to prepare for spring training. In fact, the Babe even used the hot healing waters to recover from influenza. This wall at the Gangsters Museum of America in Hot Springs represents the long list of Hall of Fame baseball greats who trained here. This winter is a reminder of why baseball eventually migrated away from Hot Springs. The rain proved to be a disruption, and sometimes even the cold and snow wiped out valuable practice time. Although by the 1930s, most teams moved to Florida and Arizona, Hot Springs would continue to be a destination for players to work out before joining their major league squads for decades to come.
Such a neat place. Major League Baseball and the Mafia with deep ties to Hot Springs, Arkansas.
I love it. What a place it is indeed. Yeah, I've not had the pleasure of ever being there, and you and I were just talking about that. But I've heard nothing but great things about Oaklawn Park and about Hot Springs in general. So it's definitely on the list once COVID is done and we're able to travel.
Yeah. Babe Ruth, Al Capone, they probably had some good times there together.
I'm sure they did.
We have more coming up from Oaklawn. 8th race. Royal Daher, who we've talked about, still favored. 6-5 on the board on this rich allowance race, a purse of over $100,000 as we talked about. And Royal Daher, 2-time winner for the Jimmy DeVito barn. Here's our post parade. We start with Plain Talk, speed from the inside.
Came back, had a wet track last time and a very poor performance, but does have that speed.
War Detonator, 18, someone entering our screen now.
Won the last race impressively, also showing speed. That was in a non-winners of 2 claiming race. So first off the claim now for Timothy Martin.
Sturgill, big price, 29-1. Can you make any case?
Does belong as a short price. His win a couple back in December at Hawthorne came showing some speed. He did face Hidden Scroll 2 starts back at over 100-1.
Yeah, Royal Daher was in that race as well as a tough spot. Mojo, Randy Morse.
Now, he's one that I think could certainly grab a share. He's not the winning type, but he is often right there.
This one gets checks a lot. 8 thirds in 19 tries, Lycan.
Yeah, he's the same kind of scenario. I think the turn back and distance as well suits. They tried stretching him out. He prefers going shorter.
Here's the favorite.
And he makes a lot of sense. He's been good. He's kept some good company, run against some solid horses, and tactically, I think, has the right running style.
Skull Factory had to deal with that muddy track in that comeback race against Hidden Scroll.
Blinkers on today. It looks like he has an extension blinker on the right eye. We talk about it a lot on this show, typically for horses that tend to have a tendency to get out.
And on the outside, 701, Full Authority, Jinx Fires.
This one has been poor lately, but has also been facing some good company. Last one at the fairgrounds back in December.
5 minutes to post here in this 8th from Oaklawn. You can play this race, get sign-up started. But now our bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 100% deposit match of up to $200 at sign-up. When you use that promo code MATCH200. So did you see 6-5 is what you were going to get here in Royal Daher?
I thought that he was going to be a favorite, but I didn't think it was going to be this short of a price. In fact, I think it's an easy one to kind of hang your hat on as he's just been consistent. He's got some back class for sure. He's run against nice horses. You look through his past performances and just the company that he's kept. His win back at Churchill the end of November I thought was strong. These are a couple of wet track tries, but he runs on anything and he has tactical speed.
He's tackled some tough company, not just Hidden Scroll. When it gets volatile,
yep.
We had the lead against at Churchill back in 2019. We'll see how he fares here today with the target on his back. He's a 6-5 favorite, so let's check in with Nancy Holthus. And Nancy, obviously the favorite, has been tackling some very tough company.
Yeah, that is the biggest understatement of the day. If you look at the horses that he has finished directly behind earlier in the meet, Hidden Scroll, and if you kind of fast forward to the weekend, Hidden Scroll will take on runners in the Grade 3 Commonwealth, as will Special Reserve in the Commonwealth. And in that allowance race, if you look just 2 starts back, is Special Reserve, and also Shoplifted will make his next start in the Grade 1 Carter at Aqueduct. So he has really been facing some bears in his allowance races here at Oaklawn Park. I like the fact that David Cabrera, who rode him 2 and 3 starts back, is back in the irons today. He's got a really good feel for this established runner. Now, Jimmy DeVito does say that he'd like to see him close to the pace, but sometimes when he gets too close, he can get a little bit too aggressive. So he'd like to see him on the outside and kind of stalk. That would definitely be the best case scenario. But a potential upset could be with Ingrid Mason's Lycan. He breaks just to the inside of Royal Daher today. And I think the key for Lycan is the cutback in distance. We saw him go the mile distance, and his 2 career wins, they have been at 3/4 of a mile. Martin Garcia is definitely a threat here. He's kind of had a more quiet meet than he did last year, but definitely don't count out Martin Garcia on Lycan. Guys?
And thank you, Nancy. There is Lycan. He's 7-2 right now. Casey's got a couple of lengths to make up on the favorite from when they met back on January 24th, but third off the bench today might be the time to do it.
No, it absolutely could. And Nancy brought up the point about him stretching out in distance last time out. And sometimes, again, you will see horses maybe stretch out or cut back or change something up and see if that's going to help. He was handled more aggressive. He was chasing last time out, but he just doesn't want to go that far. So back to basics today, back to his preferred distance here at Oaklawn. He's on a fast track once again. I think that he certainly suits here. My biggest question with him is that he's 2 for 19 with 9/3. His last win was February of 2020. He's been right there, and I know that he's faced some nice horses all along. He's just not the winningest type for the recent races that he has been showing.
Meanwhile, here's the son of Claiborne's stallion, Warfront, War Detonator. He has won 2 of his last 3 starts. This is a fairly big step up in class, though.
It is indeed. He was claimed for $30,000 last time out, getting that non-winners of 2 condition. So he's stepping up to face just tougher horses today. However, he was handled aggressively that time, but you can even see it in his buyer speed figures. He's never run higher than a 75 when you've got the likes of Royal Daher, who's running can run a 90. So this is going to be a tall order for him. I'm curious to see if they're going to stick with him setting the pace, but he can do a lot of different things. He can stalk. He had a nice stalking trip when he broke his maiden for Ben Colebrook back at Churchill Downs. He does have some natural foot, though, and he is drawn more towards the inside.
Well, you can look like that going against easier company, and now it's going to be a different story going against this group. But, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what tactics there he is that he employs. He's 17-1. But no question, much tougher company this afternoon.
And sometimes when you handicap races, it comes down to tactics, how the race is going to play out. That's the first step that I always take, is trying to envision how the race is going to play out. But sometimes you just can't overlook the major factor, and that's class. And that's the biggest question. I mean, the horses that we mentioned with Lycan and Royal Daher, they have the class edge in here, and the company they've been facing, how they've been running, and how they've been doing it. But a horse that's in good form has that early speed and could potentially dictate it. That's going to be his best chance.
You don't get 7-1 often on this guy, Ricardo Santana Jr. in Hot Springs. That's the case now in Mo's Mojo to the 4.
No, absolutely. And he comes off of a 4th place finish last time. Again, he's facing much tougher today. He has had some races on the go back that would make him competitive, but they've been going longer. So his recent starts have been sprinting. He ran well 2 starts back behind Tumbling Sky. You just wonder if that effort for $20,000 would put him into contention with the likes of the big players we mentioned.
He's actually run pretty good sprinting. His better races, though, in the past, they've been going long, but we'll see 7-1 right now. Meanwhile, Skull Factor, he's at that same price on the board, 7-1 as well. Blinkers go on for his second start of his 4-year-old campaign.
He's a little bit of an interesting kind of outlier to me. Again, he gets that extension blinker on the right eye for horses that tend to, you can see it kind of drift or get out. Sometimes there is a little bit of some deeper issues. Sometimes trainers just favor using that kind of equipment because it can be a little bit more of a quicker type of fix. He's drawn more towards the outside, which is a benefit for him, but it keeps him from completely seeing any horses to his outside, so help him theoretically keep a straight path.
It's a couple of wins. He's been on the lead. He's gone gate to wire with the blinks on. You would think the intention is got to be send with him.
I would think so. I mean, his last start, he was pretty far back, and he really didn't make any dent. He's been freshened up since then, so I'm imagining they're kind of trying to go back to basics, freshen him up, and do the changes that they think need to be made for him to be competitive here.
Yeah, muddy track last time. Maybe he didn't like it. It was his first time on an off track. He just did not put in a good showing. Vic Stauffer with the 8th from Oaklawn. Here we go.
They're at the post. They're off. Plain Talk broke very well from the inside, goes to the front. Mo's Mojo, Royal Daher also close up with War Detonator between horses. Then comes Skull Factor, followed by Full Authority and Sturgill, and the trailer is Lycan. Plain Talk from Royal Daher up the backside. Plain Talk, a neck in front. Royal Daher is second to an armada of horses headed up by Full Authority. Skull Factor's inside of him, Mo's Mojo and Sturgill at the rail. Lycan and War Detonator at the back of the pack, but it's only 4 lengths first to last. Royal Daher going to put his head in front. Royal Daher now a neck in front of Plain Talk in second. Full Authority is 2 from the front in third. Mo's Mojo is next. Then Sturgill and Lycan, who has 5 lengths to make up, and they'll all have to catch Royal Daher off the top of the turn. Royal Daher with a 2-length lead over Full Authority in second. Then Mo's Mojo. Lycan in the center is beginning to fly, but he is 3.5 lengths behind Royal Daher, who's clear as 16th out. Looks like Lycan will get into second, but he is not going to get into first. That's held by Royal Daher. Royal Daher won by 3.5. Lycan did get second. Full Authority third. Mo's Mojo finished fourth.
Wow, this was as easy as could be for Royal Daher, third win of his career.
And he did it so nicely. You're absolutely right. And I think it comes down again to what we talked about beforehand, the class, just the horses he'd been facing. Lycan ran really well closing from off of it. And he is, once again, the type of horse that's very good about picking up some checks, hitting the board, running well, finishing in the money. But there was no catching the winner today. David Cabrera knew exactly what to do with this horse. A lot of horses broke sharply, but as they suited themselves out, he put Royal Daher in a perfect spot.
It's unfair because I don't know if you saw the margin. 5-length win?
I think so.
Okay. I'm terrible at that. It was dominant. We know that much.
That's the track announcers usually. I can't guess it.
1:09.2 final time for this 5-year-old who is sharp as can be on this Thursday afternoon. David Cabrera for Jimmy DeVito, Double Down Stables. Bred this son of Daher as well. He gets his second win here at Oaklawn. We're going to take a break in the action. Prices from this one when we return. We'll set the stage for the nightcap as well. And the story of Ron Moquette and his Oaklawn home. It is literally on the racetrack. We'll have it for you when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
I don't know how you go wrong with a horse like this.
Collected travelling by far the better. Accelerate only plodding home, but Collected giving his rivals an absolute drubbing in the Precisionist.
Arrogate now is plugging away on the outside, but Collected won the Pacific Classic.
I've got 8 Collected foals, absolutely thrilled with every one of them.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
Back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us here on this Thursday afternoon. Greg Wolf, Acacia Courtney. Program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Back at Oaklawn, Royal Daher dominant, taking the 8th at Oaklawn. This was a big performance for this Jimmy DeVito runner.
And I'm sure very happy given the size of the purse for this race, as well as he got his 3rd career victory and did it nicely. Open length score over the 5. Lycan, who was closing, but there was no catching the winner. Perfect ride, great trip, and much the best.
Yeah, no question about it. Third time into the winner's circle for this 5-year-old son of her, and $3.60 for the win. Lycan runs second, so your top two on the board run 1, 2, full of 30. Rounds out the trifecta that comes back $42.60. Nightcap. Arkansas bred race, 20,000 claiming group, horses who've not won 2 lifetime. Chicken Hawk, the 8-5 favorite, dropped down in class, and as a result, the one to beat.
The class drop does make a lot of sense. This one made the first start for the barn last time, had the inside post, and was facing significantly tougher.
Ron Moquett with a runner in this race as well. That's Thornish outside post, and we'll get to more on that horse in a moment. First, the story of Ron Moquett. He has a very special place in his heart for Hot Springs, Arkansas. Not only has he had a ton of success there, of course, his champion sprinter, Whitmore, seemed to rule the roost there year after year after year. But that's not the only reason Moquett considers this home.
My version of the clubhouse when you go to the racetrack. I always think that the universe takes care of me, but I couldn't imagine doing my job in the winter months without this location.
Ron Moquett built his hideaway along the Oaklawn backstretch in 2015. 3 years later, he was diagnosed with sarcoidosis, an autoimmune disease that makes him especially susceptible to large crowds. He had no idea just how beneficial having Oaklawn as his next-door neighbor would end up being.
Let's go to this rider, something that he'll forget before he gets to the gates. And different riders are different. You know, Joe Talamo, he kind of warms up and hangs out until he gets there. If you miss Santana, you just miss him. He's a very hyper-focused guy. Takes a little to get used to because I like to watch the horses walk off whenever I leg them up and stuff. And you don't get to do that, but you get to watch them back here warm up. So it's you gain some stuff whenever you lose something else. There's the horse. It's just a sloppy track. I was going to try to tell him to get involved and go on.
They're off. Reeves is the leader past the half-mile pole. A 2-length advantage with Glory's Eyes to take second. Closer third at the rail.
From the inside now, trying to get her. All of our dreams, Stargarita. Final surge. All of our dreams in Stargarita.
Third.
Wow, this is it.
So this gives me a little good feeling. Off of a year layoff, that's pretty good. Well, I wouldn't be in Hot Springs, Arkansas if it wasn't for Oaklawn. You know, I wouldn't ever go to Louisville if it wasn't for Churchill. I go where the horses go. And Oaklawn is so endeared to me because Hot Springs and the surrounding area all share my enthusiasm for the horses and the races. We have the craziest, coolest fans there are.
That's so cool. They love their horse racing, no question, in Hot Springs. Ron Moquett, terrific trainer, and of course, the champion sprinter, the pride of the barn. That is Whitmore, who came back, and it was a rarity seeing him beat in the Hot Springs in his 8-year-old return to the races. We don't see him lose at this racetrack very much.
No, we don't. Behind CZ Rocket, and hearing we may get a chance to see them rematch next week in the Count Fleet as Whitmore looks to get his 4th victory in that race. He won it in 2020, 2018, and 2017, second in the Count Fleet in 2019.
So yeah, CZ Rocket, Whitmore going to do battle again. It's been fun to see these two go at it.
Mm-hmm.
Whitmore got the best of him in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. CZ Rocket returns the favor in the Hot Springs, and we'll see what happens coming up a week from Saturday in the Count Fleet. But this horse is just so much fun. 8 years old, and he's still showing that ability.
I think once he's done racing, they have to name a race after him at Oaklawn, don't you think?
They might name the racetrack after him when he's done. He's been that good in Hot Springs.
He has been. Just the performance he put on at the Breeders' Cup for a 7-year-old horse to do what he did. And I think the longevity and success of his career overall was rewarded.
At least a room in the hotel after him.
Yes, it has to be. The suite or something.
All right, that's going to be fun to see that and see Whitmore do his thing again. Reminder, our weekend scheduled Aqueduct kicks off tomorrow. That Distaff Handicap, Paris Lights back in action for Belmont, and then Wood Memorial on the road to the Kentucky Derby. The Carter Handicap, the first Grade 1 of the year on this circuit. Bayshore, Gazelle, and the Excelsior. It is a loaded Saturday afternoon. Here's a look at the Carter Mind Control, already a multiple Grade 1 winner. We'll see if he can get it done. Mischievous Alex, though, for Safi Joseph. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard.
Yeah, he's an interesting horse. He's been very good this year for trainer Safi Joseph Jr., who took over training for him back at the start of the year. He came back and won that allowance race nicely. Then this was his victory in the Gulfstream Park Sprint over a nice field this day, too. But he just did it really well. And I know Safi had said that pointing to the Carter was the plan all along. Now, you see that equipment that he's wearing, and we talked about it in actually a previous race with another horse, that extension blinker on the outside eye. He's worn blinkers before, but he didn't wear this particular type of blinker until he started with Safi. And I spoke to Safi about it before the Gulfstream Sprint and afterwards as well. And he said he'd really noticed in his workouts in particular that he would have the tendency to drift and to get out pretty steadily. If you watch some of his races back from last year, actually, I think most noticeably in the Swale, he is a little bit all over the place. So that particular blinker cup helps him to keep a straight line, and he's been very good with it in his last couple. And Safi Joseph saying that he thinks that was the right move for the equipment, and they plan to keep that on.
He actually started out winning at 4.5 furlongs when he broke his maiden, but it seems like 7 is going to be just perfect for him right in his wheelhouse.
I very much agree. 6, 7 is even better. He's got enough stretch, enough length to him that this is the perfect distance for him, and he's built up slowly. They thought about not running in the Gulfstream Sprint, maybe just waiting for the Carter, but he was doing so well. You have a race at home, have a chance to do that out of his stall, and Safi Joseph Jr. going to have some starters, have a string up here in New York this year as well.
Meanwhile, Chateau is a horse who now as a 6-year-old is really starting to get good and has come into his own. Back-to-back wins in the Rob Atras barn now. He's 5 for 9 at Aqueduct. His last 2 have come here as well, including touching 100 Beyer speed figure in that stakes win in the Tom Fool.
And I think that really made him stamped as such a major contender. That 100 Beyer speed figure last time out, and without Lasix as well, as a 6-year-old, showed none of that was a problem for him, just pulling away from the rest of the field. It's been cool to see how he's really flipped things around, and he's found his best groove lately.
Oh, he is incredibly quick. Rob Atras says ideally he's run his best races off 6 or 7 weeks rest. He's only going to get about a month's rest coming into Saturday's action, but he's doing so good right now they had to take a chance.
Well, why wouldn't you take a shot in a race like this? It makes perfect sense. He's going to stretch out a little bit from the 7 furlongs, and he is fast out of the gate. I think that he will be the one dictating the pace, and he'll try to take them all the way, and you have an opportunity to win a big race like this.
Meanwhile, older horses going to get their crack at a Grade 3 Excelsior. Can Mr. Buff finally break through, getting another crack in open graded stakes company?
And it is amazing that we haven't seen him really break through at that level. He's just such a cool horse to root for, and he's in good form right now. This is his win in the Stymie last time out. He won going 9 furlongs in the Jazzle 2 starts back, got the Stymie last time at a mile on a wet track, but he's stretching back out to what I think is his best distance. He has that early speed. He's really kind of shown that now as a 7-year-old, he's doing his best running. We'd often see him maybe hang on that left lead, not switch leads late. He's such a big, solid horse, and he's running this well on a sealed, sloppy track. I think really shows that he's doing quite well right now.
He's going to get his best distance to try and get this graded stakes win. There's no question. At a mile and an eighth, that is what he does absolutely best. 11 for 17 lifetime going this distance. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard, and he'll try and make it 3 in a row. And it looks like finally, too, in a graded state, he's been in some top-level races before. Some Grade 1s, Grade 2s, where he's just been overmatched. This looks like a field that he should be able to handle.
It looks manageable for sure. And once again, he's outside and he is the main controlling speed in here. You might have maybe a little pressure from backside of the moon, or you wonder how things might play out. But we know Mr. Buff's running style. We know his game. And I think that Kendrick is going to be aggressive with him, as he knows him well too. Not to mention 10 of his career victories have come here at Aqueduct as well.
Will he be Buffy the Graded Stakes Slayer? We'll find out. It's going to be his likely one of his last chances anyway to get that graded stakes win on the resume, but he's been dominant against New York Reds. He's had an incredible career. He's been a fun horse. Play for a seat in the 2022 National Handicapping Championship in Vegas, as well as a $10,000 seats in the Belmont Stakes Challenge this Saturday, the Wood Memorial Challenge through Naira Bet. $3,000 buy-in offers a revamped prize structure with cash prizes, 2 seats to that 2022 NHC, and a seated $10,000 seat to the Belmont Stakes Challenge.
can get signed up and started at NYRA.com/challenge. Nightcap from Oaklawn still to come. Stay tuned for that and more Derby talk as we're, inside, get close to 3 weeks away. It's almost here. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Smiling Tiger is now the #1 fourth crop sire in America. You heard that right. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a special discount of just $5,500, is the #1 fourth crop sire in America. His progeny scored 4 stakes wins in just 6 weeks, including Smiling Shirley, Grinning Tiger, and Tiger Dad. The #1 fourth crop sire in the nation is Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a discounted rate of just $5,500.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. How cool would that be? Have one of those rooms overlooking that turn in Hot Springs.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough ticket to get.
I'll say. That could be the Whitmore room.
Yes, it could. Or, name the restaurant after Whitmore. He's going to get something named after him. We know that much. And we're going to see him again in action a week from this Saturday coming up. We're going to talk more Derby ahead, a race that you were on hand for down in South Florida. All the talk going into the Florida Derby. Shug McGahee's greatest honor, who was trying to become I didn't realize it's the first horse ever to sweep all those series of races leading up to the Derby.
I didn't either. And it's funny because the Holy Bull used to be called the Preview, and it was run after the Florida Derby. So it used to be in history throughout Gulfstream Park at a different rundown. A lot of horses would skip the Fountain of Youth, the second one, and run the first 2. So was looking to become the first one to sweep all 3. He was not successful there. I think it's important to look back at the start, though. Known Agenda and the 7 was Greatest Honor into the break. And this is where we see things kind of sort out. In not able to drop in and get good position. 1 1/8 at Gulfstream is really short into the first turn. Immediately they're into the turn, and Jose Ortiz is left with no option but to take back and try to follow Known Agenda. What we saw in the Fountain of Youth, which there's not as much length of the stretch 2 starts back now for Greatest Honor, was that when he got outside, he really exploded. He didn't even get a chance to do that here because Known Agenda, the 5, the winner, was drifting a little bit, so he ducked back down to the inside. Those could be some explanations. However, I think the biggest thing, Greg, is that he was just more flat. He wasn't as good as the top two that day.
Everybody thought, with his pedigree, the more ground he got, getting that longer stretch run, he's going to be that much more difficult to handle. But yeah, again, a lot of his running was on the inside in that race. He seemed more comfortable on the outside. But as for Known Agenda, he gets the job done. Todd Pletcher now as his Derby horse, but a horse who still was a little bit green in the stretch.
He was. You saw him drifting a little bit. This was win number 140 or win number 138, I believe, to break the record. That's right, for Irad Ortiz to break the record throughout the meet. This was the 6th Florida Derby win for Todd Pletcher to stamp him. And before this, Irad Ortiz didn't have a Derby horse either. This was his Derby horse now, as the other horse, Prime Factor, he'd been riding for Todd, turns out doesn't want to go that far.
So there's that Derby leaderboard. Hot Rod Charlie on top. Things are going to change, obviously, with 3 100-point to the winner races coming up this weekend. We have a few more big preps. A couple of weekends left this weekend, and then we have the Arkansas Derby that next weekend. Who's impressed you most on this Derby trail so far?
Well, I hate to say a horse that'll likely be the favorite heading into the Derby, but it has been essential quality. And the fact of the matter is that he's just handled everything that's been thrown at him. A wet track in the Southwest, winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a 2-year-old, and then going on as a 3-year-old. He's by Tapit as well. He's got a pedigree to go the distance. He's done everything right as of yet. I think even if we don't see him win the Bluegrass, he'll still be a force to be reckoned with heading into the Kentucky Derby.
This was his 3-year-old return to the races. It came in a new scenario for him on an off track, getting it done once again. He's been perfect in his career to this point. And again, that was the starting point for his 3-year-old campaign. The 2-year-old champ looking strong. Who do you think this week, we have these 3 big preps, who takes the biggest step forward this weekend?
Well, I think the Wood Memorial is kind of wide open, and I don't know about potentially a win candidate, but I'm really intrigued by Dynamic One. And the big reason is that I know it was a short field last time, but since I saw him, I have been waiting for him to go the 2-turn distance, and I feel like the 1 1/8 is just perfect for him. Got a chance to do that last time out, and he won by open lengths for Todd Pletcher. And Todd just seems so sharp about spotting these horses to go these longer distances. I think he was hindered by the outside post at Gulfstream 2 starts back. That were my notes from him, and that was a salty field on the Pegasus World Cup undercard. And again, though he beat a short field last time out, he did so doing the distance that he's going to be facing in here. And I guess you can recognize those silks as well with St. Elias. This one owned in partnership with Rapoli and Phipps Stable. And I would imagine that they're hoping for a bigger effort even today as he gets to do that distance that he really seems to prefer.
Going to have to take on a duo of Chad Brown runners in that Wood as well. Risk taking, of course, and then Crowded Trade, who Chad Brown has said reminds him a lot, actually, of Cloud Computing, who won the Preakness for him. Said, I don't know if he's going to go on to win a Triple Crown race, but started late. Horse is going to appreciate stretching out, and the fact that the way he looks and kind of trains in the morning, drawing comparisons to him, so that's high praise. We'll see. He's lightly raced. He was beat a nose second in the second start of his career in the Gotham.
He ran a huge race that day, too. I mean, him and Wayburn were best. They put on a really nice show. And for him to face company like that in just his second start, get that 95 Beyer speed figure, I think he's absolutely one that can move forward.
This is our last live race of the afternoon here. It's the nightcap at Oaklawn. Again, state-bred non-winners at 2 lifetime claiming race. It's been the whole way. This 6 here taking this big drop in class here. Chicken Hawk, who's been favored.
And he has some tactical speed as well. He won against Maiden Special Weight Company at Louisiana Downs back in September. We saw him come back off of a layoff, run pretty well 2 starts back, faced tougher last time. So I think it's just back to reality for him, back in a place where he can be competitive.
Here's John Cordy's on Prince Leo from the rail.
Broke his maiden last time out against State-Bred Company, stepping up to face winners for the first time. Water a little deeper today.
This one taking a big drop here. Aspen Club, blinkers on.
There's actually quite a few taking significant drops in class like this. This looks right for this horse who hasn't been competitive.
Mrs. Beans, 1 for 5 lifetime. The win came in Remington.
And third off the layoff after facing comparable company last time out, not able to get the job done.
23-1 next door on Candy's little tip.
Actually stepping up in class a bit would be a surprise, but now second off that big layoff.
It'd be tough to see with the 5. Was at this level last start and did not show much.
It does have a little bit of speed that he's shown in the past, however, has never been able to sustain that. Broke his maiden for just $5,000.
Steve Hobby with the favorite who drops in class.
And has that tactical ability, can put himself in the right spot in the race. Third off the bench, taking that drop.
Pay Dirt, another one coming out of that common race, now money earned allowance.
And this one had shown so much speed before the layoff, excuse me, came back last time and didn't show any of that speed.
5-1 on, there's the 9, African Warrior, third off the layoff today.
Yeah, this one ran well last time at a comparable level of competition when stepping up, in fact, but seemed to show that he could be competitive here. Was 27-1 that day.
And I said the last race, you don't get 7-1 often on Ricardo Santana Jr. You get it again here on the Ron Moquette runner.
Maybe here's your chance. We talked about Ron Moquette, but it took him a while to break his maiden. So sometimes, as we see, horses that take a while to break their maiden come back and tend to run well or even maybe win again the next start.
All right, so 5 minutes to post here in this finale on the card here in Hot Springs as you get a look there at Mrs. Beans. 7-1 on the board. Let's take a look at the favorite, though, in action, Chicken Hawk, who's still 8-5 on the board, been favored throughout. And the big drop again, been in the money in 7 of 10 career starts. A lot to like with this one, obviously.
Yeah, besides the short price, and 3-2 is a very short price on this one, but in a field like this, again, he just does make sense. Pretty sharp out there on the track, getting that warm-up, and the biggest thing that I like about him is that he has a running style that I think would put him in contention in here. He can be part of the pace if needed. He can stalk and close if needed. He's tactical. He's not going to be left with too much to do. I found at lower level claiming races, I just don't want to see horses that I'm depending on to close and catch horses late.
Well, that's John Court we're taking a look at on Prince Lear. We're going to check in with Nancy Holthus right now. First and foremost, I guess we should see how he's doing. He was unseated in a race, and it's a big weekend coming up for him going to the Ashland.
Yeah, indeed. John Court fortunately did come back unscathed after that starting gate incident aboard Parkin in the rear. Yeah, John has a very big weekend ahead of him. He already cleared those COVID protocols that jockeys must go through right now. Very different as just a few years ago. He will be traveling to Keeneland this weekend, taking the mount on Will's Secret, as she was the victor in the 2 fantasy preps that are going down this Saturday. She was victorious in the Martha Washington and the Honeybee, as he has some very strong ties for the Willis Horton trainee, trained by Dallas Stewart. And the reason when I talked to Dallas Stewart this morning, I said, you know, grade 1 at Keeneland traveling or a grade 3 here over a track she's proven. And Dallas said, well, you know, simply a grade 1 has more clout. So it's very interesting to talk to John Court, and he said, you know, it's going to be very interesting to see how she does handle the surface and the trip.
Well, here's a look at the field for the fantasy, and Dallas Stewart, Willis Horton, and a horse that John Court had been aboard. It will line up in that grade 3 fantasy. That is Jake Charge Lauren, who we'll see in the race over the weekend. Meanwhile, let's go back to Nancy here, and we're going to take a look at Take Charge Lauren here, and this was the maiden score back on February the 25th.
Yeah, she was a very impressive maiden winner. Dallas says they really did think a lot of her all along. They tried the blinkers didn't work. Took the blinkers off, it was like the light came on, and she actually outworked Will's Secret a couple of times. They just want to give her a chance to prove herself, and they are going to step her up against some big fillies in the fantasy. She, too, owned by Willis Horton, and it's kind of a full circle moment. As you know, John Court did ride Take Charge Lauren in that maiden victory. He will be traveling to take the mount on Will's Secret. But in regards to race shape for this Saturday, Dallas said, you know what, we'll let the gates open and just let David take it from there. She did ship up from her base at the fairgrounds just this past Sunday, but I kind of love the Dallas Stewart-John Court connection, because I don't know if you guys are aware, but Dallas Stewart was John Court's valet all the way back in the 80s at Louisiana Downs. So who knew that Dallas would be legging up John Court in 2021 in a grade 1? You gotta love the full circle moment.
Yeah, that's incredible. That'd be fun to see them get the money. Let's get back to this race here coming up, this nightcap here, Nancy, and give us someone maybe beyond the favorite to look to here.
Well, John Prather already scored an upset on the earlier in the card. He has a horse here that almost got up for the victory earlier in the meet at 27-1. And African Warrior, kind of a standout for me, does look to move forward. His third start off the extended break, a really good third last out at this very level. Looks to get a very good pace to run at, and a big closing effort. Third, beaten less than a length. Christian Torres, guys, keep an eye on this young journeyman. He was in the irons last time for that third place closing effort. No reason that this horse cannot get the victory and score another upset for the barn of John Prather. Greg?
Nancy, thanks. Yeah, today will be third off the bench. Ran at this level last time out, was only beat 3/4 of a length. Will be coming from off the pace in here. And what about this young rider that she was talking about?
Yeah, I got to know Christian well when he was down at Gulfstream as an apprentice, actually. And I think he's one of the hardest workers. He was doing really well. He has the same agent as Ricardo Santana heading to Oaklawn, so getting some top mounts and doing well now as a journeyman.
4-1 on his mount here coming up. African Warrior, third off the bench. That's the one Nancy gave us, but favored throughout. Now 3-2 as they load up here. That is Chicken Hawk with that drop down in class. Many coming out of that common race that was won by Bebop Shoes, but this one certainly showed the best running ability in that group. Waiting on, there's the 9 African Warrior going to load in, and then Thornish for Ron Moquette with Ricardo Santana Jr. There's that 10 in the background, will be the last in line. Nightcap here on this Thursday card from Oaklawn Park. Let's go to Vic Stauffer.
Last to load, Thornish. They're at the post. They're off. Good start for Pay Dirt, who immediately clears off. Look at Pay Dirt fly away 4 or 5 lengths early. Then Aspen Club, followed by Prince Leo, Chicken Hawk, and Amazing Song. African Warrior and Thornish are next, then Mrs. Beans, and the trailer is Candy's Little Tip. Pay Dirt now leads by a length and a half. 2, Aspen Club. Chicken Hawk is 3 deep. Moving up 4 wide is African Warrior on the move. Amazing Song just inside of him. Meanwhile, Prince Leo is at the rail, and he's in a good spot as well. Mrs. Beans has 5 lengths to make up, 2 in front of Candy's Little Tip, and now Thornish is the trailer and Pay Dirt is the leader. Pay Dirt a half length in front of Aspen Club in second. Chicken Hawk, Prince Leo, Amazing Song, and a 4 wide African Warrior all make up the second flight, all about 2 from the front, and Aspen Club is outside of Pay Dirt. It is Aspen Club ahead in front of Pay Dirt now in second. Then comes Amazing Song, not today for Chicken Hawk. And in the center comes African Warrior, and it's Aspen Club just in front. Mrs. Beans is flying from the back of the pack and trying to find a way through. Amazing Song, Prince Leo up the rail. Mrs. Beans going to try to split them all. And Amazing Song and Mrs. Beans. Wow, that is close. It's actually 3 on the wire. Amazing Song, Mrs. Beans, and Prince Leo. In a
tight finish. I thought it was the 5. Amazing Song, and I'm trying to find the price here right now. 56-1 if it was the 5.
Yeah, this one would have been hard to find on paper. I think it was the 5. Now, I'm not as familiar watching photo finishes at Oaklawn Park, so I'm not sure exactly. But the 1 was running well. Prince Leo on the wire, facing winners for the first time. But to me, it looked like Amazing Song, who somewhere, somehow found this race and held off a late flying Mrs. Beans.
I'm going to do a little math right now. If it is the 5, this late pick 5 is coming back better than $35,000. Wow. And I think it was here. One more look at it. Prince Leo on the rail, 3 making a bid, Mrs. Beans, but the 5, Amazing Song. It's still, yeah, it's clear at this point.
Looks like she held on. It's hard with the shadow there, but they've got the camera on the 5. Amazing Song with Elvin Gonzalez aboard as this one. Big form reversal for her today. She was game, but we didn't see much from the favorite in here. I think that's the biggest takeaway.
Wow. What a way to end your card this Thursday afternoon. 35,000 plus late pick 5 with a 56-1 shot coming in here in the nightcap. for Jamie Gonzalez. And this one ran at this level last time out, was a monster price in that race, did very little running in a race in which African Warrior was third. African Warrior looked third off the bench. Like that one had a huge chance in here. That horse unfortunately did not show up, but here wide trip into the stretch here. This 5 just keeps on grinding away.
Yes, she does, or he does, excuse me, ran really, really well. And the blue cap is the 3, Mrs. Beans, who was looking for racing room, tried to go inside the 2, ended up knifing in between horses. I thought that was a super gutsy effort there. It was a non-effort, though, from the 6, Chicken Hawk, who was far back. No factor in this race, but a complete form reversal and a huge performance from Amazing Song at a big price.
That's where the all button can have its place
yes,
in this game. This was a
absolutely.
really hard one to come up with in here. Amazing Song. Now 2 for 13 lifetime, 56-1 to close out the Carton Hot Springs. Prices from this race. When we come back, Elvin Gonzalez aboard for the winning ride. Stay with us. More America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 6 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include graded stakes winner Plum
But
Ali,
it's going to be Plum Ali, and she's now 3 for 3.
Sharp Samurai, international stars Shivaji and Birdie Queen, plus these standout performers. In the ring, his yearlings sold up to $260,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Coming on strong.
Minute to stardom. On top, coming down to the final 16th, opening up a 2-length lead.
My love for you.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Gaining weight on the far outside, Guitar Tribute, who's storming home. Go, Guitar Tribute!
Feel my love for you. Coming on strong.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back at America's Day at the Races. Our final segment here before we sign off. The bottom of the hour. Program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can get signed up and play this huge weekend on the road to the Triple Crown, including the Wood Memorial this Saturday. Go to nairabets.com. You can download the app as well. Nightcap and fireworks in Hot Springs for the finale. Amazing Song, 56-1.
It was even 30-1 on the morning line, which is just amazing. Elvin Gonzalez aboard, kept after this horse, and a big effort from the runner-up in the 3, Mrs. Beans, who was there in the blue cap, looking for a space to run. Ended up going in between horses, but just there, down to the winner's circle. Outside was the 5, Amazing Song, at a big price to certainly bring some excitement to the nightcap, 115-20.
Incredible.
That'd be some 10-cent super was $1,900. Did you have that?
I did not. There's that pick 5, $2 sequence, so for 50, just over 35 grand. Congrats if you were able to come up with that sequence. Not bad at all.
Yeah.
Again, huge weekend coming up on this Saturday afternoon on the road to the Kentucky Derby. We're going to have the Wood Memorial out here presented by Resorts World Casino. I know you talked about the horse you're so looking forward to seeing in Dynamic One, who you think is going to step up. Prevalence, though, it would be neat to see Godot. They've been trying for so long to get a Kentucky Derby. They obviously have essential quality. we'll see if Prevalence can give him a little backup.
And I like Prevalence. I think that he's a really talented runner. Like I said, some concerns are him stretching out to do the 9 furlongs, go the 2 turns for the first time. But he has just been so dazzling in his first 2 starts, looking to remain undefeated, obviously facing much tougher, but he's put on some nice shows thus far, and Tyler Gaffleon will be in town to ride.
And we'll see if Wayburn can back up what he did in the Gotham at 46-1 and go to the Derby. Right now they're in a wait-and-see mode to see how he runs on Saturday afternoon. Water White, sensational in her 4-year-old comeback to the races for Rudy Rodriguez. It would seem like deeper waters, likely graded stakes action next for her. Royal to her, just too good in Oaklawn in their feature. And you want to join us tomorrow. Paris Lights, Coaching Club American Oaks winner, returns in the Distaff Handicap. We'll see you at 1 Eastern tomorrow on FS2.